used to make those kind of comments that further basically had a detrimental effect on these Hindutva vote bank of these Sena MLAs, and that was basically creating a rift between CM Uddhav Thackeray, because according to these MLAs, CM Uddhav Thackeray was not available to meet them. Yes, he was unwell for a long time as well. There was COVID that was going on. That time also CM Uddhav Thackeray didn't meet many of his MLAs. So this kind of a rift that basically widened was because CM Uddhav Thackeray, because of his illness and COVID and other issues, was not able to meet these MLAs, and Eknath Shinde basically emerged as the main savior for them, who listened to their problems, who listened to their grievances, and also basically when it was possible, he solved their issues and problems as well. That is when they started looking at Eknath Shinde as their main leader. However, the main issues were with the growing growing dominance of Sanjay Raut in the party.
Right, so that's the update that we're picking up, because even when Sanjay Raut, while he was speaking to the media, first round of update that came in from him, he seems to be saying that we are trying to reach out as much as possible to Eknath Shinde because he is the tallest leader within the Shiv Sena and the party is stable. Again, when Sanjay Raut spoke, he said कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी. Let's get you the updates that are getting up from Fadnavis's residence, because they are said to be independent MLAs from Veena Road that seems to be backing the BJP. The independents, why they play a majority and a very important and a crucial role, because there are said to be around 13 of them. Even Eknath Shinde seems to be claiming that he has the support of 2 or more independents that could be seen, who were camping first in Surat and now in Guwahati. And it seems that the BJP will be trying to garner more support of the independents to, even if they cross the magic figure, if they are even beyond the halfway mark, they still remain in a comfortable position, isn't it, Arunil?
Well, another important development I would like to share, Amita, is we understand that while the meeting at the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar's residence was being held of all the NCP Karyakartas and the MLAs, the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar indeed have a telephonic conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray. This is extremely paramount. Looking from the aspect of Sharad Pawar, how he was in Delhi yesterday, he made those comments saying that this is an internal rift within the Shiv Sena party, internal problem of the Shiv Sena party, and CM Uddhav Thackeray himself has to solve it. And after coming from Delhi also, he directly did not land at Varsha. He did not go to Varsha. In fact, his MLAs and ministers who were present inside Varsha, which is the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, they were indeed called to Silver Oak, that is Sharad Pawar's residence, and there the meeting was being held. Now Sharad Pawar having a conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray becomes extremely significant in this case, because Kamal Nath, the Congress observer and senior leader, has already reached Mumbai. He is having a meeting with the Congress leaders, and the 3 top leaders now, that is Kamal Nath, one is Sharad Pawar, and CM Uddhav Thackeray, are expected to have a meeting during the course of the day. Now, whether this meeting happens with three of them together or individually, that also we will be updating our viewers.
Absolutely. Another round of breaking update that we're also getting at seems to be what's happening within the MVA, because there is crisis happening within each of those parties. Let me go across to Radhika also at this point. Crisis within the Congress party right after the cross voting happened, crisis within the NCP, and crisis which is very obvious and evident within the Shiv Sena as well. So hectic parleys, back channel talks, exactly what's happening now, Radhika?
Absolutely. All these parties within the MVA in a huddle, a crisis within Congress, within NCP, within Sena. So a combined crisis as far as MVA is concerned. The latest update we are getting is that Kamal Nath has reached the residence of Congress leader Bala Saheb Thorat. And there is where this important meeting with the Congress ministers will happen. So Kamal Nath currently at the residence of Bala Saheb Thorat, where the crucial Congress meeting will happen, following which of course he will meet Sharad Pawar, is what we are hearing, and then of course Sena ministers as well. Obviously this is a damage control mode that Congress, NCP and Sena is looking at. Yesterday, when we were at Balasaheb Thorat's residence, where a meeting of the Congress MLAs, the Congress leaders were happening, very categorically Prithviraj Chavan said that, we are dealing with our crisis. As far as MLC polls are concerned, there had been some losses, there had been some setbacks that is being discussed. But as far as what Eknath Shinde has done to the party, or rather to the MVA is concerned, that is something absolutely internal, something that needs to be sorted by the Sena, is what some of the Congress leaders were saying. Even Sharad Pawar, for that matter, had been reiterating that. However, most of these leaders also going on to say that BJP is who is responsible for this entire defection, for this, for this destabilization of the MVA itself is concerned. A charge that has been made by every leader.
Even with the meeting that seems to be happening there, the NCP meeting happening, it is being said that Sharad Pawar also had a word with the Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, on the phone line. Let's shift focus now to the state where all of the action also seems to be happening. It is in Assam. Nibir, if you can hear me now, we are getting pictures of BJP MP, another car who has entered the hotel. And what exactly are those cars with BJP logos and marks and flags that can be seen? Presence inside the hotel that can be seen. Who all are there?
So just now the car of MP Pallav Lochhan had entered the hotel. He was not inside the car, but as per sources, he's already lodged there at the hotel, and he is lodged there at a time when there is a high-level meeting going on between Shinde and the dissenting MLAs. So the presence of BJP is there at the hotel, as also along with Pallav Lochhan MP. There are other senior cabinet ministers of Assam who are also there at the hotel. There is a show of strength that is going on at present in the Radisson Hotel, where the dissenting MLAs are currently lodged at, and you can see there is a continuous movement of cars that are coming in and going out, and most of these cars are found to have BJP flags, and also cars unregistered under MPs and BJP leaders. So that is a reality here. The BJP is indeed behind facilitating the movement of the dissenting MLAs here in Assam, and that's why they are coming here inside the hotel. Two senior leaders are already there, and it is indeed it comes at a time when the dissenting leaders are at a high level meeting regarding the decision that Shinde will have to take, whether he stays at Shiv Sena or he moves away from the party.
Absolutely, because numbers are crucial there. Sena camp, the Shinde camp claiming that they have more than 30 of those leaders, of the rebel leaders there with them, including the independents. The independents also hold a very important key, as it is being said in Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis seems to be meeting the remaining of the independents. But let's talk about even Sanjay Raut there, because his body language completely that has changed, the tone that is now changed. He comes out to say कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी. Listen in.
आम्ही संघर्ष करू. शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष, लढणारा पक्ष. हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी. और क्या होता है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है. सर, प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है. आम्ही संघर्ष करू. शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष, लढणारा पक्ष. हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी. और क्या होता है, ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है. सर, प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है.
अरुणिल, दैट्स द पॉइंट. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी, लेकिन सत्ता अगर वापस आएगी तो क्या वो बीजेपी के साथ होगी?
Well, that is a very significant question that you are asking over here, because clearly pressure mounts on Sanjay Raut, because if you look at his statements, the kind of confidence, or according to the BJP, arrogance that he used to bestow in his every day when he used to speak to the media, basically saying that what they have done by splitting with the BJP is the best thing that has happened in the history of Shiv Sena, because they have got their own CM and BJP was basically backstabbing them. Now Sanjay Raut coming to that extent of saying that jata se zyada kya hoga, we will lose our government in the state of Maharashtra, we can gain it back as well. but they should, Shiv Sena also needs to remember that around 33 MLAs are with the Eknath Shinde camp. There are more, Eknath Shinde camp is in fact claiming that more MLAs are expected to join them as well. And if that number reaches 37, then probably it is game over for basically CM Uddhav Thackeray and Mr. Sanjay Raut. The reason for that is Eknath Shinde is also claiming that his Shiv Sena, basically people with him, are the real Shiv Sena now. They are the Hindutwavadi Shiv Sena. They are the true followers of late Babasaheb Thackeray. So if that becomes the A Shiv Sena, ironically, or one can say startlingly, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena will become the B team of Shiv Sena. That will be a big embarrassment for CM Uddhav Thackeray, for Aditya Thackeray, and for particularly for Sanjay Raut as well. Now coming to the independents, this Geeta Jain, independent from Meera Road, she has reached the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Why this is important to note is because Geeta Jain had defeated a BJP candidate from Meera Road, Narendra Mehta, and she had given her support to Shiv Sena. But as the tables are turning now, she has gone on the BJP side, that is Devendra Fadnavis.
Absolutely, because independents hold a very important key there, even for the BJP to comfortably cross the halfway mark and to come back to power in a way, because what is happening within the NCP camp, Arunil, if you can throw more light on that, because it is being said that a meeting was convened, top leaders of the NCP also present, Sharad Pawar also spoke with Uddhav Thackeray over the phone line, and it is being said that he has expressed his disappointment even by the state home minister, as in they did not have any information how exactly did the Sena leaders, so many of them, leave at once to Surat. How did that even happen?
Well, it was, complete failure of intelligence. That's what Sharad Pawar, according to sources, pointed towards the Maharashtra Home Minister, because it is their government. Maharashtra Home Minister is Dilip Valse Patil. He is from the NCP. The Mumbai CP Sanjay Pandey reports to the Maharashtra Home Minister and to the Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders. How come nobody had any clue that so many Shiv Sena MLAs were leaving the borders of Maharashtra for Gujarat together? That also on a crucial day when all these MLAs were herded together in different hotels ahead of the MLC polls. There was cross voting that could be seen at such kind of a crucial juncture. A close eye had to be kept on these MLAs, but Eknath Shinde basically managed something that nobody would have thought in the state of Maharashtra. Completely dramatic and unprecedented, one can say. All these MLAs are being whisked away outside the state of Maharashtra to the neighboring state of Gujarat and being put up over here. Complete failure of intelligence is what Sharad Pawar is pointing towards Dilip Valse Patil, and this can be seen as an indirect attack on the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray as well, because how come a leader like CM Uddhav Thackeray had no clue that Eknath Shinde was taking away all the MLAs from the Shiv Sena?
Absolutely. So non-stop breaking updates that are getting for our viewers in a short while from now. Cabinet meeting that will be convened by Uddhav Thackeray. Back-to-back meetings that are happening within the Congress and the NCP camp. Meanwhile, there is a meeting also happening in Guwahati Hotel where all of the Shinde camp leaders are also camping currently from Surat now to Guwahati. We'll be back after a short break. This is a non-stop rolling live coverage only on Times Now.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukle gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go.
See, you said something, I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which... No, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait, I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement that's been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to...
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response. I am. My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
No, sir, you are wrong. You are no, sir. Sir, please, the same students celebrated.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, in the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
Thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
Very good morning to you. A lot of developments happening there. Has the Shiv Sena camp already given up, led by Uddhav Thackeray, after saying that prestige is more important to us than power? Lots happening. We'll get you all the inside details on the hectic meetings taking place in every camp. First up, a look at the top headlines. In a clear sign of the deepening of Maharashtra crisis, Shiv Sena rebels move camp to be ruled to the BJP-ruled Assam as Uddhav's Operation Save Sena fails. Chief Minister calls a cabinet meet at 1 p.m. Eknath Shinde claims support of 40 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. A video shows at least 35 MLAs, including 2 independents in Surat Hotel. 37 Sena MLAs needed to break Sena legally. Shinde may contact Maharashtra governor today to claim support of majority of the Sena MLAs and recognition as a separate unit within the assembly. This could be endgame for Uddhav Thackeray.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है.
In a subtle taunt for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, Sena rebel Eknath Shinde says he controls the real Shiv Sena, which represents Bala Saheb's Hindutva-based ideology.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है?
Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena sees writing on the wall. Uddhav confident and strategic. Sanjay Raut says party not afraid of losing power. Amid crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet at 5 p.m. in Mumbai. Will the party make a decisive move to align with Sena rebels to overthrow the Aghadi government? With threatening clouds hovering over Aghadi Sarkar, alliance partners NCP and Congress review the situation. Congress rushes troubleshooter Kamal Nath to keep the herd together. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma's convoy seen at the rebel camp in Guwahati. Radisson creates flutter. 2 BJP mantris were also seen at the hotel. NDA pictures Draupadi Murmu as the first potential tribal president of India.
Will Murmu help consolidate Naveen Patnaik and Jagan Mohan Reddy's party's votes for the NDA? So as all the focus remains on what is going to happen next, the man of the moment is Eknath Shinde, who threatened Shiv Sena, putting in one condition, having the support of about 40 MLAs as he has claimed. He also spoke about the conditions that he has put forth. Shiv Sena perhaps aware of the big turmoil that's brewing and of course knowing very well that the numbers don't stack up. But who exactly is the man who is giving these nightmares to Uddhav Thackeray and the Aghadi government, top leaders of the parties who have come in to save the government, at least attempting to do so? So he is currently the Urban Affairs Minister in the MVA government. He belongs to the Mahabaleshwar in Satara. These are the details. Of course, he is also known to be a hardcore Shiv Sainik. And of course, he's been elected for 4 consecutive terms. He has, of course, been from a very humble background. He has been a Shiv Sainik for over 2 decades. Earlier today, when Sanjay Raut spoke as well, he said that this is a man who has been a part of Shiv Sena for 2 decades. We are going to have conversations with him. Eknath Shinde, of course, did not have the same to say for the Shiv Sena when he said that he is the one who is actually leading the real Shiv Sena, hinting that the current Shiv Sena headed by Uddhav Thackeray has betrayed the Hindutva cause. So he has been elected as the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Assembly. He is known as somebody who has a lot of clout, somebody who goes along really well with the leaders, cutting across party lines. Not just that, he was also known for mobilizing massive support for the Shiv Sena. And like we mentioned, coming from a humble background, he drove auto rickshaw once for a living. He became a corporator for the Shiv Sena, after which he rose through the ranks and became the minister. So these are the details of the man who is giving nightmares to Uddhav Thackeray. Of course, he has herded about 40 MLAs. He seems to have the support that's required to topple the government. And as he arrived in Assam, listen in to what he said.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय, जय भवानी, जय शिवाजी, हर हर महादेव।
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं। और
शिंदे जी मराठीत संपूर्ण राज्य तुमच्याकडे बघतंय।
का जो अप्रोच रहा है
मराठीत शिंदे जी मराठीत
रहा है, क्या कहेंगे उसको?
मुझे किसके ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के MLA हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे।
So what are the options available for Uddhav Thackeray as of now? That's what we are going to be focusing at. We're also going to get you all the numbers as they stand. For now, of course, these are dynamic numbers because there are a few more MLAs who are likely to join Eknath Shinde. That's the claim that has been made by the camp. Arunil has been tracking all the developments on this big story and he joins us live. Arunil, on one hand, we have Sanjay Raut who seem to be hinting and knowing very well that the numbers are not stacking up, that they could be losing power. An all-important meeting that has been called by the Shiv Sena, even though we have top leaders of each of the parties. We have Kamal Nath who has come in, we have Sharad Pawar who is there holding meetings, but they're well aware that they still do not have the numbers. All right, we'll get in a word from Arunil, but to get you the details, there are a flurry of meetings that are expected all through the day. Congress strategist, top leader of the party, Kamal Nath, is already there. He is holding meetings with the Congress party. He is said to have spoken to Uddhav Thackeray as well. And meeting also expected with Sharad Pawar, another man known as the Chanakya in politics. Will he be able to save the Aghadi Sarkar? So Shiv Sena has been trying to reach out to Eknath Shinde. Yesterday there were a lot of discussions that went on as well, but that did not help because Shinde was quite adamant on the one demand that he had, that is alliance with the BJP. So as he spoke about what's happening next, listen in to what he said.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ रही है, आप देख रहे हो क्या हो रहा है, लोकतंत्र खतरे में है। हम ऐसे ही नहीं कह रहे हैं। पहले मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और महाराष्ट्र, ये तमाशा लगा रहे हैं लोगों ने और देशवासी जो है ध्रुवीकरण करके चुनाव जीत रहे हैं लोग और लोग साथ दे रहे हैं इनका। ये खतरनाक साथ है उनका, ये साथ देना उनके लिए खतरनाक है, देश हित में नहीं है। बीजेपी को साथ देना इन लोगों का हिंदुत्व के नाम पर, ये आज महंगाई की मार पड़ रही है, लोग भूखे मर रहे हैं बेचारे, गरीब आदमी तक कोई पहुंच नहीं रहा है, गलियों के अंदर कच्ची बस्तियों के अंदर पहुंच नहीं रहा, लोगों को पता ही नहीं क्या हो रहा वहां पर। बेरोजगारी भयंकर है, लोगों की तकलीफ की एहसास ही नहीं भारत सरकार को। वो तो इतनी तकलीफ होती है हम सब लोगों को। हम जो बात समझा रहे विपक्ष में हम लोग हैं, हमारी बात कम मानो ज्यादा मानो आपकी मर्जी है। अगर हम नहीं बोलेंगे तो हम अपना धर्म नहीं निभाएंगे और इतिहास हमें भी माफ नहीं करेगा। हमें तो बोलना ही है, जम के बोलना है, इनको एक्सपोज करना है। और मोदी जी अपील नहीं करें शांति की, हम कह रहे हैं आप कहो हिंसा को मैं बर्दाश्त नहीं करूंगा। आप लोग सब भाईचारा प्रेम भाव से रहो आपस के अंदर, हिंसा का कोई स्थान नहीं है, शांति बनाए रखे। अपील करने में प्रधानमंत्री को क्या तकलीफ हो रही है, नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो ईडी का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं, नेताओं घरों में भेज रहे हैं। अब सोनिया गांधी जी तभी ठीक नहीं है, राहुल गांधी को हमने 5 दिन तक 50 घंटे बुलाया।
So political reactions continue to come in as Shiv Sena plunges deeper into the turmoil. What's going to happen next? Radhika and Nibir join us with more details. Radhika, now looking at the reactions that are coming in from the Shiv Sena and the hectic meetings taking place, indications coming in that they're aware that things could go out of hand because meetings have taken place or discussions have taken place with Eknath Shinde, but he is not going to budge from his stance. The statement from Sanjay Raut that prestige is more important than power is an indication that they will not ally with the BJP, the one demand that Eknath Shinde has put forward.
Absolutely. Looks like, the Sanjay Raut statement could indicate that they may surrender or they may, sort of accept the defeat, but not entirely certain, because yesterday Sanjay Raut was seeming absolutely confident. He said that, he will ensure that Eknath Shinde and his set of loyalist MLAs will come back to MBA fold. But however, today what we are seeing is Sanjay Raut stating that we cannot do anything for the sake of power. Our prestige is more important. So that's the statement coming from Sanjay Raut. But however, alarm bells are ringing within MBA, no doubt about it, which is why series of meetings taking place. We have Kamal Nath, who's right now having this crucial meeting with the Congress leaders of Maharashtra. He will later be meeting Sharad Pawar as well. Currently, Sharad Pawar has reached YB Center along with several other NCP leaders. And as we speak, Sena is planning this big meeting, which Sherin was pointing out, in the evening with the Sena MLAs, whoever that they could rake in. Currently, of course, there are just about 15 to 20 MLAs at St. Regis, where I'm standing, who are loyal to Uddhav Thackeray. Majority of Sena MLAs, which is the upwards of 35 with Eknath Shinde. So Eknath Shinde comfortably sitting there with more independent MLAs coming to support Eknath Shinde. Perhaps more Sena MLAs may want to support Eknath Shinde right now. So it's now a number game, and looks like Eknath Shinde is winning the number game.
Let's take in a word from Nibir on that, because he's reporting from Guwahati, where all the action currently is. Eknath Shinde camp is there, and we've seen MLAs arriving there. There is a BJP footprint to it all. Of course, the BJP claims that this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena and we're only watching from the sidelines. But if you take a look at the developments happening in Guwahati, very, very clearly BJP imprints on it. Nibir, take us through what's happening there.
Yes, indeed, the BJP footprint is quite visible since morning, because first we saw the logistics were carried by the grassroots workers of the BJP. Then we saw the arrival of an MP and an MLA at the airport. And now we got to know that the senior cabinet ministers and also the car of the MP Pawar Lotion is already inside the hotel. So the BJP footprint is quite visible. Also we saw the Assam CM's convoy leaving the particular hotel early morning. So the BJP's role here is quite visible. And currently we got to know that two more MLAs, Sanjay Rathore is about to come in Guwahati, and Yogesh Kadam has already reached here in Guwahati as per sources. So the show of strength continues, but that show of strength has been facilitated and backed by the BJP leadership here in Assam. And that's why we are seeing the arrival of the BJP leaders here at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, where the dissenting MLAs of Maharashtra are currently lodged.
So a lot of meetings also taking place, as we've mentioned, in the Shiv Sena camp led by Uddhav Thackeray as well. Yesterday he called for a meeting, and quite embarrassingly just about 20 MLAs turned up. Shireen is also live with us. Shireen, for the Shiv Sena, a lot of meetings taking place. Yes, same is the case with the NCP as well as the Congress party. So for the Shiv Sena, as it decides on what next, what are the options really available with the party now?
Well, as of now, there are two important meetings that has in fact been called. One is the cabinet ministers meeting, that is at about 1 p.m. Before that, Uddhav Thackeray is also set to meet Kamal Nath, who is already in a meeting with the Congress MLAs. Congress in fact remains to say that all their MLAs are in fact intact. All the 43 MLAs of the Congress are with the Congress, and they are not jumping any ship. So it is of course the Shiv Sena that needs to look into their internal matter and needs to put the house in order. Apart from that, after this particular meeting that is being conducted by Kamal Nath, he is all set to come to here at Varsha and will be meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. After that, the cabinet ministers meeting at about 1 p.m. There is going to be another meeting at about 5 p.m. where he has in fact called all the MLAs and MPs of Shiv Sena. Now remember, like you also pointed out yesterday, when all these MLAs were in fact called by Uddhav Thackeray, there were only about 16 to 20 MLAs who had in fact showed up here at Varsha. Rest of the MLAs were no show. Those clearly, this is in fact a troublesome situation for.
Right, Sharon, stay on with us. We have some breaking news coming in. A stunning new tweet by Uddhav Thackeray's close confidant Sanjay Rath has tweeted indicating on what's likely to happen next. Remember, earlier today when he spoke to the media, he said that governments come and go, indicating that they are ready to leave. This is the tweet that has been put up by Sanjay Rath indicating that the government will be dissolved. This is a statement coming in from Sanjay Rath. Very, very telling tweet coming in from a leader known to be extremely close to Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, sources have also been indicating that Eknath Shinde was upset with the party because of Sanjay Rath and the kind of significance that he was gaining in the party. Richa is joining us live with more details on this. Richa, very, very telling tweet coming in from a top leader in Shiv Sena.
Absolutely, and reading out from that tweet and translating it from Marathi, it says that the journey of political developments in Maharashtra towards dismissal of Vidhan Sabha. That's the big statement coming in from Sanjay Raut, who is one of the senior functionaries of the Shiv Sena, a close aide of Uddhav Thackeray as well, who had been managing things from the very beginning for the Uddhav Sarkar. And remember, we just heard what exactly he said in that sound bite that he gave out to the media, where he says, "Zyada se zyada kya hoga? Sarkar hi giregi na." And this tweet once again highlighting the fact that they are proceeding towards the possibility of the dismissal of the Vidhan Sabha, because clearly they do not have the numbers at this point, Pratibha, and that's what even the senior leaders of the Shiv Sena are now indicating.
Absolutely. So earlier today, Sanjay Raut stopping short of conceding a defeat. Listen into what he said earlier today. We'll play out that reaction for you, but just to put it in context, as the rebel MLAs joined the Eknath Shinde camp, Sanjay Raut seemed to be indicating that they have given up, that they have conceded defeat because they know that they don't have the numbers. Here's what he said earlier today.
आम्ही संघर्ष करू. शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़नारा पक्ष. हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी. और क्या होता है? ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है. सर, प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? सत्ता जाएगी. This was a statement that he made, and now the tweet being a lot clearer. Arunil is also joining us. Arunil, this tweet coming in just a few minutes ago, clear indication of what's going to happen next.
Well, this is an extremely important tweet, extremely significant tweet from Sanjay Raut, the second in command, one can say, from the Shiv Sena, at least from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, basically saying Maharashtraची Vidhan Sabha बरखास्त होण्याच्या दिशेने. That means it is in the direction of crumbling down. Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha is in the direction of crumbling down. If we give out exact translation of his tweet, that basically, if you want to simplify for our viewers, then it showcases that the MBA government clearly doesn't have the numbers with them. Soon they will be forced to resign. CM Uddhav Thackeray will be forced to resign. But what is more important is that Eknath Shinde, that means Eknath Shinde has the requisite numbers. He needs 37 MLAs to avoid the anti-defection law, and these 37 MLAs are more than enough for Devendra Fadnavis to form the government in the state of Maharashtra. But that is again a lengthy process. A floor test needs to be done. But here Sanjay Raut accepting to a very large extent that Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha is in the direction of crumbling down. This is an extremely important tweet. Earlier in the day also he said कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सरकार गिर जाएगी, फिर से बना लेंगे. So yes, that's Sanjay Raut, who according to the BJP used to portray extreme arrogance. According to him, it must be confidence according to Sanjay Raut. But now a complete change of stance has been seen from Sanjay Raut. I was speaking to another Shiv Sena leader as well. They are extremely disheartened with the kind of developments that have taken place. But this is politics. Eknath Shinde was clearly not happy in this present Shiv Sena.
And Arunil, you know, it came as a jolt from the blue for the Uddhav Thackeray Sarkar as well. This was a dissent that was brewing, but perhaps Uddhav Thackeray could not have expected the kind of rebellion that hit him. About 40 MLAs with Eknath Shinde right now. So if a floor test were to be conducted, then it would be a clear loss of face and of course defeat for Uddhav Thackeray as well. Radhika, a lot of attempts have been made to reach out to Eknath Shinde yesterday as well as the talks went on. The reason why Sanjay Raut is perhaps hinting at this is because he knows very well that Eknath Shinde is not going to bow down. He has that one demand, that ally with the BJP, but Uddhav Thackeray very clearly not ready for it.
Yes, absolutely. You know, this is something on the expected lines that ultimately, given the numbers, Shiv Sena will have to accept the defeat, and sooner done than better it is what I think Sena is believing right now. Although Sanjay Raut was confident yesterday, today, however, he is conceding defeat. If you have to translate that particular tweet that has been given in Marathi, it says the ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra is heading to dissolution of assembly, dissolution of Vidhan Sabha. That's what he has tweeted in that particular Marathi tweet. So yes, conceding defeat, accepting defeat, surrendering to what is going on right now is what this indicates. Just because of the numbers are not even neck to neck. We are talking about 40 with Eknath Shinde and just about 15 to 20, anywhere between 15 to 20 with Uddhav Thackeray, and many still wanting to go to Eknath Shinde camp. What started with 20 is now increased to 40 as far as Shinde is concerned, and many other independent MLAs also showing their support to Eknath Shinde. So all that indicating that Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the numbers to sustain in this government, to survive in this government. and Congress NCP really throwing the ball at Sena, stating that this is an internal party politics. If they have to bring back Eknath Shinde, it is completely the onus is completely on Sena. Even as that is happening, of course, there is a series of meetings. We have Kamal Nath here speaking with Congress leaders, speaking with, going to speak with Sharad Pawar.
Okay.
Internal meeting of NCP happening at YB Chavan.
Right.
Sena
These meetings are happening, but Sanjay Raut very clearly hinting at the dissolution of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. That's the tweet that came in. Arunil, after the meeting that's expected, today he called for a meeting at 5 p.m. When is it expected? One. And secondly, what could happen next? Are the decks now cleared for perhaps these rebels to ally with the BJP? If you can give us these numbers and break it down on what are the likely scenarios that could play out next.
Well, if we understand the functioning of the BJP, particularly Devendra Fadnavis, once he gets into the picture wholeheartedly, completely, and gets into the limelight, then only we can say that the decks are cleared for Eknath Shinde. Because the BJP may be not accepting that this has been orchestrated by them, but it is completely evident. There was Sanjay Kutte, another close confidant of Devendra Fadnavis, who was there at the Surat hotel. The Assam BJP members also reaching the hotel of Eknath Shinde. Once Devendra Fadnavis comes into the forefront, the picture will be extremely clear, because that magic number of 37, whether Eknath Shinde has reached it, that will be extremely paramount. Avoiding the anti-defection law for the Eknath Shinde camp. Once that is possible, then anything is possible in the state of Maharashtra, as well as in the 1 p.m. meeting, cabinet meeting will be extremely significant over there. What decisions will be made? Will CM Uddhav Thackeray will be asked to resign by the other two parties? We are just speculating over here, but will he be asked to resign, because clearly the numbers are not there. CM Uddhav Thackeray.
Absolutely. In fact, stay with us, Arunil. Before we come to you again, let's tell our viewers and break down these numbers on what the situation is currently and the reason why the Sena camp has really given up or seems to have conceded defeat. So these are the numbers as they stand as of now. The Sena rebels who are in Guwahati, that is in the Eknath Shinde camp, are currently at 32. They are all already in Assam, and there are 2 more MLAs who are headed towards Assam. So we are looking at the numbers being 34. That's a big number in the Eknath Shinde camp, and very clearly refusing to budge from their stand, which means that Uddhav Thackeray has severe reasons to worry. So the MLAs, if you look at in the Uddhav camp, are 16. Like we mentioned, yesterday he called for a meeting, only about 20 MLAs turned up, but even that tiny support is only dwindling. Currently the number stands at 16. And of course, there are a few Aghadi MLAs who are non-committal. So they could go either way. They could go towards Uddhav Thackeray. They could also join the Eknath Shinde camp. But either way, it's not going to be enough for Uddhav Thackeray. So the MLAs needed to break Sena is 37, which means that if there are 37 MLAs on one side, then there will be no disqualification as well. That could have been the one lifeline for the Uddhav Thackeray government, the disqualification of the MLAs. But if the number crosses 37, which is very likely right now looking at these numbers, then there could be no disqualification as well. So that also working against Uddhav Thackeray. So these are the reasons why perhaps in the Sena camp is despondent. They're aware of what's coming next. Arunil, so putting these numbers in context, very close to the 37 mark. It's already at 34. There are a few MLAs who are in discussions with both camps. They could go either way, but it's clearly looking like Eknath Shinde is going to get his way.
Well, there are in fact close sources from the Sena camp. I was just speaking to one of the Shiv Sena leaders. Nobody wants to speak on record directly, but I can name a few, like Dada Buse is somebody. Recently a movie was made by Eknath Shinde. Dada basically Buse was being shown as his close friend in that film. A film was made to show his friendship with Shiv Sena leaders. And when yesterday...
All right, stay with us. BJP MLA Suresh on the phone line with us. Mr. Suresh Khare, it looks like the Shiv Sena has given up. If you've taken a look at Sanjay Raut's tweet, he is hinting at dissolution of the assembly.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Sanjay, yes, if you've taken a look at Sanjay Raut's tweet, he is hinting at dissolution of the assembly. क्या आपको लगता है कि अब शिवसेना ने मान लिया है कि उनके पास नंबर्स नहीं है? आपने अगर उनका ट्वीट देखा होगा तो उन्होंने कहा है कि शायद अब डिसोल्यूशन की तरफ जा रहा है ये. All right, we'll try and reconnect with the BJP MLA. For the BJP now, as we saw, celebrations likely because even though the BJP has claimed that this is the internal rift within the Shiv Sena, the BJP is all set to gain from it. To get you more updates, NCP is also holding a crisis meeting. Amid the crisis, a key meeting that's taking place. Sharad Pawar has just reached the NCP office. That's a breaking update coming in. NCP also holding a meeting, but despite all of the meetings, the Aghadi just does not have the numbers. Unless Eknath Shinde agrees to return to the Uddhav Thackeray fold, it's not going to help. We have the Congress leader as well. We have Sandeep Srivastava on the phone line with us. Let's take in a quick word. How do you look at these developments? Sanjay Raut hinting towards dissolution of the assembly.
Well, if Sanjay Raut is himself hinting towards the dissolution of the assembly, then it means the end game for this Vidhan Sabha is near, or at least the end game of Uddhav Thackeray is near. So whether if Uddhav Thackeray recommends resolution of the House, whether it will be accepted by the governor, are we headed for president's rule, or clearly the majority has moved to the other side. Yes. These are all things which are going to play out in the next couple of days. What we now know from Sanjay Raut's statement, which is the most important statement amongst all the statements coming from different people, is that in a way they are conceding that they don't have a majority support of Sena MLAs with them.
Right, conceding
till last
defeat.
night, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your perspective. We'll continue coming back to you on what's expected next. But a very telling tweet that has come in from Sanjay Raut hinting towards dissolution of the assembly as meetings take place. Lots happening. We'll get you all those details after a short break. Do stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
A very good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. Well, it's day 2 of the Aghadi crisis and a lot of hectic parleys that are taking place today as well. We get you non-stop updates coming in. First up, the top headlines.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है?
Uddhav camp sees writing on the wall. Confidant then strategist Sanjay Raut says assembly dissolution was a possibility and Sena was not afraid of losing power. In a clear sign of deepening of Maharashtra crisis, Shiv Sena rebels move camp to BJP ruled Assam. Uddhav's operation Save Sena fails. Chief Minister calls a cabinet meet at 1 p.m. Eknath Shinde claims support of 40 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. A video shows at least 35 MLAs including 2 independents in Surat hotel. 37 Sena MLAs needed to break Sena legally. Shinde may contact Maharashtra governor today to claim support of majority of Sena MLAs and recognition as a separate unit within the assembly. This could be endgame for Uddhav Thackeray.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है.
In a subtle turn to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, Sena rebel Eknath Shinde says he controls the real Shiv Sena, which represents Bala Sahib's Hindutva-based ideology. Amid crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet at 5 p.m. in Mumbai. Will the party make a decisive move against Sena rebels to overthrow Aghadi government? With threatening clouds hovering over Aghadi Sarkar, alliance partners NCP and Congress review situation. Congress rushes troubleshooter Kamal Nath to keep her together. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy at rebels camp at Guwahati's Radisson creates flutter to BJP mantris, also seen at the hotel. Meanwhile, NDA pitches Draupadi Murmu as the first potential tribal president of India. Will Murmu help consolidate Naveen Patnaik and Jagan Mohan's party's votes for the NDA? And we start with the latest as far as the number game is concerned and what it looks like for the Aghadi Sarkar this afternoon, viewers. Of course, the top band really putting out the numbers of how many MLAs are with each of the constituents. The Shiv Sena, remember, has 55 MLAs in the assembly. Now, why this is important is because if we talk about Sena rebels in Guwahati, remember from Surat, they've been taken to Guwahati in Assam, which is once again a BJP state in a sense. And 32 of those Sena rebels are currently in Guwahati. 32 of them in Guwahati. Why this is important is because MLAs needed to break Sena stand at 37. So that's a close margin that we're talking about. Sena MLAs en route Assam. Now this is an important update because this indicates at the very fact and the very development that more Sena MLAs could be moving from the Uddhav camp to the Shinde camp. 2 of them are en route Assam. MLAs in Uddhav camp at the moment 16. Yesterday's number was also extremely low as far as the meeting in Maharashtra is concerned, and today we're being told 16 of those MLAs are currently with the Uddhav camp. Moving on to these visuals, viewers, the defining visuals that we're tracking. These are the rebel MLAs at Guwahati airport. You can see the kind of crowd there and a lot of movement that took place early this morning, all of whom have now been moved to a hotel in Guwahati in Assam. At least 33 Sena MLAs were seen. That was a visual that we've accessed, 33 of whom are with Eknath Shinde. They also signed a very important document. They pledged their allegiance to Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde currently claims the support of, remember, 40 MLAs of the Sena camp. Posters also, you saw the posters that were put out outside Sanjay Raut's residents. That's an important update coming in. Shinde loyalists have reached the rebel camp. Two of those Sena MLAs so far who were with the Uddhav camp were also being told are now moving to Assam. They're en route Assam. Some of these important visuals you could see the Sena MLAs who've pledged their allegiance to Eknath Shinde sign that very important document. So yes, some of the important visuals now moving on to the top developments that have taken place. Viewers, on your screens the latest update. 5 p.m. is when Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will be holding a meeting with Sena MLAs and MPs, and posters that have been spotted outside Sanjay Raut's residence as well. Now, very mixed signal that came out as far as those posters are concerned, or whether or not there is an attempt being made to hit out at Sanjay Raut or otherwise, because Sanjay Raut back to back has been coming out with statements that all is well, but today, just very recently, he put out a tweet and hinted at dissolution of the assembly. So that's a big update that's come in as well. All those developments on your screen. Shinde loyalists reaching Guwahati. 33 MLAs with Shinde can be spotted here. We took a head count, though Shinde at the moment claims that he has the support of at least 40 of them. To remember, viewers are also en route Assam now, so that's likely to take up the number and mount trouble for the Uddhav camp. Sharad Pawar also has dialed Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. That's another breaking update. Remember, a lot of meetings are to take place today between the top three men who are in Maharashtra now, Sharad Pawar, Kamal Nath and also Uddhav Thackeray. They will be meeting their respective leaders. Whether or not they will be holding a meet among themselves also remains to be seen. Let me go across to Arunil, Shivani and Radhika joining us this afternoon. First to you, Arunil. What does the number game look like? Clearly, it's advantage Shinde at the moment, given that he's claimed the support of 40. 35 odd can already be spotted in that visual that we have put out for our viewers, and two we're being told are all en route Assam.
Well, that is right. The Eknath Shinde camp needs to reach the number of 37 to avoid the anti-defection law, and it looks like, going by the recent tweet of Sanjay Raut, clearly it looks like, because his tweet says that the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha is in the direction of crumbling. I also have an important update for our viewers. We understand that during the cabinet meeting as well as in the meeting that CM Uddhav Thackeray will be holding with Kamal Nath, the Congress observer, and with Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, he may offer to resign from his post as well, because this is a huge embarrassment for the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray, considering that around 35 to 37 of his MLAs have switched over to the Eknath Shinde camp, and why CM Uddhav Thackeray had no clue about this kind of a desertion happening from his party, so many MLAs being disappointed with his leadership. That again speaks volume with respect to the disgruntled MLAs who have been speaking against him. With respect to the NCP is concerned, clearly a wait and watch game has been employed by the NCP till now. Sharad Pawar clearly not coming out in the open, because the defeat of Uddhav Thackeray will clearly show a defeat of Sharad Pawar as well, and that is something that the NCP Supremo, the veteran NCP Supremo, is not basically looking towards portray that kind of a stance. With respect to Sanjay Raut is concerned, he spoke in the morning saying that satta to jayegi na, usko wapas bhi le aa jayenge. I spoke to a senior Shiv Sena leader. They said that leaders like Chhagan Bhujbal have also gone. They took around 23 MLAs. Leaders like Narayan Rane have also left us. Raj Thackeray has left us. So this is not going to make much of a dent in the Shiv Sena
suddenly
party
a change
cadre.
of tone in Sanjay Raut's approach. Yesterday he came out, called out the Operation Lotus that is underway by the BJP, spoke of how Eknath Shinde will be back, and today, suddenly he's talking about Sattai to Jayegi. Let me bring in Radhika as well, who's keeping a track on the Uddhav camp. Radhika, now we're pointing out the source-based information coming in that Uddhav Thackeray may step down. He may resign. That's a big update if that were to be true. But looks like at the moment that the Uddhav camp is starting to concede defeat.
As far as Uddhav camp is concerned, yes, we are hearing that there is a likelihood that Uddhav Thackeray may offer to resign. But that is something that he will do post the cabinet meeting, post a meeting with Sharad Pawar, which could likely happen once again, and probably post-meeting with Congress as well. Obviously, because he is in alliance with Congress and NCP. So therefore, top leaders of the Congress and NCP will be consulted by Uddhav Thackeray as well as his MLAs and MPs. They will also be consulted before Uddhav Thackeray makes this big decision. So therefore, resignation could be on the cards, but we'll have to wait and watch out for that. But having said that, the reason why, Uddhav Thackeray is making this big decision is, and also Sanjay Raut almost conceding defeat, is possibly because they are just not able to rake in the numbers that they want, because we are talking about just about 15 of them with Uddhav Thackeray and about 40 and counting as far as Eknath Shinde camp is concerned. Because they do not have the numbers, Sanjay Raut spoke about dissolution of Vidhan Sabha. Whether it's going to be a dissolution, we'll have to wait and see, because there is a possibility that if Eknath Shinde along with BJP is going to show the numbers on the floor of the House in front of the governor and then on the floor of the House, then of course a new government will be formed. There may not be a dissolution, there may not be a re-election that could take place. It will be...
All right, let me quickly go across to another breaking news coming in. Nitish Rane says Sanjay Raut is threatening Sena MLAs, and don't worry, Maharashtra will soon have a new government. So that's another update coming in. Nitish Rane is saying Sanjay Raut is threatening the Sena MLAs, as opposed to what Sanjay Raut was saying yesterday. Yesterday he said that all those MLAs who are camping in Surat are being held there forcibly. So yes, a tweet that has been put out by Nitish Rane, and Shireen continues to stay on with us. She's reporting from outside Uddhav Thackeray.
काय ते सांगतातच आहेत ना, तुम्ही लोक दाखवतातच.
एवढे अस्पृश्यता किंवा हिंदुत्वाची भूमिका ही शिवसैनिक आमदारांची होती का, असा मुद्दा आहे. नाराजी होती का?
आमच्या माझ्या तर कानावर कधी आलं नव्हतं असं काय होतंय म्हणून. I have not heard so far. I don't know anything about it. What Sanjay Raut yet? I do not know. I do not. साहेबांना भेटतोय. मला काय माहिती त्यांच्या अंतर्गत प्रश्न शिवसेनेचा आम्ही ज्या इंटॅक्ट ठेवणार आहोत पवार साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली देखेंगे क्या होता है.
भुजबळ साहेब प्रदेशाध्यक्ष आपण होतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये, त्यावेळेस सरकारच्या विरोधातली भूमिका मांडत परत सरकार तुम्ही आणलं होतं. आता राष्ट्रवादीची परिस्थिती आता सरकारमध्ये आहे, पण फारशी हालचाली त्या पातळीवर
आता त्याच्यावर काही बोलणं जे आहे इमॅच्युअर ठरेल, फार अगोदरच होईल. काय काय होतं ते बघूया ना. बाकी सरकार मध्ये राहणं, सरकार पडणं, राजीनामा देणं.
All right, let me go across to Nitish Rane joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rane, we just put out that update, that tweet that you've put out talking about how this is in fact Sanjay Raut who's threatening the MLAs, the Sena MLAs. क्या बता सकते हैं राणे साहब इसके बारे में? What more can you tell us?
So, Mr. Sanjay Raut is clearly misleading the Shiv Sena MLAs. He had mentioned few hours back in his tweet, the Uddhav Thackeray government, it is going in a way that it can fall on its own, and there could be midterm elections.
He's seem to have lost that line. All right, that was Nitish Rane. A couple of points made by him earlier on, so we're taking in a response from him. He says there's no question of Sanjay Raut knowing about the constitution and its provisions, and why is he now trying to threaten the Shiv Sena MLAs? Is this an attempt to save the government? Do not worry, a new government will come in Maharashtra. Vikaas Parva will start afresh. So that's Nitish Rane from the BJP now once again hitting out at Sanjay Raut, because just a few minutes back we put out that tweet by Sanjay Raut who spoke of dissolution of the assembly, and that certainly was big in itself given the kind of reactions that have been coming in from him since yesterday. He also spoke of how worse come worse, satta gir jayegi. Let me go across to Shireen who's joining us once again on this broadcast. Shireen, what is the mood there in the Uddhav camp? An important cabinet meet at 1 p.m. Do we see any movement yet?
Well, as of now, there is no movement outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence. There is, in fact, a meeting that has also been called where Kamal Nath is going to, of course, meet with Uddhav Thackeray, and this is going to be a very important meeting because this is where likely Uddhav Thackeray is going to discuss the whole situation that is on ground. He will also speak to Sharad Pawar, and like our colleague Radhika and Arunil also pointed out, could this be the last cabinet meeting of Uddhav Thackeray, which is scheduled at about 1 p.m. Will this be the last meeting where he will be telling his
because source-based information coming in that Uddhav Thackeray may step down. Let's quickly put out another set of visuals coming in, viewers. And this really speaking volumes of the sentiment currently within the Sena community. On your screens are visuals from Aurangabad where Shiv Senics can be seen crying. Now they've been taking to streets to protest against what's happening, against the Maha Vikas Aghadi crisis. But who is to be blamed really? Because the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs say this is all the doing of the Shiv Sena top leadership itself. Listen in to what these people have to say now.
बेच के एक देश के प्रति उनका, एक शिवसेना के प्रति उनका एक नालायकपना सिद्ध किया है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
प्रतिभा जगताप, जिला संगठक शिवसेना महिला आघाड़ी संभाजीनगर।
क्या बोलेंगे आप?
आमदारांना सर्व पदाधिकारी
बताइए आप
ये जो आमदार चुन के आए हैं इनको सब शिवसैनिकों ने और पदाधिकारियों ने और मतदारों ने, वोटर्स ने एक निष्ठा से उनको चुन के दिया है। आज उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा बीत दी है, उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा गहन रखी है। इन गद्दारों का हम हमारी भाषा में निषेध करते हैं। इन गद्दारों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जाए और इन गद्दारों को पक्ष में से हकल पट्टी की जाए, इनका हम निषेध व्यक्त करते हैं। आज एक शिवसैनिक उनसे ज्यादा श्रीमंत हो गए, उनसे ज्यादा धनवान हो गए। इन्होंने अपनी निष्ठा बेच के एक देश के प्रति उनका, एक शिवसेना के प्रति उनका एक नालायकपना सिद्ध किया है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
All right, let me go across to Mr. Subhash Kashyap, who's a constitutional expert joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Kashyap, I want a word from you on what Sanjay Raut has said and, you know, what is the possibility of what he said coming true? Because he says a dissolution of the assembly is very much a possibility at the moment, foreseeing the collapse perhaps.
Dissolution, राज्यपाल के क्षेत्राधिकार में आता है, तो राज्यपाल अगर करेंगे तभी डिसोल्यूशन होगा और राज्यपाल को डिसोल्यूशन करने से पहले ये आश्वस्त होना चाहिए कि बहुमत का समर्थन प्राप्त है। मोटी यह है कि अगर बहुमत का समर्थन खो चुके हैं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर को रिजाइन करना चाहिए, त्यागपत्र देना चाहिए।
और कश्यप साहब, क्या होता है अगर 37 जो मैजिक नंबर है वो रेबल एमएलएज उसको क्रॉस कर ले, फिर क्या होगा?
सवाल यह है कि बहुमत का निर्णय सदन के अंदर होगा, तो राज्यपाल ये कह सकते हैं कि सदन में बहुमत सिद्ध कीजिए। जी, और जो संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि डिसॉल्व हो सकती है असेंबली, अगर ऐसा हो उसके अगला फिर क्या स्टेप रहेगा? प्रेसिडेंट के इलेक्शन में वोट नहीं कर पाएंगे।
और री-इलेक्शन की संभावना कश्यप साहब, क्योंकि फिलहाल जो एकनाथ शिंदे के पास नंबर है वो काफी पॉजिटिव है, काफी ज्यादा है नंबर, 35-40 तो दिख रहे हैं, 40 वो क्लेम कर रहे हैं।
जैसा मैंने निवेदन किया आपसे, अगर बहुमत का समर्थन खो चुके हैं तो त्याग पत्र दे देना चाहिए। अगर नहीं देते हैं तो राज्यपाल उनको मजबूर कर सकते हैं कि बहुमत का समर्थन सिद्ध करो। जी, thank you Kashyap Saab. Well, we are picking up an update that it is a possibility that Uddhav Thackeray may tender his resignation. But before that, quickly bringing in Arunil. Arunil, now, if at all that decision is announced, it will happen after a detailed consultation with the with Sharad Pawar and the other top leaders, for example, Kamal Nath and Balasaheb Thorat as well. What are we picking up on that front?
Well, that is right. In fact, CM Uddhav Thackeray obviously will be consulting must have consulted with his own party MLAs, his leaders. I was speaking to one of them. It doesn't look really positive for the Uddhav Thackeray camp, but because clearly the numbers are with the Eknath Shinde camp, and that was reflected from the tweet of Sanjay Raut as well, which basically translates towards that the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha is in the direction of crumbling. Now, a cabinet meeting, crucial cabinet meeting will be held. Probably it may be the last cabinet meeting of CM Uddhav Thackeray's government as well. He's expected, sources inform us that he's expected to discuss all the possibilities, and that also includes stepping down as the CM of Maharashtra, because the numbers are clearly not in their favor. The meeting with Sharad Pawar and with Kamal Nath will be extremely crucial and paramount in this decision that they will be making, because until yesterday Sanjay Raut was always saying that we are going to fight till the end, but today the entire stance was changed by Sanjay Raut, basically saying that अगर सत्ता जाती है तो जाने दो, हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता, हम वहाँ पे वापस से सत्ता ले लेंगे. We'll again reconquer power in the state of Maharashtra. That's what him hinting towards. So these are extremely crucial developments. Only 16 MLAs in the Uddhav Thackeray camp. That's what we understand. So the remaining 39 are most likely with the Eknath Shinde camp. 33 for sure, as per the picture that was shared by Eknath Shinde, and some more will be joining as per Eknath Shinde. Once Devendra Fadnavis comes into the picture with his entire might, then the picture will be completely clear. The BJP may be saying that they have nothing to do with this, but yes, it will be Devendra Fadnavis who will be sworn in as the next CM, provided all the developments that have taken place basically fall in line according to the plan of Eknath Shinde, or probably from the BJP.
Absolutely. At the moment, if we talk about the current situation, there seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel for the Uddhav camp at the moment. And cutting across to more visuals from Aurangabad, these are the Uddhav camp supporters, the Shiv Senics, who are in tears at the moment, given what is happening in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and perhaps anticipating a complete collapse of the Maha Vikas Aghadi at the moment. Remember, viewers, we've seen these kind of visuals come in from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan yesterday as well, and some of whom are extremely upset at what has happened and how Eknath Shinde has been able to break the party, take with him at least 35 to 40 MLAs as he's claiming at the moment, and some of whom are in tears at the moment. Radhika also continues to stay on with us. That's really the sentiment within the Uddhav camp at the moment, isn't it, Radhika? If not even the Uddhav camp, the true Shiv Senics, the Shiv Sena supporters are very, very upset at seeing this kind of a split.
Yes, absolutely. You know, what is happening as far as Sena is concerned, especially Uddhav camp is concerned, is that while there were 20 MLAs, at least about 15 to 20 MLAs that were, part of the Uddhav camp yesterday, many are breaking away from the Uddhav camp and joining Shinde camp. If Shinde camp had 20 yesterday, it has increased to 30 and now close to 40. So slowly and steadily people are shifting away from Uddhav camp and joining Eknath Shinde camp, which is a huge setback, blow and jolt to Uddhav Thackeray, which is why he may have decided that the best way forward is to perhaps offer resignation. Perhaps by offering resignation, will Eknath Shinde come back with certain demands? That also remains to be seen. Not entirely certain what Sanjay Raut or Uddhav Thackeray's plans are. They were trying to woo them back. That did not happen. Eknath Shinde, however, has been categorically stating time and again that he is still with Shiv Sena. He will not betray Balasaheb Thackeray. However, he is wanting Shiv Sena to go back with the BJP. So what is next on the cards? Not entirely certain as far as who will form the government, whether the government of the MVA will stay on. It all depends on what the numbers will be and whether at all a dissolution will happen. If dissolution doesn't happen, will Shinde go with the BJP and show the numbers in front of the governor, and then probably a floor test will happen. All that remains to be seen, because as of now Eknath Shinde has not really spoken about a complete deal with the BJP, but that is something that is in the pipeline.
Yes, he hasn't spoken of a complete deal with the BJP, but hinted repeatedly at the fact that he's upset with how the basic core ideology of the Shiv Sena has been given up, has been compromised on, and that he's not going to be taking it anymore. Arunil, that's pretty much been the line that Eknath Shinde has taken so far, and that's perhaps the narrative based on which he's also been able to draw at least 35 to 40 MLAs to his side.
Well, that is the narrative that Eknath Shinde clearly is portraying, saying that we are the Sainiks who believed in the ideology of late Maha Vikas Aghadi. We are the true soldiers of Hindutva, and we have never sacrificed Hindutva for the sake of power. A clear-cut indirect attack that he had made on CM Uddhav Thackeray. But sources also inform us that many of these MLAs who are there with Eknath Shinde, I can name them. There is Bharat Sheth Gogawale, there is Tanaji Sawant. Recently only they had expressed their unhappiness on a public platform against the NCP, basically saying that Sharad Pawar's party is getting the major chunk of funds in the MBA government. They are the main beneficiaries of the MBA government, and on the basis of these funds, their guardian ministers are making dents in the vote bank of these MLAs, and these MLAs are not able to reach out with their grievances to CM Uddhav Thackeray because CM Uddhav Thackeray was ill for a long time. COVID was also going on, and that's when Eknath Shinde stepped in. He became the savior for them. He heard their grievances. He basically had a know-how of their problems as well. And yes, election for 2.5 years the government has run, but all of them know that they have come into power by defeating the rival Congress or the NCP MLA candidates, and that was done on the basis of Hindutva. And now when these NCP and Congress candidates who were their rivals, they are obviously providing them opposition in their own constituencies, and that's why the future clearly was looking bleak for these MLAs, Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is why we understand that they have taken this plunge or taken this decision, basically forcing CM Uddhav Thackeray to go back with the BJP, go back on the line of Hindutva immediately, or basically or otherwise saying that our leader is Eknath Shinde now. Eknath Shinde will lead us and we will follow Balsaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology.
Absolutely. All right, let me also bring in Shireen, but before that, Shireen, you know, we're of course building up to the 1 PM cabinet meet, also pointing out parallelly how the blame game has begun as well. Congress is now blaming the Uddhav government for the turmoil. This is as per sources, wherein the Congress is now pointing out that Shiv Sena perhaps needs to put its house in order. They are with Uddhav Thackeray even if the government is going to fall, but it is up to the Shiv Sena to take control of things and the situation within the Shiv Sena as per the Congress. Shireen continues to stay on with us. Shireen, now that's pretty much been the Congress and the NCP's stand, both of whom are maintaining a safe distance from this crisis, both of whom are looking into their internal matters first and conveniently saying that the Shiv Sena first needs to solve its internal problem. Yes, we're standing with them though. Don't think we have Shireen with us. Can't seem to hear her. We collect that line. But yes, this is a word coming in from the Congress as per sources, wherein it's clearly highlighting the fact that it is the Shiv Sena that must put its house in order. Shireen, I believe, is back with us. Shireen.
Yes, well, that is right. In fact, from day one, both the Congress and the NCP has been maintaining that this is in fact an internal personal problem within the within the Shiv Sena, and they need to in fact put their house in order. Even right now, while we speak, Kamal Nath, who has been sent by the Congress as an observer, is in fact taking this meeting with all the Congress MLAs, and they have been saying that our MLAs are intact here. None of them are in touch with Eknath Shinde. None of them are trying to jump the ship as far as Congress this is concerned. In fact, there are 7 MLAs who were not part of this particular meeting where Kamalnath was in fact heading this meeting, but they all are in fact touch with Congress. So there is no MLA that is trying to jump the ship. Hence, it becomes all the more important for Shiv Sena to in fact get their house in order, because right now it is an internal problem, it is an internal crisis. Apart from that, they also say even if Uddhav Thackeray government is going to fall, they are still with Uddhav Thackeray, but this crisis, the responsibility lies with Uddhav Thackeray. This is something that has been echoed by NCP.
वो लेट नाइट मेरा फ्लाइट था और मैं वहाँ पे लैंड होने के बाद में फिर तुरंत में 48 आवर्स के अंदर में वापस आया। ये अफवाह है, कांग्रेस इंटैक्ट है, कांग्रेस के सब विधायक एक साथ में, कांग्रेस में कोई ये सवाल ही नहीं आता और हम लोग सब एक साथ है। ये सब अफवाहें फैलाकर गुमराह करने जाने की बात है।
महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाड़ी क्या इससे उभर पाएगी, आपको लगता है?
देखिए, आज यही मैं कहूँगा, महा विकास आघाड़ी की सरकार रहेगी और आगे भी रहेगी।
थैंक यू। दिस वाज विजय वडेट्टीवार, कांग्रेस।
All right, so we have been getting back-to-back reactions coming in as far as the MBA leaders are concerned, who are string trying to put up a brave face despite the fact that the Shiv Sena top aides have already, in a way, it seems like accepted defeat. We'll also try to go across to our reporters at this point. Sharon, if you are still with us, the latest update that we're picking up is, according to sources now, the Congress is saying that Sena needs to put their house in order. Thorat is saying that we have a total of 44 MLAs intact. That number is intact for them, and we also now have the inside visuals on our screen right now coming in of that all crucial Congress meeting that has been underway, and these are back-to-back meetings with the party functionaries, including the senior party leaders who have been present there. We'll play out some more reactions coming in.
To see that we're all together, and we want to see what we can do to save the government, because apparently large number of Shiv Sena MLAs have backed Mr. Shinde. Whether he's able to effect a 2/3 split, we'll have to see. But our role right now to make sure that we're all together. We'd also like to explore what happened in the council poll. A lot of people seem to have voted against the party whip. So that will be also an agenda.
So if that is the agenda, there's clearly dissatisfaction from within Congress as well on the background of whatever is happening with the Shiv Sena ranks. Is there fear that the Congress ranks as well will show this dissatisfaction?
No, I think what happened in Rajya Sabha election and council elections it's a different situation. BJP used all the means at its disposal, like the agencies, like money, power and all that. Everything happened. We had to look into it, what happened exactly. Whether actually 7 MLAs who did not vote for our official candidate went to BJP, or whether they voted for the other Congress candidate, we'll have to, I think some inquiry will happen, internal inquiry.
So Eknath Shinde claims he has 40 MLAs support. How big a threat do you think this is to Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi?
No, I say, look, listen, if he is able to create a 2/3 split, then the government is gone. There is nothing more thinking about it. It's gone because it requires 37 Shiv Sena MLAs to be with Mr. Shinde. Whether he has Shiv Sena has 37 MLAs, we don't know. He says he has got some number, but I don't think he has the magic number of 37 or 38 to create a 2/3 split as per the anti-defection law. He has some independence also. He has shown them on television. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the Shiv Sena camp.
Now with the governor turning COVID positive, do you think that this will delay the procedure?
No, that is not. Once the split happens, then they can take donkey's years to do the next step. Then they've got the majority. But we want to see that they are not able to carry out a 2/3 split. Our leaders are meeting Shiv Sena and NCP. At that level also discussions are going on.
सर मराठीत सांगू शकलात तर की काय अजेंडा आहे कमलनाथजी इथे आलेले आहेत?
आमचे अजेंडा 2 आहेत की एक तर आमचे जे 44 आमदार आहेत ते सगळे आमच्या सोबत आहेत. काल आमची मीटिंग झाली.
All right, we now cut across live to this exclusive interview by our group editor Navika Kumar.
शिव सेना से क्या ये सही है?
देखिए, उनको तजुर्बा नहीं है उद्धव ठाकरे जी को. संकट में पवार साहब मदद कर सकेंगे कि नहीं इसके बारे में कुछ जानकारी नहीं है। ये इस तरह का बर्ताव पहली बार किसी के साथ नहीं हुआ है, तो इनको मालूम होना चाहिए। अभी इस वक्त उनको मदद के इन लोग ने करना चाहिए। कोई आ रहा है क्या मदद करने?
आपके पास
आ रहे हैं क्या? सब दिल्ली की तरफ जा रहे हैं।
आपके पास दूसरी पार्टी एनसीपी या कांग्रेस से भी कोई विधायक संपर्क में है?
देखिए, ये तो जानकारी मैडम मैं नहीं दे सकता हूँ। आज के तारीख में बीजेपी के साथ सभी संपर्क में है। वो अपने पार्टी में उनको मालूम है अभी कुछ स्थान नहीं है, सरकार नहीं बचने वाली है और आगे भविष्य में भी इनका सरकार आ नहीं सकता है। ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं हो गए है, पवार साहब की मेहरबानी इनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की, इनकी खुद क्षमता नहीं है। मगर हम तो इस वक्त हमारे पास क्या है, किसके साथ संपर्क है, ये जानकारी मीडिया को तो नहीं दे सकते हैं ना।
लेकिन नारायण राणे जी, मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि आपके हिसाब से, आपको इतना एक्सपीरियंस है, इतना तजुर्बा है, ये सरकार इस तरह से और कितनी देर चल सकती है और क्या फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा और फ्लोर टेस्ट में बीजेपी अपने नंबर प्रूव कर पाएगी?
देखिए, वो बाद में की बात है, मगर ये सरकार गिरेंगी जरूर। ये 145 टारगेट पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे उद्धव जी ठाकरे, ये सरकार गिरेंगी। आगे बीजेपी क्या करेंगे वो आगे की बात है, वो अभी कहने की बात नहीं है। मगर मैं समझता हूँ ये सरकार 24 घंटे के ऊपर चलने वाली है ही नहीं।
लेकिन अभी गवर्नर जी को कोविड पाया गया है, कोविड पॉजिटिव है और वो अस्पताल में है। तो अगर ये सरकार नहीं चलेगी तो क्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल क्राइसिस होगा, असेंबली डिसॉल्व होगी, प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगेगा या फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा? ये 3 ऑप्शन बचते हैं, इनमें से क्या लगता है मोस्ट लाइकली होगा?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं ये तीनों ऑप्शन के ऊपर कमेंट्स करूंगा नहीं। ये सब मामला राज्यपाल जी के पास जाएंगे। राज्यपाल जी बीमार है तो उसके वो जो भी कुछ कहेंगे कि ये निर्णय मैं राष्ट्रपति जी के पास भेजता हूँ, नहीं तो इनके पास भेजता हूँ, उनका सवाल है। जो राज्यपाल निर्णय लेने वाले हैं आगे, उसका भविष्य अभी बताना सही नहीं है ना। मेरे जैसे तो आप बोलते हैं मेरे को तजुर्बा है, तो तजुर्बा होते हुए इस तरह की जानकारी देना उचित नहीं समझता है मैं।
नारायण राणे जी, कल अमृता फडणवीस जी ने एक ट्वीट किया था और उन्होंने कहा एक था कपटी राजा, था कहा था। तो कल से ही अंदेशा है कि उद्धव ठाकरे आगे मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रह पाएंगे।
नहीं, मैं तो नहीं रह पाएंगे और इस तरह का व्यक्ति नहीं भी होना चाहिए कि जो हमेशा तरह की डेवलपमेंट स्टेट की छोड़कर, यहाँ के प्रॉब्लम छोड़कर खाली दूसरे के पीछे कटकारस्थान करना, यही काम उन्होंने 2.5 साल किया है। अच्छा काम कोई नहीं किया है, मगर वो ऐसा ट्वीट किया होगा, मुझे कोई जानकारी नहीं है, मगर वो जो वर्ड है वो उनको सही फिट लगता है मुझे।
नारायण राणे जी, अभी संजय राउत जी ने भी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता चली जाएगी कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जो आइडियोलॉजी है वो नहीं जानी चाहिए। इस पर आप क्या टिप्पणी करेंगे संजय राउत जी के इस स्टेटमेंट पर?
देखिए, शिवसेना की आइडियोलॉजी संजय राउत को क्या मालूम है? शिवसेना की आइडियोलॉजी जब बनी और शिवसेना स्थापना हुई, जब ये था क्या, ये सामना जब ही निकला ना, जब ही वो संपादक करके आया, नौकरी के लिए आया। शिवसेना का आइडियोलॉजी इन्होंने कभी फॉलो की? बाला साहब जी विचार, बाला साहब कभी भी हिंदुत्व छोड़कर मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए नहीं भागते थे, नहीं जाते थे, नहीं स्वीकार करते थे। इसको क्या मालूम है आइडियोलॉजी? ये तो कमाने आया है, नहीं तो उनको क्या पगार था, सैलरी क्या था यार? ये मतलब से है शिवसेना में, मतलब से। और मैं अभी कहा इसके पहले शिवसेना खत्म करने का इन्होंने सुपारी लिया था। आज तो खुश होगा कि जो मैं सुपारी लिया मैं सक्सेस हो गया। इस प्रवृत्ति का आदमी है, इस स्वभाव का आदमी है वो। मैं जानता हूं उनको अच्छा तरह से। बाला साहब जी उद्धव जी के ऊपर काफी लोक प्रभा में से क्रिटिसाइज किया, जब लोक प्रभा में नौकरी था काफी क्रिटिसाइज इन्होंने किया है। तो साहब जी का, माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का आइडियोलॉजी इनको क्या मालूम है?
तो नारायण राणे जी, मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि क्या आगे चलकर शिवसेना और बीजेपी में कोई रिश्ता बन सकता है अगर उद्धव ठाकरे कहें कि सरकार बचा लो या हम आपके साथ वापस चलेंगे, क्योंकि काडर इतना अनहैप्पी है? जी
एक मिनट, ये माइक आपका गिर गया, वापस रिपीट करिए।
मैं पूछ रही हूं कि आगे चलकर बीजेपी और शिवसेना में दोनों में कोई अलायंस की पॉसिबिलिटी है?
देखिए, इस प्रश्न का भी उत्तर मैं नहीं दे सकता हूं। राजनीति में नीति में कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है। कभी सोचा था कि किसी ने शिवसेना कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी के ऊपर जाएगी, पास जाएंगी, साथ में जाएंगी? कोई नहीं सोचा था। इन लोग का सबका आइडियोलॉजी अलग है। राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस का अलग है, शिवसेना का अलग है। ये उद्धव ठाकरे जैसा ही स्वार्थी आदमी ऐसा आइडियोलॉजी छोड़कर जा सकता है, दूसरा व्यक्ति नहीं जा सकता है।
राणे जी, बहुत से लोग ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि आप इंटरलोक्यूटर हैं, जो सेना से छोड़कर विधायक आए हैं बीजेपी की तरफ, क्योंकि आप पहले सबको जानते हैं, पहले से आप इंटरलोक्यूटर हैं। क्या ये बात सही है? आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से कोई बात हुई, कोई चर्चा हुई?
इस विषय पर नो कमेंट्स, में इसके पर कोई जानकारी नहीं दे सकते इस वक्त। ये सब निर्णय राज्यपाल जी के होने के बाद, वापिस सत्ता महाराष्ट्र में आने के बाद मैं इसकी जानकारी आपको फोन करके दूंगा।
तो आपको पूरा विश्वास है कि सत्ता आ रही है आपकी वापस?
नहीं, बीजेपी की तो आज न कल आनी ही थी ना, आनी थी। इस देश में अभी बीजेपी छोड़कर सरकार चलाने वाले कोई पार्टी है ही नहीं ना। जिधर है उधर हालत कितनी खराब है।
तो क्या बीजेपी के पास ये राइट है कि मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार गिरी, फिर बीजेपी आ गई, कर्नाटका में 2 साल बाद गिरी, बीजेपी आ गई, अब महाराष्ट्र में 2 साल के बाद गिरेगी, बीजेपी आ जाएगी? तो ये जो लगता है आरोप बीजेपी के ऊपर कि जहां आप सरकार बना नहीं सकते वहां गिरा जरूर देते हैं।
नहीं, गिराने का गिर जाता है सरकार, और लोगों की भी इच्छा होती है कि बीजेपी सरकार सेफ सरकार है, डेवलपमेंट करने वाली सरकार है, तजुर्बा वाले सब नेता है। सरकार चलाने का अनुभव खाली बीजेपी का नेता जन को है। तो लोगों की इच्छा होती है, वैसा हो जाता। हमें गिराने की आवश्यकता नहीं। अब इधर किधर हम गिराए महाराष्ट्र में, ये खुद गिर गए, खुद गिर गए, हमने नहीं गिराया।
एकनाथ शिंदे जी से आपकी पहले से जान पहचान है? एकनाथ शिंदे जी से पिछले 24 घंटे में कोई बातचीत हुई आपकी?
एकनाथ शिंदे पहले से हमारा संबंध है, हमारी उनका रिलेशन भी है, तो मैं समझता हूं। मगर राजनीति में मैं जब शिवसेना छोड़ा उसके बाद उसका राजनीति अलग था, हमारा राजनीति अलग था। पिछले 24 घंटों में मैं उनको एक ट्वीट जरूर किया, मगर मैं बात नहीं किया।
आपको क्या लगता है, आप उद्धव जी को भी जानते हैं, उद्धव जी इस्तीफा देंगे और जल्दी में देंगे जैसा कहा जा रहा है, या आपको लगता है कि अभी पिक्चर बाकी है?
देखिए, उद्धव जी को मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ। मैं 39 साल शिवसेना में था। वो ऐसे इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे, देने वाले होते ना तो कल ही दे देते। उनको कहना पड़ेगा कि आप में अभी बहुमत नहीं है आपके पास, अभी इस्तीफा दो। राष्ट्रवादी और कांग्रेस कहेंगे आपको अभी इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा, और वो आज ही तय होगा जब भी वो इस्तीफा देने जाएंगे, नहीं तो इस्तीफा भेजेंगे। इतना राजनीति में दिल उनका बड़ा नहीं है कि जाके इस्तीफा राष्ट्रपति जी के हाथ में देने का।
नारायण राणे जी, ये अजीब बात नहीं है कि सरकार उद्धव जी की है, एनसीपी है, कांग्रेस है, और 40 विधायक के करीब गायब हो जाते हैं महाराष्ट्र में और किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता। ये इतना साइलेंट ऑपरेशन कैसे किया?
इसको तजुर्बा बोलते हैं। अनुभव हो तो सब कुछ हो तक सकता है ना। एक तो इनको सरकार चलाते हैं, पुलिस है, इनको जो मालूम होना चाहिए अपने विधायक कहां जा रहे हैं। 1 2 नहीं 40 विधायक कैसे सरकार चलाते हैं? एक तो पुलिस का सपोर्ट होगा।
नारायण राणे जी, आपने शायद एक लफ्ज में सारी कहानी तय कर दी, तजुर्बा। और तजुर्बा दिखा है इस वक्त के 40 विधायक के करीब आप कह रहे हैं गायब हैं। कब तक चलेगी उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार, अभी देखना बाकी है। नारायण राणे जी, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। टाइम्स नाउ और टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत की तरफ से
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
So that was Navika Kumar, the group editor of Times Network, speaking to Narayan Rane, and Narayan Rane predicting that the Uddhav Thackeray Sarkar will not last more than 24 hours. That's a telling prediction, and this is happening in the build-up to that all-important meeting that's expected to take place at 1 p.m. With Uddhav Thackeray chairing what many speculate might be his last cabinet meeting, Richa.
Absolutely, Siddharth, and we have been tracking all the latest updates, breaking news updates, but before that we'll play out some more.
केंद्राच्या सरकारने या देशात आणलं तर तो या देशाला कोरोनाग्रस्त करण्यासाठी आणला होता काय, हाही प्रश्न निर्माण होतो।
सर, काँग्रेसची आता भूमिका काय आहे? कारण अस्थिरतेच्या वाटेवर आहे महाराष्ट्र, काँग्रेसची भूमिका काय?
काँग्रेस म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सरकार कुठलंही अस्थिर नाही, आणि आताच उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांबरोबर कमलनाथजी बोललेत, आणि त्यामध्ये उद्धव ठाकरेजींनी आपलं स्टँड कन्फर्म आहे, आम्ही सरकार ताकदीने चालू।
Congress is stable as far as our stand is concerned. Kamalnath had a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray, and his stand has also been made clear in this meeting.
आज कमलनाथजी इथं आलेले होते आणि त्यांनी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांना त्या पद्धतीचं आश्वासन केलं।
Kamalnath had come and met Uddhav Thackeray, and he has assured all kinds of support to the government in the state.
देखो, आपको कई खबरें आपके माध्यम से कई खबरें ये भी आई कि कुछ एमएलएस को जबरदस्ती दबाया जा रहा है, उनको मारपीट की जा रही है। एक तो एमएलए को जो भागने की कोशिश कर रहा था उसको इंजेक्शन दिया गया है और उसको बेहोश किया गया है, इस तरह की खबरें आ रही हैं। तो ये सब बातें जो है, ये बातें जब अगर फ्लोर पे ये सब बातें आती है तो ये स्पष्ट होंगी। तो जैसे कमलनाथ जी ने कहा कि आज का आज है, कल भी आने वाला है, परसों भी आएगा, तो ये बातें सबने समझना चाहिए। और जो आज सिनेरियो दिखाने की बीजेपी जो कोशिश कर रही है, जिसका जिस तरह से गुजरात से अब आसाम तक, आसाम से गोवा तक जो खेल बीजेपी खेल रही है दिल्ली से, ये सब देश की जनता देख रही है। जिस तरह से मध्य प्रदेश, कर्नाटक, अरुणाचल, ऐसे कई प्रांतों की सरकारें गिराने में जिस तरह से बीजेपी ने अपना योगदान केंद्र सरकार ने जो जताया है, वही देश के भलाई के लिए काम की रही थी केंद्र की सरकार ने। तो आज देश कर्जे में नहीं डूबता, देश में अग्निपथ जैसी योजना लाने नहीं पड़ती, क्योंकि सरकार ने ये कहा, केंद्र सरकार ने, कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं करके हमने अग्निपथ योजना लाई है। तो जो सरकार को, केंद्र सरकार की तिजोरी खाली करने वाली जो सरकार है, जो दूसरे विचारधारा की सरकार है, गिराने में जो योगदान गए 3 साल से ये लोग कर रहे हैं, यही काम देश को अच्छा बनाने में और देश को बचाने के लिए करते हैं, तो बड़ा बीजेपी को मला आता काही सांगायची गरज नाही आहे। आमचे 44 आमदार आमच्या बरोबर आहे। ज्या व्यक्तीचं तुम्ही नाव घेताय तो कोणाबरोबर आहे ते हे त्यालाच माहिती नाही, तर त्याच्याबद्दलचं काय वक्तव्य केलं पाहिजे।
Right now, but I can assure you that all our MLAs in the Congress party are with us.
आता वाटतं ही चूक आहे का की तेव्हा अध्यक्षपदाचा राजीनामा नको द्यायला हवा होता?
All right, so that was the Congress reaction coming in, Siddharth, and we are also joined by all our reporters who have been giving us those breaking inputs. And Niyamika, what more are you picking up as far as the Chief Minister himself is concerned? News coming in that he is not well and likely to also take the meeting by video conference. But before that, we have some more breaking news coming in. The government is once again on the edge. The Congress says their flock is together and they are completely divorced from the reality, it seems. Even as we have seen as to how the senior functionaries and close aides, that is Sanjay Raut himself, has tweeted out saying that the assembly could be dissolved soon, likely result of the current political situation. But the Congress, on the other hand, seems to be far away from the reality. Listen in.
नहीं, हम तो महा विकास आघाड़ी के साथ में हम चाहते हैं कि शिवसेना, कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की सरकार और इंडिपेंडेंट जो एमएलए है, इनकी सरकार पूरी 5 साल तक चले। पर कुछ न कुछ पैमाने में ये देखा गया कि 2.5 साल में मिसकम्युनिकेशन जरूर हुआ है शिवसेना के मिनिस्टरों के और एमएलए के बीच में। उसी तरह कांग्रेस में भी हुआ है, ये तो नज़रअंदाज नहीं कर सकते। इसकी वजह है कि ये आपने को इसके रिजल्ट देखे गए, अपन ने राज्यसभा का इलेक्शन हुआ है, विधान परिषद का इलेक्शन हुआ है, इसमें भी अपने को खुद के नज़र से देखा है कि वोटों की कैसा इजाफा बीजेपी को हुआ है।
महाराष्ट्र की बात वही हो रही है, सरकार गिराने का कितना लंबा इन्होंने अंदर हॉस्टेडिंग की होगी, कल्पना के बाहर की बात है। इनका कोई 1 लाख 2 लाख 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ नहीं होते हैं, इनकी रेट शुरू 10 करोड़ से होती है। हम तो अनुभव करते हैं, राजस्थान के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर अनुभव करते हैं। तो ये खेल जो पैसे का चल रहा है देश के अंदर, इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, चंदा एक तरफ जा रहा है, बाकी पार्टियों को देने वालों को तंग किया जा रहा है, तो कहाँ लोकतंत्र जा रहा है? तो आप उसको महाराष्ट्र की जो षड्यंत्र है उसको उसी रूप में देखना।
वही होगा जो पहले हुआ था। पहले शपथ ले ली थी देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने, फिर उनकी शपथ जो है टूट गई और उद्धव ठाकरे जी मुख्यमंत्री बन गए। तो इस बार तो ऑलरेडी सरकार है, सरकार गिरा नहीं पाएंगे। जो भी सियासी तमाशा चल रहा है वो कल तक क्लियर हो जाएगा, आप निश्चिंत रहें, सरकार को कोई खतरा नहीं। पिछली बार देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी भी दावा कर रहे थे कि पूर्ण बहुमत है और फिर मैदान से हटना पड़ा था। तो इस तरह के जो भी दावे वो किसी से भी करवाएंगे, शिवसेना में थोड़ा बहुत जो आंतरिक कलह दिख रही है, मुझे लग रहा है शिवसेना उसे संभाल लेगी। कांग्रेस में कहीं कोई संकट नहीं, कांग्रेस के सारे विधायक एकजुट हैं, एकजुट दिख रहे हैं, उनके विजुअल आपके सामने मौजूद हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
Let me go across to our reporters as well. Radhika, coming to you first, there's a great sense of intrigue building up before that all-important cabinet meeting at 1 o'clock. Reports coming in that Uddhav Thackeray is unwell. He might be addressing the meeting virtually, so he might not have a lot of cabinet members in his presence at the time he holds that meeting. What is the conversation that you're picking up that Uddhav as well as his compatriots are likely to have with their Aghadi colleagues during that meeting?
Yes, absolutely. All crucial meeting as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi government is concerned. We did see that a series of meetings had taken place in the last couple of hours as well. Kamal Nath taking that important meeting with the Congress leaders, post which of course he will be meeting Sharad Pawar is what we are hearing.
In fact,
Sharad
sorry to interrupt you there, Radhika, but we'll play out the first reaction coming in from Kamal Nath, who has been holding those back-to-back meetings. And remember, he has also now spoken about how Uddhav Thackeray is not well and is COVID positive. Listen in.
मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया है कि कांग्रेस एनडीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती है। मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया है कि कांग्रेस एनडीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी।
All right, going back to Radhika once again. So that's the big update coming in, Radhika, that the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray himself is unwell. He has tested positive for COVID. That's what Kamal Nath just now said while speaking to the media. Any more information that you're picking up?
Yes, absolutely. That's what we are picking up as far as Uddhav Thackeray's health is concerned. That Kamal Nath has revealed that he's unable to meet Uddhav Thackeray because he's COVID positive. Of course, Kamal Nath had come early today to have these meetings. He's conducted the meeting with the Congress party, with the Congress leaders. Now, of course, there is a possibility he'll be meeting Sharad Pawar. He was to meet Uddhav Thackeray, but that is not happening. Earlier today, we had reported that the governor of Maharashtra, Koshyari, is also COVID positive. So looks like several people within the, several important people as far as Maharashtra government is concerned, or the formation of it, or any changes as far as Maharashtra government is concerned, all of them are unwell at this point. However, there cannot be delays is something that several MLAs feel, be it dissolution, be it re-election, which may not happen, but be it a new government formation that is likely to take place, that has to happen soon. So now, of course, as we speak about numbers are standing at almost 40 as far as Shinde camp is concerned, close to 15 to 20 as far as Uddhav camp is concerned. Clearly, Sena almost conceding defeat, talking about dissolution, but that's not in the hands of anybody else but the governor. Because if Shinde is able to rake the numbers, show the numbers, and also joins with the BJP, then there may not be dissolution. There could just be another government formation. Or if Shinde convinces to, manages to convince Uddhav Thackeray to go back to BJP, that remains to be seen. But there are different possibilities arising. But Sena very categorically in that tweet by Sanjay Raut stating that the way the political crisis is going, dissolution is something that's inevitable in the assembly.
Right, Radhika, in fact, let me take this across to Shireen as well, who's right outside Varsha in Mumbai. Shireen, tell us about the activity around where Uddhav Thackeray is right now. He's been diagnosed positive for COVID-19, but that cabinet meeting is expected to start any time now, when many speculate he might throw in the towel.
Well, it was very much expected that the cabinet ministers will in fact be reaching at Varsha, where the meeting was in fact scheduled at about 1 p.m. But now what the sources have been suggesting is that after being diagnosed with COVID positive, Uddhav Thackeray in fact will be taking this meeting, but it is going to be via video conference. Now, there were also reports that he was in fact supposed to meet Kamal Nath as well as Sharad Pawar, but both those meetings have been cancelled. Now the conversation will be in fact via phone, because most importantly it becomes more crucial for Kamal Nath to have this conversation with Uddhav Thackeray, because Kamal Nath has to in fact submit a report to the High Command as far as the situation at Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, because Congress says that they have their MLAs intact. They just held a meeting where they have been.
How do you see the likely scenarios that could build in the state of Maharashtra, sir? Mr. Hegde, if you can hear me. Yes, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. So,
scenarios,
yes, please go on, sir.
There are several scenarios that can work out. Primarily, it is all a question of holding your flock together. And also, important question is, has the majority been lost on the floor of the House? At any point of time, the governor may ask the government of the day to prove its majority on the floor of the House. I also heard now reports that before that happens, the Chief Minister himself is asking for a dissolution of the House.
Now, where a chief minister has lost or a prime minister has not lost his majority on the floor of the house, normally the governor or the president is bound by ministerial advice and he can recommend a dissolution. However, there are various shades of grey in this. There may be an occasion where the governor or the president is provided with adequate proof that the majority indeed has been lost, and therefore a recommendation of dissolution may not be binding. The situation is developing, but it does look like that the old stability of the FBA will not be intact.
Right, sir. That's
a
the
new
point.
Stability has to emerge.
That's the point, because we are looking at multiple camps that seems to be emerging within the Shiv Sena now, because it seems that Eknath Shinde has been claiming more support of the MLAs, rather that could avoid disqualification under the anti-defection law. Mr. Hegde, thank you very much for joining us here. Mr. Malhotra is back with us. Mr. Malhotra, if you can help us understand really what happens now, because on one point the Shiv Sena is also hinting that there could be a possible dissolution of the assembly, but the call cannot be taken till the time the governor decides, sir. Mr. Malhotra? All right, as we are getting constitutional experts to help us understand what could be the likely and the possible scenarios that could build up in the state of Maharashtra, because Radhika, is the state now heading for a president's rule? Is a dissolution of the assembly possible, or will Uddhav Thackeray step down? There are multiple scenarios that are still building up. Radhika?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
I'm saying that there are multiple scenarios that are still building up exactly what could happen next. We are expecting in a short while from now the cabinet meeting. The Uddhav Thackeray will be attending virtually, as he too has tested positive.
Yes, that's right. Looks like Uddhav Thackeray could be attending that cabinet meeting virtually. Now, what is expected? Of course, there is a possibility that Uddhav Thackeray may be offering resignation, but that is after he has a word with Sharad Pawar and several other leaders of the Congress as well. Since it's MVA, since there's Congress, NCP also involved, there will be discussion, of course, with the top leaders from those parties as well before he does that. Of course, currently, till yesterday at least, Sanjay Raut had been stating that.
Okay, all right. So it was a losing battle for Uddhav Thackeray. Let's take in the top headlines this hour. Uddhav Thackeray's resignation as Chief Minister has not been ruled out, as the Sena sees the writing on the wall. Assembly dissolution is also a possibility after the cabinet meeting.
In a clear sign of a deepening crisis in Maharashtra, Shiv Sena rebels move camp now to BJP ruled state of Assam after Uddhav's Operation Salvage Sena fails.
So Eknath Shinde claimed support of 40 rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. A video shows at least 35 MLAs, including 3 independents in Surat Hotel. 37 MLAs needed to break Sena legally.
Shinde may contact Maharashtra governor to claim support of the majority of the Sena MLAs and recognition as a separate unit within the assembly. This will be end game for Uddhav Thackeray.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है.
That's a subtle taunt to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Sena rebel Eknath Shinde says he controls the real Shiv Sena, which represents Bala Saheb's Hindutva-based ideology.
Amid crisis in the Shiv Sena, BJP Maharashtra leaders also to meet at around 5 p.m. in Mumbai. Will the party now make a decisive move to align with the Sena rebels to overthrow the Aghadi government?
With threatening clouds hovering over Aghadi Sarkar, alliance partners NCP and the Congress also review situation. Congress has also rushed in the troubleshooter Kamal Nath to keep the herd together.
Meanwhile, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy seen at the rebels camp at the Guwahati hotel creates a flutter. 2 BJP mantris also seen at the hotel.
And JMM announces support for NDA's Draupadi Murmu as the first tribal president of India. Opposition ranks breached. Murmu likely to sail through with support from BJD and YSRCP.
All right, top of the hour as we are getting you minute by minute updates. It's 1 p.m. already, and 1 p.m. was the time when Uddhav Thackeray was to chair a meeting, a cabinet meeting with all of the leaders and the mantris there in the state of Maharashtra to decide on the next course of action. Now the news that is also coming in, and Uddhav Thackeray is unwell. He's apparently tested positive for COVID. That is what is being said by Kamal Nath, the Congress crisis manager who is right there in Mumbai, and he's meeting all of the leaders from the MVA, whether it comes to within the Congress party, within the NCP, and also with the Shiv Sena. He seems to be saying that he had a long conversation with Uddhav Thackeray and saying that this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena, but we stand with the Shiv Sena. If the Sarkar remains or the Sarkar does not remain, they are saying that they stand firm with the Shiv Sena. So Radhika, Sharon and Nibir, all of them joining us live this afternoon. Radhika, coming to you first now. The cabinet meeting about to start any minute. Uddhav Thackeray, however unwell, will be appearing virtually, we are told.
That's right. Cabinet meeting to take place. Uddhav Thackeray will be appearing virtually is what we are also being told because he's unwell is something Kamal Nath has said. Kamal Nath told media personnel that Uddhav Thackeray is unwell, therefore he cannot, he's COVID positive, therefore he cannot meet him. So therefore meetings will be held virtually. Of course, Kamal Nath did hold that crucial meeting with the Congress leaders. He will be meeting Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar held a separate meeting with the NCP leaders. Now, of course, the all crucial meeting of Uddhav Thackeray. Yet to see how many MLAs will be present in that particular meeting. Of course, this is the cabinet meeting, but in the evening there will be a meeting with the MLAs is what we are hearing. In that we'll have to wait and see how many MLAs will be present. We know for a fact that as far as Uddhav camp is concerned, we are talking about 15 to 20 MLAs. Just about 15 to 20 MLAs. Nowhere close to what Eknath Shinde has. We are talking about close to 40 as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned. One of the reasons perhaps Sanjay Raut almost conceding defeat in that particular tweet. Speaking about dissolution, which may not happen, dissolution is something that the governor will have to decide, if there is some sort of impasse, if there is a hung assembly, or, if re-election has to be made because nobody is able to show majority. But here, of course, everybody wants to show majority, which is why this whole number game is going on. So in most likelihood, what we could expect is Eknath Shinde, signing a deal with the BJP and showing the numbers in front of the governor and then on the floor of the house. That's the biggest likelihood that could happen.
Right,
but
so
again,
right now, Radhika, Eknath Shinde is really calling the shots. Support of about 35 to 40 MLAs, and this support only seems to be increasing. For Uddhav Thackeray, on the other side, it's a losing battle. A lot of meetings that are taking place in the NCP camp, in the Congress camp, within the Shiv Sena as well, backed by Uddhav Thackeray. But clearly, they are well aware of the fact that they just don't have the numbers. So in the Shiv Sena, there is a huge change from the stand that it had taken yesterday, extremely confident that they will sail through, to today saying that prestige is more important than power.
क्या है इनको सब शिव सैनिकों ने और पदाधिकारियों ने और मतदारों ने, वोटर्स ने एक निष्ठा से उनको चुन के दिया है। आज उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा बीक दी है, उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा गहन रखी है। इन गद्दारों का हम हमारी भाषा में निषेध करते हैं। इन गद्दारों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जाए और इन गद्दारों को पक्ष में से हकल पट्टी की जाए। इनका हम निषेध व्यक्त करते हैं। आज एक शिव सैनिक उनसे ज्यादा श्रीमंत हो गए, उनसे ज्यादा धनवान हो गए। इन्होंने अपनी निष्ठा बेच के एक देश के प्रति उनका, एक शिवसेना के प्रति उनका एक नालायकपना सिद्ध किया है।
Well, that's the scene that is being witnessed there because the Shiv Sainik's not very happy with the situation because Sharon, if I can come to you on that, whether we hear directly from Sanjay Raut or even from the tweets that he seems to be posting, there are likely scenarios that are still building what could happen next in Maharashtra.
Well, till yesterday, if you had seen how Sanjay Raut was in fact speaking, he had that confidence. He was saying that they are in touch with Eknath Shinde, they are in touch with MLA. But now, today morning, clearly, it was a different body language altogether. His confidence was shaken and he in fact said that ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जाएगा तो सत्ता ही जाएगी. And now we are seeing that clearly they have understood that the numbers are with Eknath Shinde because we have seen the show of strength, the kind of videos and the photos that has been released by Eknath Shinde Shinde's camp, where it clearly sees that around 40 MLAs are in fact in support of Eknath Shinde, are in Eknath Shinde's camp. So clearly the number situation is in fact something where the Shiv Sena are lacking. Now we are seeing that around 1 p.m. is when there was in fact a cabinet minister briefing that was called up. But now according to Kamal Nath, who is in fact the Congress observer in Maharashtra, who has been sent by Congress, was supposed to meet him, but he has told the media personnel that Uddhav Thackeray has in fact tested positive. But nevertheless, Uddhav Thackeray is in fact going to take up this meeting, but it is going to be virtually. It is going to be a video conference meeting. Apart from that, there is also a 5 p.m. meeting that will be with the MLAs and MPs. Now, what is to be seen here is that both these meetings are very important. Will this be the last cabinet meeting that will be attended by Uddhav Thackeray? Because the kind of statements that are coming in from Sanjay Rawat, with the kind of numbers that are not with them, and also how the sources have been suggesting that how in all likelihood Uddhav Thackeray is going to resign. So will it be actually a last cabinet meeting? But above all that, he has to in fact speak to both Sharad Pawar and also the Congress High Command before tendering his resignation. So all these developments are...
All right, we are getting those news right now. As far as 1 p.m. was the time when the Maharashtra cabinet meeting was to happen, chaired by the state Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it has now begun. The Maharashtra cabinet meeting that has begun, it is now being said, could it be the last one? That Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray seems to be chairing this meeting virtually, we are told, because he is unwell. He is tested positive for COVID. Radhika, now we are getting the confirmation the meeting has begun. It seems a lot of developments are likely to happen on the next course of action that would be taken.
Absolutely, this is a crucial meeting. The cabinet meeting has begun. Uddhav Thackeray is taking it to virtually, is what we are hearing now. Remains to be seen if Uddhav Thackeray is going to make any sort of announcement, because what we've been told is that there is a likelihood, again, not 100% sure, but there is a likelihood that Uddhav Thackeray may be speaking about him resigning, maybe looking for alternatives, maybe sort of asking the respective ministers about whether, the solution that they could arrive at could be through his resignation. Perhaps there is a possibility that, that is something that may woo Eknath Shinde's MLAs. That could be another strategy as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Because they had been trying to woo Eknath Shinde since yesterday. That has not happened. Eknath Shinde at the same time saying that I am with Sena, I am with the ideology of Bala Saheb Thackeray, I will not betray Hindutva, so therefore there is no way that I am out of Sena. So that is an indication that he is loyal to Sena but not happy with the alliance. So will Uddhav Thackeray join hands with Shinde and BJP? Not entirely certain, could be unlikely. But a resignation happening, which means that they have conceded the defeat. Now, if Sena has conceded the defeat, if Sena is sure that they don't have the numbers, if Eknath Shinde has taken away all those MLAs and then going with the BJP, then it won't be dissolution. It will obviously be the governor, calling for,
so big developments that are expected from this cabinet meeting. Anything can happen. A decision likely also could be taken on Uddhav Thackeray resigning, because he does not have much of a choice now that the numbers are dwindling on their side. But since morning, hectic parleys that have gone on from, of course, Eknath Shinde, his support has only been growing. What started off with just 11 MLAs until yesterday has now increased to about 40 MLAs who are on his side, and now he has crossed the number of 37, which means that the anti-defection law will not apply to this rebel camp as well. So Uddhav Thackeray may have to resign. Right now he does not have the numbers. We'll get you all the updates of that. Within the Shiv Sena, it was a very despondent scenario today. Till yesterday, a lot of confidence that they will sail through, after which today Sanjay Rawat said that it's only about prestige. It's okay if we lose power. Listen into what he said.
एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत हो गई। एकनाथ शिंदे हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं। एक अच्छा रिश्ता हमेशा हमारे दोनों का रहा है। उनकी कुछ बातें हैं, जो बातें मिलिंद नार्वेकर और रवि फाटक आकर उद्धव जी से बात करेंगे कि बीजेपी के साथ हमने क्यों छोड़ी। सबको मालूम है, एकनाथ शिंदे भी उनमें एक विटनेस है। आम्ही संघर्ष करू, शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़नारा पक्ष, हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। सर, प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है।
That is the complete change that is being witnessed now, even when it comes to what the Sena leaders were saying yesterday, Sharad, and how they have been behaving today, because it seems that they were still going on with the outreach program to Eknath Shinde, saying that we are trying to talk to him. He is one of the tallest leaders, though he has been removed as the legislative party leader, but still the outreach program continues. Sharad.
Well, yes, Amita, could you please repeat the question?
I really wanted to ask exactly how, what has really changed between yesterday and today. Shiv Sena yesterday saying they were denying, they were dismissing that there are no cracks within the MVA. They are strong, but will continue with the stable government. Today, the tone and tenor completely has changed. Sanjay Raut coming out to saying कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता ही तो जाएगी.
Well, within the last few hours, what really has changed is the communication gap. We have seen other several attempts that were in fact made by the Shiv Sena, made by Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut to reach out to Eknath Shinde. We have seen that there were repeatedly calls that were made to him, and after which there was in fact a conversation between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde for about 15 minutes, in which it was clearly stated by Eknath Shinde that he wants Shiv Sena to ally with BJP. The Hindutva that was followed during Bala Saheb Thackeray era is in fact being diluted at this point, and that is why he wants to ally with BJP, is what Eknath Shinde has demanded. So clearly this was made clear by Eknath Shinde that there is no point of in fact talking. He is very firm as far as his decision is concerned. He has been disappointed with the whole Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance, the alliance with the Congress and the NCP. So clearly the attempts that were made out by Uddhav Thackeray to reach out to Eknath Shinde didn't really work out, and that is why within hours we are seeing overnight, and also last night when there was in fact a meeting at Varsha, we have seen the amount of the number of MLAs who had in fact turned up here. It was only about 15 to 16 MLAs who had come here, and the numbers are only increasing. Today morning also we are seeing that 2 of the Shiv Sena MLAs has in fact reached Guwahati. They are also likely to be in Eknath Shinde's camp. So numbers are only increasing on the Shinde camp, and the numbers here are decreasing, and that is what has changed overnight. That is what has made the body language, made the confidence shatter as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. So now the difficulty here is that there is pressure not just from internal Shiv Sena pressure, but also pressure from both the Congress and the NCP as well. They have been saying from day one that crisis that we are seeing as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, this is an internal crisis, and Uddhav Thackeray needs to put his house in order. So pressure from both the sides have in fact changed the confidence as far as the Shiv Sena has, saying that they are loyal MLAs. Eknath Shinde is an old loyalist and he will come back. Clearly that didn't happen, and that is why we are seeing that in all likelihood what the sources have been suggesting is that it seems it is an end game, and it seems that
leaders had tried to contact Eknath Shinde as well. As Sanjay Raut also said that he is a hardcore Shiv Sainik. We have tried speaking to him, but clearly he has one demand and he is not ready to budge from there. In fact, earlier today he also spoke to the media on what was the reason that he decided to pull this rebellion.
आज आम्ही बाळासाहेबांचे विचार घेऊन पुढे चाललेलो आहोत, आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहीत आहे बाळासाहेबांनी या देशाला हिंदुत्वाचा विचार दिलेला आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये कुठलीही तडजोड आम्ही करणार नाही. शिवसेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है, और सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं. पर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है. मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के MLA हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है, और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे. क्या बताइए सर, क्या बताना.
जय महाराष्ट्र, जय महाराष्ट्र। आ गए और क्या क्या हुआ, क्या हो गया?
All right, let's get a perspective also from Nibir, because that is where the action that had shifted from Surat now to Guwahati in Assam today morning. Nibir, what's happening there? Early morning meeting that was expected to happen with the Eknath Shinde leading that meeting, BJP presence also being seen there. What's happening now?
Yeah, the show of strength continues at the Radisson Hotel here in Guwahati. The dissenting MLAs of the Maharashtra are here now lodged and they are now having a high level meeting here at the hotel, and we are getting to know that the meeting is almost over and they are now discussing over the course of action that they are going to take ahead. And also there is a BJP footprint here in the matter, because we have seen BJP leaders entering the premises of the hotel here at Radisson Blu, and we also saw senior leaders such as MP Pallav Lochan's car entering the hotel. So the BJP footprint is quite evident here at the Radisson Blu hotel, and also we are getting to hear from the sources that the rooms are booked for the next 7 days. So they are here with a plan. They are fully prepared that they are going to last as long as what it takes for them to come to a conclusion regarding their stand they have taken, regarding the stand that Eknath Shinde took, that he is going to follow the ideals of the late Uddhav Thackeray, and now they are fully prepared and their show of strength continues here at the Radisson Blu Hotel here in Guwahati.
Okay, all right, stay with us. We have some big breaking news now coming in, a big development in the Maharashtra crisis. Kamal Nath saying there is no proposal to dissolve the assembly, saying he is quoting Uddhav Thackeray. But earlier today, the second in command in Shiv Sena, or in the Uddhav camp, Sanjay Raut had tweeted that we are heading towards a dissolution in the assembly. But now Kamal Nath claiming that's not the case.
So that seems to be what the likely scenarios could build up, because that was a tweet that was put up by Sanjay Raut saying that possibly the next step could be to dissolve the assembly. Let's listen in to the Congress leader.
कांग्रेस विधायक दल की बैठक थी, जहां से 44 में से 41 विधायक उपस्थित थे। 3 राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस पार्टी बिल्कुल एक है। जो हमने समर्थन दिया था एनडीए सरकार का, ये कायम रहेगा। हम एनडीए सरकार की सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे। उद्धव ठाकरे जी से इस पर भी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि विधानसभा बर्खास्त करने का कोई अभी प्रस्ताव नहीं।
Now more reactions coming in. Several twists in the Maharashtra rumble now. Shiv Sena MLA Nitin Deshmukh, who was in the Eknath Shinde camp, has returned, saying he was threatened and taken away.
मैं शिवसेना बाला साहब ठाकरे ने उद्धव साहब का शिवसैनिक है। मैं मेरे घर को जा रहा हूँ, मैं घर को जा रहा हूँ अभी। मीटिंग का पूरा इतिहास मैंने बताया है कि रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ। रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे। मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए, और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया। उन्होंने ऐसा संदेश ही दिया, लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार के मेरे बीपी शुद्धा बढ़ी नहीं है।
सर आप किसके साथ हो?
अरे मैं उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में हूँ, हमारे नेता जी है। मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से बोलना झालं काय झालं सोबत त्यांच्या।
A lot of twists and turns still happening there, Radhika. Now this MLA says that he has come back and he was rather kidnapped. This was one of the allegations that was also being leveled by the Shiv Sena leaders themselves, saying that they have been taken away without their permission.
Absolutely. These are the allegations that have been made by very few MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. They have said that they are being forcefully taken away by Eknath Shinde and his team of MLAs. So that is the allegation coming from one of the Sena MLAs. He says he was attacked and he was admitted in the hospital. He says there was a threat to his life, but he managed to escape. So that's not good news as far as Eknath Shinde camp is concerned. Sena could perhaps say that they still have the numbers because most MLAs are being taken away by Eknath Shinde forcefully. But how many are those numbers?
This is quite a big twist with the MLA now saying that he was threatened and taken away. And is he the only one who has returned? Or is there a likelihood that more MLAs from the Eknath Shinde camp could return? Because that would be something that would be welcomed by Uddhav Thackeray. Listen into what he said.
मैं शिवसेना बाला साहेब ठाकरे आणि उद्धव साहेब का शिवसैनिक है। मैं मेरे घर को जा रहा हूँ। मैं घर को जा रहा हूँ अभी। इनका पूरा इतिहास मैंने बताया है कि रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ। रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे। मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया और ऐसा संदेशा ही दिया। लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार की मेरी बीपी शुद्ध बढ़ी नहीं है।
सर आप किसके साथ हो?
अरे मैं उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में हूँ। हमारे नेता जी है, मुख्यमंत्री महोदय से बोलना चाहता।
So this was the statement that he made, saying I was threatened, I could not do anything about it. Let's take in a word from Radhika. Radhika, as you were getting us these details, he is very clearly saying that his support is with Uddhav Thackeray. Now the question is whether he is the only MLA, because he claims that he was threatened and taken away despite not giving his consent to it. Are there more MLAs who could break away from the Shinde camp and return to the Uddhav Thackeray camp? Because that would change the entire scenario.
Absolutely, that will spell good news as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. If at all there are more MLAs who allege that they were being taken away forcefully and they break away from Shinde camp, then that is good news as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. But so far only 2 have come out and said this. We'll have to wait and see if at all, if it is true that more MLAs were taken away forcefully. Right now we don't have more MLAs coming out. So therefore timing is crucial as far as Eknath Shinde is also concerned.
All right, let's get another round of breaking update that we are getting, because there were several possibilities exactly what could be the next step of Eknath Shinde, but now he seems to be revealing his game plan one after the other, saying that forming a new party is not an option. That will not be a step that they will be taking. He's been saying that he is a hardcore Shiv Sainik and he'll always be in the Shiv Sena. His only point is that the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray should not be forgotten and should be continued by Uddhav Thackeray, and that is his only aim as to why the reason has been for him to rebel and to break away from the Shiv Sena, saying that he will remain a Shiv Sainik but he will not form another political party or a forum that could likelihood merge with other parties to stay in power. So that is not going to happen now, because he's been claiming he has the support of over 35 MLAs from the Shiv Sena. He also says that he has the support of independents as well. That could be the number that he could have actually to bring down the government in the state of Maharashtra. So Radhika, new party formation is not the option for Eknath Shinde.
Well, that may not be an option as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned. He will have to get support. Now, he says he has close to 40 MLAs. Now, that includes and perhaps more independents. Now, what he needs is, of course, perhaps support from BJP, which looks like is going to happen, because BJP has been waiting for something like this for the last 2.5 years. BJP had been wanting for this, dissolution, or at least a break as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, a breakaway of the entire MBA government, which is Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena. it is an unlikely union. We all know that, and that has been said. But this time, of course, although the BJP time and again had been saying that it will be the Congress NCP that will be breaking away.
देवेंद्र जी हमारे साथ फोन लाइन पर जुड़ रहे, एक बार बने रहिए राधिका हमारे साथ। देवेंद्र जी, अभी क्या स्थिति बनी हुई है वहां गुवाहाटी में और यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में? कौन कितने लोग हैं, किसके कैंप में हैं, क्या आप साफ करेंगे?
फिलहाल अभी एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के साथ में 35 विधायक उनके साथ में गए हुए हैं, मगर शिवसेना के पास भी उनके जो जिनका गठ चाहिए वो गठ के लोग उनके कहने उतने विधायक उनके कहने बाकी है। अभी फिलहाल आज दोपहर 5:30-6 बजे पवार साहब, शरद चंद्र पवार साहब, कमलनाथ जी और शिवसेना के उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, इनकी एक मीटिंग होने वाली है। वो मीटिंग है जो महाविकास आघाड़ी का जो फार्मूला उन्होंने डिसाइड करा था वही फार्मूले से वो गवर्नमेंट वैसी रहेंगी। वो गवर्नमेंट को कोई कुछ भी होने वाला नहीं है। एकनाथ शिंदे साहब ने जो प्रयत्न किया वो उनके पार्टी का अंदरूनी मसला है।
तो देवेंद्र जी, मांगे क्या होने वाली हैं? सीधे तौर पे आप बता सकते हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे से भी बताया जा रहा है कि बातचीत हुई थी एकनाथ शिंदे की, उन्होंने सामने मांग क्या रखी है?
एकनाथ शिंदे साहब की जो मांग है वो कुछ कंफ्यूजन करने वाली मांग है। उनका कहना है कि भाजपा के साथ में लेके पार्टी गवर्नमेंट बिठाएंगे, मगर इसके पहले वे 2012 से 14 से 19 तक वो बीजेपी के साथ।
भूयर साहब एक एक करके बात करते हैं। देखिए, पहले तो सबसे पहले धन्यवाद टाइम्स नाउ से बात करने के लिए, पूरा देश आपको सुन रहा है। भूयर साहब ये बताइए कि आप हैं कहाँ अभी?
मैं अभी फिलहाल मेरे घर को मुझे देखने के लिए लड़की वाले आए हैं, वो प्रोग्राम में मैं फिलहाल बैठा हूँ।
आपको देखने लड़की वाले आए हैं?
हाँ यार, उसके लिए मैं घर में बैठा हूँ।
तो शादी होने वाली है आपकी? आप क्या संपर्क में हैं उन लोगों से जो शिंदे साहब के साथ हैं गुवाहाटी में?
बिल्कुल नहीं। मैं उन लोगों का मुझे फोन आया था, मैंने उनको सीधे साफ तरीके से बता दिया मैं उनका आपके साथ में नहीं हूँ। मैं महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ में रहूंगा। मैं शरद चंद्र पवार साहब, डीसीएम अजीत दादा, उनके साथ में मैं रहूंगा।
जी भूयर साहब, नितिन देशमुख जो एमएलए हैं वो उनका कहना है कि देखो मुझे शिंदे जी ने किडनैप करके लेके गए, जबरदस्ती लेके गए।
अभी एक ही विधायक ने और बहुत सारे विधायकों की बात आगे आएगी। बहुत सारे विधायकों को प्रेशर करके दबाव डाल के उन्होंने।
थैंक यू भूयर साहब टाइम्स नाउ से बात करने के लिए।
All right, so we are getting multiple voices now exactly to help us explain the situation. Radhika, how many MLAs are with Eknath Shinde camp? How many of them remaining with Uddhav Thackeray? The number are crucial and time is of the essence. Even this is coming at a time as we speak. Uddhav Thackeray is chairing this virtual cabinet meeting. Radhika.
Okay, all right. We'll get a word from Radhika on that. But about 35 MLAs, that's the word coming in. About 35 MLAs are supporting Eknath Shinde. Of course, he himself has claimed that he has the support of a lot more MLAs. 37 is the number that is needed. But meanwhile, there is a twist coming in with one of the MLAs in the Eknath Shinde camp moving out of Assam, returning and saying that he was kidnapped. Listen in.
मैं शिवसेना बाला साहेब ठाकरे आणि उद्धव साहेब का शिवसैनिक है। मैं मेरे घर को जा रहा हूँ। मैं घर को जा रहा हूँ अभी।
काय झालं भाऊ त्या दिवशी, काय सांगू तुम्हाला नेण्यात आलं?
इनका पूरा इतिहास मैंने बताया है कि रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ। रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे। मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया और ऐसा संदेशा ही दिया। लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार की मेरी बीपी शुद्ध बढ़ी नहीं है।
सर आप किसके साथ हो?
अरे मैं उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में हूँ। हमारे नेता जी है, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयशी बोलणं झालं।
काय झालं
So Shinde himself has claimed that he has the support of 46 MLAs, but this is the twist that we are seeing. One of the MLAs leaving from there, returning to the Uddhav camp. But a lot is expected now that the cabinet meeting is taking place. Uddhav Thackeray could decide on what next. Radhika, if you can give us the scenarios as they're expected to play out, because even if one or two MLAs return to the Uddhav camp, it's not going to change much. They will still need the support of several more MLAs on their side.
Absolutely. One or two MLAs moving from Eknath Shinde camp to, Uddhav Thackeray camp is not going to make much of a difference, because we are not talking about, narrow numbers. We are not talking about neck-to-neck numbers. We are talking about 15 to 20 as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, and close to 40 as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned. So 4 or 5 here and there is not going to make much of a difference. So therefore, what Uddhav Thackeray or what Shiv Sena can expect at this point is for more MLAs to sort of come out and perhaps them stating that, they were forcefully taken away by Shinde and therefore they want to go back to CM Uddhav Thackeray, or some sort of a tiff happening within the Eknath Shinde camp, but not exactly sure if that can happen in such a short time, because Eknath Shinde has convinced several MLAs to go with him, and timing is very crucial. They would want an immediate appointment with the governor. Of course, governor is COVID positive, therefore we'll have to wait and see if additional charge by another governor will take place, and so on and so forth. So that is what Eknath Shinde would be expecting, although he's time and again saying he's not in talks with BJP, he still wants to be with Sena. This is politics, so therefore, in all likelihood, with the numbers that he has raked in, he will be most likely going with the BJP, because nobody wants dissolution, nobody wants re-election. What they want is to show the numbers on the floor of the house and form the government. So that is what Shinde would want, that is what BJP would want, and of course that is what MVA would want, but MVA doesn't have the numbers to really, show before the governor, which is possibly why Uddhav Thackeray may be offering resignation, perhaps in the cabinet meeting or perhaps in the meeting with the MLAs later this evening.
Right, but if we get any more inside information exactly of this cabinet meeting that is being virtually chaired by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, because it's a cabinet meeting, Sharad, there are leaders also from the NCP and the Congress party, and they seem to be not very happy with the current situation. Even when NCP chief also had a word with Uddhav Thackeray, he has seemingly expressed disappointment also with the State Home Minister as to how many MLAs overnight could leave the state.
Well, clearly he has blamed this on Shiv Sena, saying that how is it that this number of MLAs were in fact which Eknath Shinde, and they were able to move overnight from Maharashtra to Surat. Why was there no intelligence information that was given? So clearly he had in fact hit out at Shiv Sena. He has in fact blamed them for this failure that has come. Apart from that, both the Congress and the NCP maintains, yes, there were fault as far as their MLAs cross-voting is concerned with the Rajya Sabha election, with the MLC elections, but as far as their MLAs are concerned, they are very much intact, be it the NCP, be it the Congress. We have seen that the Congress just had a meeting where all the 44 MLAs are in fact present. They were in touch with the Congress High Command as well. So the onus now lies on Shiv Sena, and now at about 1 PM, like you rightly pointed out, this is not just the Shiv Sena cabinet ministers, there are going to be NCP ministers as well. There's going to be Congress ministers as well who are in fact part of this meeting. So what is going to be the statement that will be given by Uddhav Thackeray? Will it actually be one of the last cabinet meeting that will be held by Uddhav Thackeray? Will he actually be giving a speech here that what is really the situation, or whether this actually will be a meeting where the next course of action will be discussed? Because though the numbers are in fact reflecting more on Eknath Shinde's part, at the same time there are in fact hope, where we have seen that Nitin Deshmukh, that is one of the MLAs where Shiv Sena has been saying from day one that he was forcefully taken. Not just him, apart from Nitin Deshmukh, there were other MLAs also who were forcefully taken by Eknath Shinde. Will they actually return? Will there actually be a balance of the number? Because right now numbers are increasing in Eknath Shinde's camp. So what is going to be the next course of action?
Contrast it with what's happening in the cabinet meeting. It looks like Aghadi is imploding from within. Not just a divide within the Shiv Sena, but we are also seeing the NCP openly blaming the Sena for the crisis that's unfolding in Maharashtra. We have some more breaking news now coming in as the information comes in More and more developments as there is a turmoil in Maharashtra, tremors being felt in Jharkhand because the Jharkhand Congress MLAs have now been taken to the national capital. That's the update now coming in.
So exactly what could it spell out next for Jharkhand, because there also is a coalition government that is being run by the JMM and the Congress party, and now it seems that in Maharashtra what has been happened of shifting all of those MLAs from the Shiv Sena, where Eknath Shinde seems to be heading the rebel camp, there is tremors and turmoil that can also be seen happening in the state of Jharkhand as well. What's playing out there? We'll continue to get you more details. What could be the possible reason of all of those MLAs now being shifted to the national capital, because it is still preliminary information that is coming to us at this point. Even when it comes to the state of Jharkhand, the Congress MLAs have now been shifted to the national capital.
So in Jharkhand as well, is there a fear of rebellion? That's the question. In Pawar with the JMM. Now in Ranchi as well, we are seeing the MLAs being taken to the national capital. So tremors being felt. Sharon, this of course in Maharashtra, while these meetings take place, it's very uncertain on what could happen next, but it looks like this is sending tremors across the nation and in the other states as well, where the Congress is in power. For instance, in Jharkhand, as we are seeing the MLAs being summoned to the national capital.
Well, this doesn't come as a surprise, because as far as Jharkhand is concerned, there was in fact rift between the JMM and the Congress alliance that we are talking about, and the latest rift that we are seeing is that we have seen how the JMM representative on a daily basis was in fact part of the opposition meeting as far as supporting their presidential candidate is concerned. But after the announcement of the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu, we have seen that the JMM has come forward and is in fact supporting the NDA candidate. So could that be a reason? Apart from that, there is always has been an ongoing rift between the Congress and the JMM as far as Jharkhand is concerned. So now the tremors are being felt not just in Maharashtra as well as in JMM, where as far as Maharashtra is concerned, Congress maintained that they have been able to put their flock together, their MLAs are in fact together, and to ensure that such a situation doesn't arise in Jharkhand, they have in fact now been planning to bring all their Jharkhand MLAs, Congress MLAs, to the national capital, so that no horse trading goes on from there, because that is also could be a
Let's get you another breaking update. These are back-to-back breaking updates first playing out here on Times Now. What is being said that the cabinet meeting that is being chaired by Uddhav Thackeray of the Shiv Sena, it seems that there is no Sena minister who seems to be present in that meeting. Virtually even, they are not physically present, they are not virtually present as well. So no Sena minister said to be present in this ongoing cabinet meeting. Exactly who all is present there, Arunil? Arunil, cabinet meeting happening, who all are present? Well, it seems that the Sena... Yes, please go on. Yes, Arunil.
All right, we'll take a word from Arunil in just a bit, but it's quite an embarrassment for Uddhav Thackeray as he called for the cabinet meeting. There is not even a single Sena minister in the meeting. And in the meeting, of course, he also had to face more embarrassment as the NCP squarely blamed Uddhav Thackeray for the turmoil in Maharashtra, blaming him for what's happening.
All right, in the meantime, as we reconnect that line with Arunil, we have opened our phone lines as well and are asking our viewers to actually call in and tell us about your point of view. What do you sense of the ongoing situation in Maharashtra? Balaji, I believe, is with us. Sir, good afternoon. What do you have to say?
Good afternoon, ma'am. It is a very sad situation where the Shiv Sena cannot keep their own MLAs together and blaming BJP. But when Shiv Sena got elected, they were in alliance with BJP, and because of alliance with BJP, they could secure 55 seats. And now they know that very well that when they go for election, they will not win. Shiv Sena. Now MLAs have started coming back to their this thing with alliance with BJP. Habitual this thing for opposition. Okay. And this is a very sad state of affairs.
Right, sad affairs because finally it's the people who suffer, but this was a crisis that was waiting to happen. Thank you for joining us with your view on that. Shankar also joining us from Bengaluru, another viewer joining us. Yes, Mr. Shankar?
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Shankar, we can hear you. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'm Shankar from Bangalore. This is bound to happen anyhow because Shiv Sena came to power with BJP support. And take it from me, most of the people who backstab Modi are all the parties have collapsed. Take JDS in Karnataka or Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, or that you have one fellow in Chandrababu Naidu, his party, and also that Akali Dal. All these people are backstabbers to Modi. Whoever backstabs Modi will all perish. And this is another example.
Right, sir. Shankar, thank you very much for calling in and sharing your point of view. Nisit is also with us. Nisit, what do you feel is going to happen next?
देखिए, मुझे ये कहना है मैडम कि ये जैसे महाभारत में शकुनी का रोल जो था, वो रोल ये अघाड़ी को और खास करके शिवसेना को तोड़ने में संजय राउत का रहा है. अंदर रहते हुए उसने ये शिवसेना को बर्बाद कर दिया है. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for joining us with your views. So, people are calling in with their thoughts. Of course, a lot of developments also happening in Maharashtra, minute by minute, twists and turns happening there. We'll get you all those updates. For now, a very quick break. Stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What have we set off?
I
can't ask you a question.
Because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
Can I ask you the question? Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है. मैं आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you this: that the people from your party, have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it a genocide?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy, and it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may. You are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying
We shouldn't be banning it. I am saying we shouldn't be celebrating it. We should just look at it as a piece of art, agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, the takeaway should be, let's get our country together again. Please, let's get our country together again. That's all that I can say authoritatively today.
Eknath Shinde speaking 2 times now. Let's exactly play out what he has to say.
एकनाथ शिंदे सर से बात हो रही है।
हाँ बोलिए
सर, मैं टाइम्स ऑफ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है। और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जी जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। हेलो सर, एकनाथ शिंदे सर से बात हो रही है।
हाँ बोलिए
सर, मैं टाइम्स ऑफ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है। और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जी जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। हेलो सर, एकनाथ शिंदे सर, मैं टाइम्स ऑफ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है। और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जी जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, मैं टाइम्स ऑफ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर मैं टाइम्स ऑफ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए।
सर अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
All right, that's the first and exclusive conversation that played out with Eknath Shinde. He's giving out the numbers, Madhav, when it comes to the number, it comes down to this game very itself. How they will survive as far as the Sena camp is concerned, the Uddhav camp and the Shinde camp, though he goes on to say that formation of another political party is not an option.
Well, yes, he says that formation of political party is not an option, also being very tight-lipped and cagey about the BJP. And while the BJP has certainly, of course, maintained that there is no role that it is playing, and central leadership has been extremely quiet on this issue, the fact is that Eknath Shinde, without the help of the BJP, how will he ever be able to form a government? The threat of split is only if there can be an alternative government that can be formed, and as the numbers add up at the moment, at least without the BJP, that is not practically possible on ground, though he has denied that there are any talks. He said that there will be a meeting in the evening where they will decide the future course of action. When asked a pointed question about whether the future course will involve him working with Uddhav Thackeray, or has he decided to permanently part ways with Uddhav Thackeray. So very, very significant. But one thing that we will have to remember is that Eknath Shinde is talking about 46 to 47 MLAs. Now we must remember that the number that is required by Mr. Shinde to avoid the anti-defection law, remember he is breaking up a party that has 55 MLAs, 2/3 of that is 37, and in that sense if anti-defection laws would not have to be attracted, then he would have to ensure that 37 Shiv Sena MLAs are with him. Now he has also said that he has about 7 to 8 independents with him, and also the fact that there are about 6 ministers. So is Eknath Shinde past that mark which is above the 2/3 level so as to not attract the anti-defection law? The claims within the camp is that the numbers are increasing, that they expect more in fact leaders to follow suit in terms of actually reaching Guwahati and staying at the Radisson Hotel, where our colleagues have also been reporting from late last night, or early this morning rather, to be more specific. So very, very significant that Eknath Shinde has broken his silence right here on Times Now, and has in fact put a figure of 47 that he claims is the number of MLAs supporting him. Does he actually have those numbers? Are the numbers likely to go up as he is claiming? Now these are very important questions that the Congress, the NCP and the Sena themselves are likely to deny, because Sanjay Rao just this morning claimed that he had spoken to Eknath Shinde and he believes that Eknath Shinde will come back into the party's fold. Now, the demands of Eknath Shinde have been very clear, that the party go back to its Hindutva roots, that it tie up with the BJP. To what extent will, in fact, the party's leadership be willing to accommodate those demands of Eknath Shinde, and is this more or less a foregone conclusion, given that Eknath Shinde at least claims that he has more than the required number of MLAs? These are some very important aspects that we have to consider at this point of time. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray also at this point of time, with him being reported COVID positive, things certainly don't appear to be looking very much up as far as the MVA alliance is concerned in Maharashtra. How will things pan out in coming days remains to be seen, but certainly, of course, the claim of Eknath Shinde that his support and his numbers are only increasing by the day.
And interestingly, he's also admitted that he's spoken to Uddhav Thackeray. That doesn't seem to have swayed his decision. Meanwhile, there's more breaking news also which is coming in here. The fastest updates only here on Times Now. We are getting you pan-state coverage of the big Maha crisis which has happened. And in fact, in the very latest, we've just spoken to Mr. Eknath Shinde. And very interestingly, the man who's heading the rebel camp says that he is going to be able to rip apart the party. In fact, there's also Sena's ultimatum coming across to the rebels. That's the big breaking news coming in. Uddhav Thackeray is now talking tough after Eknath Shinde on Times Now says that he's got more than enough MLAs to break the party. There is an ultimatum coming out to the rebels, asking them to return to the fold immediately. In fact, let me go across to Radhika, who's joining us with more details. Radhika, tell us about this ultimatum.
Yes, Uddhav Thackeray has given an ultimatum. That's what Arunil has put out, that Uddhav Thackeray has in fact asked all the rebel MLAs. So that would include at least about 32 MLAs as far as the Eknath Shinde camp is concerned, all of them to come back and attend that particular meeting in the evening. Otherwise, they will be expelled, is the caution that has been given by Uddhav Thackeray. Remains to be seen how many of them will come back. Of course, we heard the allegation by one of the MLAs stating that he was forcefully taken by Eknath Shinde. Similarly, are there more people, are there more MLAs that have been taken forcefully by Eknath Shinde? Remains to be seen. If that is the case, then it is good news for Uddhav Thackeray, because they will obviously come back to Uddhav Thackeray fold. But currently, of course, Eknath Shinde in that particular interview with Amit seeming very, very confident, saying that he has around 46 MLAs, 6 of them ministers, 5 to 6 of them independents, and he is sitting in a comfortable position. However, he says that he's not in talks with the BJP, but then that's politics, not entirely certain how that is going to pan out. You know, what's the deal that he will set with the BJP if that happens, because nobody wants dissolution, nobody wants re-election, so he would obviously want numbers. BJP would want numbers, and they will combine, they can show the numbers on the floor of the house is what is expected. But as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, an ultimatum being given to the MLAs saying, come back, attend this meeting, otherwise you will be expelled. Let's wait and watch out for how many of them will come back. Are there more MLAs, who were actually forcefully taken by Eknath Shinde? Because right now, of course, Uddhav Thackeray fold has about 15 to 20 MLAs and Eknath Shinde fold has more than 40 MLAs.
And this is very interesting because it all comes down to numbers. Nibir, right behind you, we have the resort where the rebels are currently camping in Guwahati. If Eknath Shinde can be trusted, on Times Now he said he's got much above the required 37 to dodge the anti-defection law. There is still this dhamki which is hanging over the heads of the rebels, because Uddhav Thackeray says either attend the meeting or else get expelled. Do we know so far how many from the Sena would be inside? Any inside track you can give us to confirm what Eknath Shinde claims?
What Eknath Shinde has claimed indicates the show of strength that he has been displaying since yesterday. And to further that narrative, let me show you that the already preparations are ongoing at the hotel so that media people can stay here for the next few days. And there is a media gallery is already being made. Apart from that, hotels have been booked for the next 7 days. Hotel rooms have been booked for the next 7 days. The administration has geared up. Security personnel are coming in. Cars are coming in to provide for the accommodation for the next week. That means they are fully prepared. They are fully prepared for what they have come here for in Guwahati. that is the level of preparedness that Eknath Shinde and his dissenting MLAs have displayed in the last few hours. And so what he has claimed shows the determination that he has said that he will not compromise the ideals of the late Balasaheb Thackeray. And the preparation what we are seeing here and the atmosphere that we are seeing here at the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati indicates the line of thought that he has been saying that he spoke with Times Now.
Well, in fact, there is more breaking news which is coming in. In fact, we are going to go across to Poonam. She has managed to get for us the confidence, the ultimatum which has been given by Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, on your screens, you have the letter which has been sent out saying either attend and show up at the Shiv Sena meeting or else get expelled. Poonam, over to you.
Right, so this letter is in Marathi. I'm just going to read out the operative bits for our viewers. The last paragraph really is the ultimatum, so to say, to not just Eknath Shinde but all of those who are now camping in Guwahati in Assam. It goes आपण उपस्थित न राहिल्यास आपणा स्वेच्छेने शिवसेना पक्षाचा सदस्यपण सोडण्याचा तुमचा स्पष्ट इरादा आहे असे मानले जाईल, which means that if you do not turn up for this meeting then you are leaving the Shiv Sena, you are dumping the party as per your own will is what the implication will be, and that is what will be conveyed if you are not present in this particular meeting is what this letter goes on to show. It really talks about the meeting that is going to happen today, which is the 22nd of June. It's happening at Varsha, which is the residence of the Chief Minister, at 5 p.m. And the letter says that you have to be present for this particular meeting at 5 p.m. If you fail to do so, then it will be assumed that you have left the party on your own accord.
So that's very interesting, because at a time when Shinde claims he's got more than enough not to face the anti-defection law, cannot get expelled if he manages to rip the party alive. In fact, let me go across to other reporters also. I didn't get who we have patched through right now, but the inside track which is coming in, and let me go across to Arunil. I believe he's joining us. Arunil, inside track of the cabinet meeting after it ended, that there seem to be barely any ministers who attended this meeting. That also means a greater shadow of defection now over the Shiv Sena, not just the 40 that Shinde is claiming that he has. These numbers could be more.
Well, that is right. In fact, my video journalist Vijay Savade is panning towards the room of the cabinet meeting. Some of the ministers are still inside the cabinet meeting room. Most of the ministers have left from the meeting. We understand that there were 3 Shiv Sena ministers. Mainly, they were not exactly the MLAs of the party. Uday Samant is a close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He was present over here. Subhat Desai, who is an MLC, so he cannot be poached. He was present for this particular meeting, and CM Uddhav Thackeray was present via a video conference. Rest all the ministers of the Shiv Sena party, they couldn't attend because some of them are there in the Eknath Shinde camp. Some of them are being kept at the St. Regis Hotel. Aditya Thackeray himself is at the St. Regis Hotel looking after the entire proceedings. That's what we understand, and via the video conference that CM Uddhav Thackeray attended the meeting, he basically expressed confidence that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government is going to sail through. He basically had a word with his counterparts from the 2 alliance partners, basically the Congress and the NCP, also expressing confidence that like Nitin Deshmukh, the Shiv Sena MLA who has returned back home to Nagpur, who was part of the Eknath Shinde camp, he's been saying that he was threatened, he was put up in a hotel, in a hospital also. Uddhav Thackeray expressed confidence that he has returned. Other MLAs are also being possibly threatened in Surat and in Guwahati, and that's when he has confidence that those MLAs will also be returning to the CM Uddhav Thackeray fold. Now, yes, Eknath Shinde camp has been claiming that nobody has been threatened till now. Everybody is there based on their interest, based on their motivation towards Hindutva, liking towards Hindutva. There is no personal interest or personal motivation behind them being with Eknath Shinde. Now, what exactly transpires, we will be keeping a close eye on. This letter that we broke now, this was exclusively broken on Times Now. It is an ultimatum that the Shiv Sena has given to its rebel MLAs about basically notifying them about the 5 p.m. meeting, asking them to come for the meeting in whatever way possible, at least communicate via any forms of communication, email, WhatsApp, and if they fail to do so, then they basically are in the fear of losing their MLA post as well. So Shiv Sena basically trying all the technical possibilities over here, but if the number of Eknath Shinde camp is more than 37, then all these technical possibilities will not work for CM Uddhav Thackeray, and that is why only yesterday Eknath Shinde was removed as the group leader of Shiv Sena in the Legislative Assembly, because to curtail his powers, to cut down his powers, and Ajay Chaudhary was made the group leader. So yes, technical possibilities have been worked out.
So Eknath Shinde's wings have been clipped, and now all the rebels have been given the dhamki of expulsion. Either by 5 p.m. inform to us whether or not you're with the party. If you don't turn up for this 5 p.m. meeting, you will be expelled. That's the dhamki coming in from Uddhav Thackeray. Meanwhile, this is what Sanjay Raut has to say, the senior leader of Shiv Sena, MP, as well as a very close confidant of Uddhav Thackeray. He has this to say, still saying that they have confidence that their rebels will return.
आम्ही संघर्ष करू. शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़नारा पक्ष. हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे. ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है? ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है. सर, प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है.
So, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी. That seems to be an admission. That man who's very close to the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray says the writing is there on the wall. At best, we lose our government. But however, Sandeep, right now the meeting has been concluded, and many are saying this could possibly be the final, the last cabinet meeting that Uddhav Thackeray chairs. What was his body language like during the video conference?
See, as far as this cabinet meeting is concerned, there are several, cabinet ministers who have skipped this meeting. Apart from Dadaji Bhuse, Uday Samant, Chief Minister, in fact, took video conferencing, and then he attended that cabinet meet. Apart from these leaders, in fact, Aditya Thackeray also had skipped this cabinet meet. So definitely you can understand the vacuum that has been created after Eknath Shinde and the leaders that are in touch with him, the MLAs, are in Guwahati. And in fact, I just want to update, I'm right outside at Sagar Bungalow, the residence, official residence of Devendra Fadnavis. A crucial meeting is underway wherein the senior BJP leaders, including Rao Saab Danve, Ashish Shelar, Devendra Fadnavis, everyone is there out there and strategizing the move for forming the government. They are connecting the independent MLAs. In fact, they have asked all the BJP MLAs to reach out here, and you can see, I would request my cameraman Anil Shinde to pan and show. The MLAs are arriving out here. These are the MLAs that are arriving out here at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. So strategy making to make sure that no move goes in vain, and most possible efforts are made by BJP in order to form the government in the state of Maharashtra.
And that's very interesting, because BJP is also keeping a very close eye on their own flock, ensuring that their flock stays together. If they can possibly break away a huge section above 2/3 of the Shiv Sena, they have the possibility then to form the next government, but only if they can prove it. In fact, let's get you what exactly Nitin Deshmukh has said. Now, interestingly, this is one of the MLAs of Shiv Sena who left and then now has returned to the fold, and he makes some startling allegations against the Shinde camp. Listen in.
मैं शिवसेना बाला साहेब ठाकरे आणि उद्धव साहेब का शिवसैनिक है. मैं मेरे घर को जा रहा हूँ. मैं घर को जा रहा हूँ अभी.
काय झालं भाऊ त्या दिवशी, काय सांगून तुम्हाला नेण्यात आलं?
इनका पूरा इतिहास मैंने बताया है कि रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ. रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे. मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे. बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए, और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया, और ऐसा संदेशा ही दिया. लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे. लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार के मेरे बीपी शुद्धा बढ़ी नहीं है।
सर आप किसके साथ हो?
और मैं उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में हूँ, हमारे नेता जी है। मुख्यमंत्री महोदयशी बोलणं झालं,
काय झालं
सोबत त्यांच्या
Shiv Sena MLA who says that he was forcibly taken.
बात कर रहा हूँ।
मैं शिवसेना बाला साहब ठाकरे आणि उद्धव साहब का शिवसैनिक है। मैं मेरे घर को जा रहा हूँ, मैं घर को जा रहा हूँ अभी।
काय झालं भाऊ त्या दिवशी, काय सांगून तुम्हाला नेण्यात आलं?
इनका पूरा इतिहास मैंने बताया है कि रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ। रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे। मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया और ऐसा संदेशा दिया। लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार के मेरे बीपी शुद्धा बढ़ी नहीं है।
सर आप किसके साथ हो?
और मैं उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में हूँ, हमारे नेता जी है। मुख्यमंत्री महोदयशी बोलणं झालं,
काय झालं
सोबत त्यांच्या
Well, there you have it. Nitin Deshmukh coming out and say he was forcibly taken across by the Eknath Shinde camp forced to join the rebels. Now he's returned home. So let me go back across to Nibir joining us live from outside the hotel, the resort where the Shinde camp is currently stationed in Guwahati. Nibir, very interestingly, the Shiv Sena is saying that many of those MLAs, MPs who are allegedly have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray have been forcibly abducted and taken there. Some of them would be, as per them, behind you in that resort. Anything that you're picking up?
When they arrived at the Guwahati airport, they did not look that they were forcibly taken to the bus, because they were there and they voluntarily entered the bus and they entered the hotel in front of the media, the police. So there was not any evidence where they looked that they were forcibly taken into the hotel. However, there might be any political application towards their actions. However, on face value, they did not look any that they were forced. Instead, they were saying Jai Maharashtra. They were pledging, they were sloganeering Jai Maharashtra and Jai Bala Saheb Thackeray. So they were looking very positive when they first landed at the Guwahati airport. Although amid these allegations that are being made that they have been taken forcibly in the Guwahati hotel at Radisson.
Very interesting. So yesterday he was seen at the Surat hotel. Today she returns, says that he was forcibly taken there. They even forcibly tried to detain him there. However, he managed to escape. Meanwhile, let's listen in to the man of the moment, Eknath Shinde, who now roars as he speaks to Times Now that he's got enough MLAs from the Shiv Sena to break the party apart and break away from Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in to what he said to Times Now exclusively.
टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी, वो
हमारे साथ है। और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है। 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है। निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ, हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
सर, बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा, ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
अच्छा ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच सर।
But the big takeaway from that exclusive of Eknath Shinde, the man who is leading the revolt against Uddhav Sena, he says he's got above 46 rebels with him, and of which he says over 37 of them are from the Shiv Sena. So Madhav, if I can come to you, can you explain to us what can happen from here onwards?
Well, one thing is very clear, that he needs a 2/3 number as far as the avoiding of the anti-defection laws of this country are concerned, and that is at 37. Now, in his conversation, he mentions first that he has 7 to 8 independents, then he says no, it is 5 to 6. So, what is the real number of independents will be very, very important to determine. If he is at the 7 to 8 number as far as independents are concerned out of 47 MLAs, then he will have just about the number of MLAs to avoid the anti-defection laws of the country, because there in that case the total number is 39, the number that he requires is 37. That is if what Mr. Shinde is to be taken at face value is concerned. Remember that this could also be an attempt to inflate the numbers to try and garner support amongst those disgruntled elements within the Shiv Sena, as well as try and show that they are forming government, and to create that perception could potentially be inflating numbers. This morning we saw images of 35 MLAs, and these 35 MLAs also include 2 independents, is what sources have indicated to us. So how did that number from 35 suddenly go up to 47, and how many of them are actually Shiv Sena members? This is very significant. What is quite clear is that there are 6 ministers with him. He is saying so very confidently, and also of course we know that at the cabinet meeting those 6 ministers were not present earlier today. Now an ultimatum being given by Shiv Sena, what will this really mean as far as this MLAs who have made up their mind is concerned? Because clearly as far as the MVA alliance is concerned, they too are battling it out. They are creating a perception that the government is not going to fall, however big the threat may be. There is in fact the dialogue route open, the dialogue channels are open, and therefore they believe that in fact this government is going to survive, that all the MLAs who have left will come back. At this point of time, no indications of any of these MLAs coming back into the Shiv Sena fold, because clearly of course Eknath Shinde has very specifically said that despite the fact that he has spoken to Uddhav Thackeray, clearly while they may not have made up their mind of splitting the party or joining with another party such as the BJP, there's certainly no word of them going back into the Shiv Sena fold at this point of time. And having taken such a huge step, will Eknath Shinde once again risk everything by going back into the Sena fold is also a very pertinent question at this point of time. So we will have to keep our eyes open to see what really transpires, with the Chief Minister also testing positive for COVID. What really will happen and what the implications of that are remain to be seen. Remember, there is one other route if they do not get the 2/3 number, which is to go in for the Karnataka model, where a certain number of MLAs had actually stepped down from their post of legislator. Will that be something that these legislators who are rebels now would be willing to accept? Because in that case, they can avoid or circumvent the 2/3 requirement as far as the total numbers are concerned of the Shiv Sena MLAs. So one will have to see what the various options are. What happens this meeting at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati, where in fact Eknath Shinde and his MLAs are going to meet and take a decision as far as the future course of action is concerned.
At the Radisson Blu Hotel, let me go across to Guwahati. In Guwahati, we have Nibir joining us. Nibir, have you seen, after the initial bunch of rebel MLAs enter the Radisson Blu Hotel there in Guwahati, other additional independents or Shiv Sena MLAs also joining? Because there are fears that there are others who may be leaving Mumbai and headed towards Guwahati. Some of them may be en route already.
But on the contrary, we are getting to hear from the sources that 3 to 4 MLAs might even join the ranks of the MLAs that are already lodged here at the Radisson Hotel. And along with that, the 70 rooms are booked at the Radisson Hotel for the next 7 days. So this indicates that the lodging is going to continue for the next 7 days, and with the bookings that are being done, we can expect more and more people to turn up in Guwahati and lodge at the Radisson Hotel in the coming days and coming hours.
Nibir, it's important for us to understand who from the BJP seems to have entered the Radisson Blue Hotel. Of course, they could have spoken on the telephone as well, but then it's also important for us to understand how many have been seen being physically in touch with the rebel MLAs from the BJP.
3 बजे खड़ा था.
In the morning we saw Sushant Borgohain, MLA of Assam Legislative Assembly, being there at the airport, and then he accompanied the dissenting leaders here at the Radisson Hotel.
By today evening the picture will be clear?
I have no idea, please. I see, I've been saying this repeatedly, the decisions or whatever henceforth will be done by the senior leaders of all. Thank you.
Cabinet meeting just concluded. Uddhav Thackeray had chaired it. Arunil, if you are there with us, many are saying this could be his final cabinet meeting. What was the body language of Uddhav Thackeray like? Because many are saying he may be forced to even step down himself today. Arunil, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the body language of Uddhav Thackeray. Many say it's end game for him. Well, we'll try and reconnect with Arunil. Meanwhile, this is exactly what Eknath Shinde, the man who's heading the rebel camp, who says he's got the numbers on his side, he's not going to be expelled. This is what he had to say exclusively to Times Now.
अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ.
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है.
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है. सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है जी, वो हमारे साथ है. और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं.
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है. 6 मंत्री.
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है. निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे.
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ, हुई थी.
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे.
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है.
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई.
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे.
अच्छा, ठीक है. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
If Eknath Shinde is to be believed, it is going to be end game for Uddhav Thackeray. But who really can show the numbers? That's going to be the point that we are going to be focusing on here on Times Now with our extensive coverage. We'll have a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that. You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which. No, say, finish, sir. Finish. I'll wait that way. Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media and want to...
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view through which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no sir, you are wrong. You are no. Sir, sir, please, the same students celebrated.
Why are you defending these students? Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also work from home environment where the inhibitions are less, they have gone.
Hello and a very good afternoon. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. Let's get you started with some breaking news now coming in politics after the NDA announced its candidate for the polls. The BJP nominated Draupadi Murmu, but the Congress party is insulting with impunity. The Congress leader Udit Raj says he doesn't feel happy looking at the candidate's cast because Dalits were celebrating when Ramnath Kovind became the president, but he did not do anything to help the cause. Meanwhile, the official handle of the Congress party in Puducherry also tweeting that the BJP only wants a dummy president and nothing else. So, insulting the nomination by the BJP-led NDA. Madhav is joining us live with more details on this. Madhav, these are the kind of statements coming in yesterday while JP Nadda held the press conference. He started off by saying we wanted a consensus candidate, but the opposition clearly did not want so. But that aside, now we have the Congress leaders questioning the credentials of Draupadi Murmu.
Well, absolutely, and in fact some shocking comments coming in, because even before she's filed her nomination, the announcement just happened last night at around 9:30, and at a time like this, these kind of comments coming in are certainly going to raise some very serious questions. One can have issues of what the role of the president is. One may have problems with the performance of any individual, but to come out and make these kind of sweeping statements even before the election has taken place, or even the candidate's name has just been announced, raises some very, very serious questions as to what the idea is. Because look at the comments that have been made by Udit Raj. The point is that the president is of course the head of our government, but in terms of actual executive function, that lies in the hands of the Prime Minister and the other ministers who are deputed states, who are deputed departments, I beg your pardon, within which to act, and of course the state chief ministers who also have the ability to act. They are the ones who as the executive actually go ahead and implement policies and programs. So to say that because Dalit was made president and that did not change the lot of Dalits in this country, that seems to be a rather ingenuous, statement, rather in terms of what has been said by Udit Raj, and also this fresh statement and fresh comment coming in from the Puducherry Congress, which has used the word dummy president, is something that perhaps does not behove a party, as well as experience of the Congress party in terms of its own national stature, even though it may be the state unit that has done it on social media to put out that particular comment, and also perhaps for the president of the country, perhaps better language could have been used.
Quite an insulting statement, saying this is just a dummy candidate. Do they mean that the president of India is just a dummy? Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP joining us. Shehzad, if you look at the statements coming in, official handle of the Congress party in Puducherry saying BJP just wants a dummy candidate. And now Udit Raj as well previously making a statement like that against the nominee.
This is nothing surprising. The Congress party has a history of insulting people from the Dalit community, from the tribal community. You would remember that they were the ones responsible for the defeat of Ambedkar ji. And today a person who was the first woman tribal governor of Jharkhand, somebody who's been the first woman tribal presidential candidate from Odisha, somebody who served as the two-time MLA, who was a perfect story of how to beat challenges, poverty, and despite her humble background, she has reached to the highest positions of constitution. This is the personal slander that the Congress party is engaging in. And recently, you would remember in Maharashtra, the Congress party defeated, or at least ensured the defeat of its own Dalit candidate and Dalit leader. So this is the true anti-Dalit, anti-tribal face of the Congress party. They take pride in insulting leaders who come from the ranks, who come from the most humble of backgrounds. They insulted Prime Minister who was an OBC. They used the words Neech, Ganguteli, and also abused his caste, his background as a chaiwala. Today they are abusing Draupadi Murmu ji as a dummy. The official handle of Puducherry Congress has tweeted this. Now apparently they have deleted it, but clearly they realize it's a wrong tweet. Now will the Congress party, Jairam Ramesh and others come out and condemn this tweet? Will they condemn Udit Raj, who has said this kind of statement? So this kind of sexist, patriarchal mindset, such kind of allegation and abuse towards Dalit community, towards tribal community has become the DNA. They had defeated Ambedkar ji twice when Nehru ji was alive. They did not give Ambedkar ji Bharat Ratna for so many decades despite him passing away. So this is the anti-Dalit, anti-tribal mindset of the Congress party which has come to the fore.
And this seems to have become a template as well, Shehzad. First we have a leader making these personal attacks, after which the Congress party distances itself. In this case, the official handle tweeting it and then deleting it. This has gone on for far too long. Shehzad, thank you for joining us with your point of view. A personal attack against Draupadi Murmu, calling her even a dummy candidate. These are the kind of statements coming in from the Congress party. The BJP slamming the Congress party and saying this shows the elitist mindset, and asking if Adivasis are undeserving for the Congress party. Is this the reason why the Congress party is questioning this decision of the BJP?
की क्या दिक्कत है कि ये जो कांग्रेस के लोग हैं, इनका मानसिक संतुलन इतना बिगड़ गया है कि देश का अपमान करेंगे, आदिवासियों का अपमान करेंगे, दलितों का अपमान करेंगे. ये तो अपमान करने की इनकी मानसिकता खुद इनको अपमानित कर रही है.
Udit Raj ji is famous or infamous for making these kinds of statements from time to time. He does not make comment on the nomination of a tribal leader of a stature of Murmu ji. She has been governor, she has been MLA, she has been a political activist, and after the independence, she is the first scheduled tribe Mahila or the woman to touch the highest post of president, which reflects the identity politics of SC, ST and the weaker section of the society. So I strongly condemn the statement made by Udit Raj.
In fact, after this tweet was put up by the Congress leader, Times Now confronted Udit Raj over his statement, and he said that he did not pass any comments about Draupadi Murmu herself. He was only talking about Ramnath Kovind. This is the tweet that he put out earlier today. He said, "जाति देखकर खुश ना होना, कोविंद जी राष्ट्रपति बने तो दलित खुश हुए और भला एक चपरासी का भी नहीं हो पाया." This is the tweet that he had put up earlier today. Now when questioned about it on why he is making such personal remarks, Udit Raj claiming he did not make any personal comments against Draupadi Murmu. Listen in to his explanation.
Passed any comment about Murmuji. I said about Ramnath Kovind ji, and I remember that on 20th May 2014 he had come with his biodata. There are the people who are witness to it, that he wanted me to influence for him, though I discussed afterwards with senior leaders of that time, and he was not even considered fit for candidature for MP in 2014 by BJP. And then after a year he became governor, then subsequently he became Rashtrapati. What happened that when the BJP board was sitting, that who will be the president, Mr. Modi joined the board, and in 5 minutes he said that Mr. Ramnath Kovind will become presidential candidate. Before 5 minutes nobody knew. It was Mr. Modi whose master stroke was to get the support of Kolij and Dalits in Rajasthan, because elections were ahead. And you see, similarly, now Rajya Sabha, 18 Rajya Sabha member from BJP, out of 18 Rajya Sabha member newly elected, 9 are from OBC, and there is a massive campaign, of course in clandestine way, that of course BJP is the party of OBC. And now what happened, that they will go with the campaign that, look, nobody has made Adivasi as President of India.
So this was the statement by Udit Raj. First he put out the tweet, then saying, "I did not really make any comments against Draupadi Murmu, it was against Ramnath Kovind." But is this the kind of language to be used against a president? That's a question. And the official handle of the Congress party in Puducherry also tweeting it out and then deleting it. Several Congress leaders have come out, and this is quite unprecedented, because this kind of slander in presidential polls is not witnessed. Madhav continues to be with us. Madhav, by making these statements, they are not just insulting Draupadi Murmu but also the president's post.
Well, absolutely, and in fact the institution of president at the end of the day is an institution which all really look up to, because unlike the post of the prime minister, which also of course is the post of a person who heads the country, at the end of the day represents the country and the aspirations of the people of the country, it is not in that sense considered to be a political appointment. There is of course an electoral process that goes, but the president of the country is virtually the head of state in our system, and this kind of language being used is certainly something that is not desirable. It is highly unusual, and in that sense the statements coming in from Udit Raj as well as that tweet that was put out by the Puducherry unit of the Congress certainly do seem to be quite surprising as far as comments being made for the role of the president is concerned. Whatever maybe one's issues, whatever may be one's ideology or the political party that one may belong to, at the end of the day, the president of the country and certain institutions, many would say, should rather be above politics. Of course, there is a political battle going on. There is an opposition fight going on as far as putting up their own presidential candidate is concerned. And be that as it may, should this kind of a statement come out? Is it something that is merited at all in our system? These are some very, very important questions. Just a few days ago, in fact, we had seen when controversial comments were made by top Congress leaders, the Congress party itself had come out and distanced, saying that they do not subscribe to any such language or inappropriate language being used in public discourse.
Okay.
And once again, it appears that leaders of the Congress party, despite that particular warning, seem to have forgotten that advice and that statement coming in from the Congress party's own official statement as well as tweet of the media department chief Jairam Ramesh.
Right, Madhav, so the BJP is now questioning the Congress party. Is it because that Adivasi was chosen? Are they undeserving for the Congress party? Is that the reason why they are raising these questions? Listen into some reactions.
Udhav Thackeray has joined the Congress party, and it seems that the Congress party attracts such kind of leaders who are fond of coming out with these kind of statements or words. Look at what kind of words were used for Modi ji by very senior Congress leaders, Gangu, Teli, Napunsak, Neech. All this was used. One of the leaders of the Congress party called General Rawat, the late General Rawat, like a street side gunda. And now Udit Thackeray is joining this club. Now, as a former bureaucrat, he decided to contest elections. The people gave him a chance. Then they rejected him. He obviously must have not met their aspirations. Now, perhaps to keep himself sort of relevant, he's making these kind of outrageous statements. Udit Thackeray, for his politics, is willing to stoop to this level. Now, if no one in the Congress party comes out and condemns it, it means the Congress party has asked him to go ahead and do this kind of politics.
So, politics over it continuing. We'll keep a track of those developments. For now, slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Times now. Action begins here.
वेल विथ मी इज सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर मिस्टर मानिकराव ठाकरे। आप बताइए कि क्या विकल्प बचता है मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए? कितने कठिन परिस्थिति में मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे और ये महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार है अभी?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में शिवसेना नेतृत्व कर रही है और उद्धव जी मुख्यमंत्री है, और उनकी पार्टी के अंदर जो भी कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे MLAs वहाँ पे सूरत गए हुए हैं और जो चैनल के माध्यम से ही हमें बताया जा रहा है कि इस तरीके से इतने सारे 30 MLA है, 32 MLA है या 35 MLA है। कल हमने जो फोटोग्राफ्स देखा है वहाँ के होटल का, तो उसमें हम 34 MLA दिखाई दे रहे हैं, लेकिन उसमें काफ़ी इंडिपेंडेंट ज़्यादा है।
कितने इंडिपेंडेंट आपको लगे? बिकॉज आप सभी आमदारों को जानते हो, विधायकों को जानते हो, कितने इंडिपेंडेंट आपने वो फोटो में देखे?
देखो, उस फोटो में 5-6 इंडिपेंडेंट MLA हमें दिखाई देते हैं।
5 लोगों का नाम ले पाओगे?
नहीं, नाम मैं नहीं लूँगा क्योंकि वो इंडिपेंडेंट है, ये सभी को पता है। फोटोग्राफ देखकर कोई भी बता सकता है वो इंडिपेंडेंट उसमें है करके, लेकिन वो जो लगातार बताया जा रहा है कि 40 है, 45 है, मतलब 45 है, इस तरीके से अगर उनके पास है तो 37 के ऊपर वो जाते हैं तो उनको अलग गठ बना सकते हैं और उसके बाद डिसीजन ले सकते हैं कोई पार्टी में जाने के लिए या उनको स्वतंत्र पार्टी स्थापित करने के लिए। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि उतना उनके पास संख्या बल है, लेकिन वो बता रहे हैं और कुछ लोग और ज्वाइंट हो रहे हैं, ऐसा सुनाई दे रहा है जैसे चैनल के माध्यम से। तो उनके उस पर अड़ी हुई बात है कि 37 के ऊपर उनके पास जो शिवसेना के MLA वो 37 के ऊपर होते या नहीं होते हैं, उस पर सब निर्भर है।
और आप कांग्रेस के एक सीनियर नेता हो, क्या कांग्रेस में भी ये बात में डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है कि इतना शिवसेना हमारे साथ थी, इतना बड़ा उनके साथ भी धोखा हुआ, पर ये लैक ऑफ लीडरशिप भी सामने आती है? किसी ने इस बारे में बोला कि शिवसेना अपने लोगों को ही संभाल नहीं पा रही, तो क्या सरकार को कैसे संभाल पाएगी, लोगों को कैसे संभाल पाएगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस इंटैक्ट है। जो हमारे 44 MLA जो है उसमें कोई कल जो मीटिंग हुई उसमें 2 MLA हमारा नहीं थे, लेकिन वो विजय वेलडिवार जी तो बाहर चले गए थे देश के, वो आए, वापस आए हैं। और सुभाष धोटे करके जो आज सुबह आए हैं वो भी 44 MLA जो है वो पूरी तरह इंटैक्ट कांग्रेस।
नाराजगी है शिवसेना की तरफ, कोई नाराजगी है कांग्रेस की तरफ?
नहीं, देखिए, उनकी पार्टी का अंदरूनी सवाल है, उसमें कोई हम ना बात कर सकते हैं। उनके क्या फेलिवर्स है, नहीं है, क्या है, उनकी पार्टी को उनको इंटैक्ट रखने की जिम्मेदारी उन्हीं की है। हम तो सपोर्ट करते रहे। हमारा नेतृत्व जो है सोनिया जी गांधी हमारे अध्यक्षा, उन्होंने
यहाँ पे आए हैं, उनके जो मीटिंग्स हो रहे हैं क्या एग्जैक्टली कांग्रेस नेताओं को बताया गया?
देखिए, हमारे पार्टी का जो हम 3 पार्टी की सरकार बनाए उसी वक्त हमारा क्लियर था कि हमारा जो भारतीय संविधान जो है डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने जो हमें दिया है, वो संविधान के तहत हमने जो भी बात सामने रखी थी उद्धव जी की कि उनका प्रीएम्बल जो है उसमें जो भी बात है तो वो आपको मानना पड़ेगा। तो उस वक्त
एकनाथ शिंदे ये बोल रहे हैं कि उनको हिंदुत्ववादी शिवसेना चाहिए, तो क्या आप अभी एकनाथ शिंदे को एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हो, क्योंकि आपके जो कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम में हिंदुत्व नहीं था?
देखिए, ये बात हमने स्पष्ट की है। ये उनके साथ जब शिवसेना के साथ हम गए थे तो आखिर मुन के नहीं गए हैं, हमने स्पष्ट की थी कि जो संविधान के अंदर सभी को साथ में ले चलने वाली जो बात है, उनका प्रीएम्बल जो उस पर सभी के सिग्नेचर है, उसके आधार पे हम पूरी तरह इस सरकार में शामिल थे। लेकिन वो छोड़कर अगर कोई दूसरी बात करते हैं तो संविधान के अलग तो कोई जा नहीं सकता है।
This was Uddhav Thackeray, the senior Congress leader. 2 takeaways we can get it from him is basically he's saying that Eknath Shinde is talking about Hindutva that was not part of our common minimum program when we merged with the Shiv Sena. So now whether the Congress will be willing to accept Eknath Shinde even if he comes back to the Shiv Sena, that is the big point of question that comes to the fore over here. And the second question is here Uddhav Thackeray also saying that the picture that was released from the Eknath Shinde camp, there were around 4 to 5 independent MLAs in that 34 count. So Eknath Shinde's count at present is around 30 or 29 according to Uddhav Thackeray or according to the Congress party. He is saying that if the count is more than 37 then it becomes very easy for the Eknath Shinde.
Thackeray, but it's very clear from the reactions that have been coming in from the Congress party that the MVA is imploding from within. The divide within the Shiv Sena, yes, but the Congress party also quite openly blaming Uddhav Thackeray for the rebellion that took place that could lead, of course, to the collapse of the government as well.
ये जो सौदे की राजनीति है जिसका देश में आज उपयोग किया जा रहा है, शिवसेना को अपने आप तय करना है वो अपने विधायकों से कैसे बात करेंगे। जहाँ तक कांग्रेस का प्रश्न है, कांग्रेस में पूरी एकता है, कांग्रेस के विधायक बिकाऊ नहीं है, कांग्रेस के विधायक सब टिके रहेंगे।
पर कुछ न कुछ पैमाने में ये देखा गया कि 2.5 साल में मिसकम्युनिकेशन जरूर हुआ है शिवसेना के मिनिस्टरों के और एमएलओ के बीच में। इसकी वजह है कि ये अपने को इसके रिजल्ट देखे गए। अपन ने राज्यसभा का इलेक्शन हुआ है, विधान परिषद का इलेक्शन हुआ है, इसमें भी अपने को खुद के नज़र से देखा है कि वोटों की कैसा इजाफा बीजेपी को हुआ है। इनकी आपस की लड़ाई की वजह से या मिसकम्युनिकेशन की वजह से बीजेपी का राज्यसभा में भी एक सांसद बढ़ा है, एक एमएलसी में भी एक कैंडिडेट उनका बढ़ा है।
Shareen and Radhika are also with us. Radhika, if you heard that conversation of Manikra Thackeray with Arunil, very clearly saying our MLAs are intact, nothing wrong with our party. It is the Shiv Sena where this rebellion has taken place. Questions being asked of Uddhav Thackeray on how he did not see such a big rebellion coming in. So now we have the alliance partners openly questioning the Chief Minister.
Absolutely. This is something that we've been witnessing over the last 2 days as well. In fact, yesterday, Nana Patole, Prithviraj Chavan, Bala Saheb Thorat, all of them of the Congress had been coming out and stating that, look, this has got to do with Sena and what happened, as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, the other MLAs are concerned, is entirely Sena's fault, Sena's responsibility, and the onus is on Shiv Sena and not on the Congress or the NCP. This is what all the leaders within Congress or even for that matter NCP have been stating, that our MLAs are intact, our party is intact. Now whatever happened as far as Shinde is concerned, that is something that Sena has to sort it out. Even when pointed questions were asked about the fact remains that they are part of you are part of Maha Vikas Aghadi. So when is a joint meeting taking place, or why is it that the onus lies only on Sena? Why isn't there any sort of intervention happening as far as Congress or NCP is concerned? Well, absolutely no reaction, because the Congress and the NCP have been time and again stating the same.
Right, and there's a lot of embarrassment that Uddhav Thackeray has faced. Even today in the cabinet meeting, not even a single Sena minister was part of the meeting that took place. So a lot of embarrassment for Uddhav Thackeray there as well. Now the Congress as well as the NCP also openly asking questions and blaming Uddhav Thackeray for the rebellion and the turmoil in Maharashtra. A lot of reactions also coming in, requesting my colleagues to stay with us. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back with the top updates. Do stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, they are pictures, they are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that. You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which. No, say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll wait.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what you will finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function.
I'll never come back. You made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media. I'm going to
No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir.
Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response. I am. My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view through which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
no sir, you are wrong. You are no. Sir, celebrated awards. Sir, please, the same students celebrated.
I'm sorry.
Why are you defending these students?
Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, if anybody celebrated the death of our leaders at the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying
thank you. So which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also work from home environment where the inhibitions are less, they have gone to get a new smoking habit. So in the same Lancet study, 2% of persons who are never smokers actually started smoking during the COVID pandemic.
In youngsters, there seems to be an increase in the smoking, especially in the urban areas, and there is also a small trend of increasing in smoking among
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. I'm Kritsween, and well, it's all going down to the number game, and that's the big question. Who really has the edge at this moment? Looks like the Aghadi Sarkar is finding itself on the edge, and a lot of political developments coming in. Before that, first up, the top headlines. Despite almost 2/3 of party MLAs turning rebel, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray puts up a brave front, says government will survive crisis. Uddhav Thackeray gives ultimatum to Shiv Sena rebels in Guwahati. MLAs told to face expulsion if you fail to join the party meeting this evening. In an exclusive chat with Times Now, the man leading the rebels, Eknath Shinde, claims support of 46 MLAs, including 40 Shiv Sena MLAs and 6 ministers. A video shows at least 32 Sena MLAs with Shinde. Shinde says decision on staking claim to form government and alliance with the BJP will be taken in the rebels meeting this evening.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है.
In a subtle taunt to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, Sena rebel Eknath Shinde says he controls the real Shiv Sena, which represents Bala Sahib's Hindutva-based ideology. Amid crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet this evening. Will the party make a decisive move to align with Sena rebels to overthrow Aghadi government? With threatening clouds hovering over Aghadi Sarkar, alliance partners NCP and Congress review situation. Congress rushes troubleshooter Kamal Nath to keep the herd together. Maharashtra Governor and Chief Minister both reported to be COVID positive. Will the health crisis have an impact on the unfolding political crisis? Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's convoy at rebels camp in Guwahati at the Radisson creates flutter. 2 BJP mantris also seen at the hotel. JMM announces support for NDA's Draupadi Murmu as the first tribal president of India. Opposition ranks breached. Murmu likely to sail through with support from BJD and YSRCP. Non-stop developments taking place as far as the Maha Vikas Aghadi Sarkar crisis is concerned, and 5 p.m. is when Uddhav Thackeray will be chairing yet another meeting, this time with the party MLAs and MPs. And remember, an ultimatum has already been sent out by Uddhav Thackeray. In a detailed letter, he's warned all of those rebel MLAs who are currently camping outside of Maharashtra to mark their presence. If they fail to do so, they will be expelled from the party, he says. So that's an order coming in from Uddhav Thackeray, Maharashtra Chief Minister, who at 1 p.m. held a meeting, a cabinet meeting, in which, by the way, only 3 Shiv Sena ministers, cabinet ministers were a part of. Rest everyone was missing. So a lot of questions really coming to light on the kind of support that he's failing to gather at the moment. But yes, 5 p.m. is when another meeting is to take place, and Sharon is joining us live with more details. 5 p.m. is when Uddhav Thackeray will be meeting his party MPs and MLAs, and he sent out an ultimatum clearly. Sharon.
Well, that is right, and the ultimatum clearly stated that no show means you are out of the party. 5 p.m. is the ultimatum that has in fact been given to all the MLAs and MPs. They have been asked to report to Varsha Bungalow at about 5 p.m. and if any of them try to miss it, it means that they are not part of Shiv Sena anymore. So this is the ultimatum that is in fact coming in from Shiv Sena. This is happening after there was in fact a cabinet briefing, the cabinet meeting that was in fact headed by Uddhav Thackeray. He is in fact COVID positive, so it was a virtual meeting that was done, and in which there were only 3 ministers from Shiv Sena who were present in the meeting. Rest of the ministers, including Aditya Thackeray, decided to skip this particular meeting. So clearly there are in fact a situation that is in fact tense as far as Uddhav Thackeray camp is concerned. Meanwhile, we are seeing that the numbers are only increasing in Eknath Shinde's camp. Eknath Shinde camp in fact states that there are about 46 MLAs, including 6 ministers now. So this is a huge number that we are talking about here, and perhaps that is why a change in the body language, a change in the confidence that was in fact shown by Sanjay Rawat, by Uddhav Thackeray, is not really seen here. Though the sources have been suggesting that in the meeting Uddhav Thackeray was in fact remained calm. He was in fact saying that how sources have been suggesting that he did mention how Nitish Deshmukh, who has in fact come back, saying that he was in fact kidnapped, he was forcefully taken by the Eknath Shinde camp. He is now back, and he has restored confidence that more such MLAs will be back, because he believes that most of these MLAs have been forcefully taken from Maharashtra. So now with both the internal and external force, it is now yet to be seen how is the 5 p.m. meeting going to be, what is going to be the political strategy as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, whether this would be a last meeting, whether there will be in fact emotional statement or speech that will be made by Uddhav Thackeray to woo those Eknath Shinde camp MLAs. Will
absolutely in 2 hours from now that all important Shiv Sena meeting will begin. We'll keep coming back to you, Shireen. Track all those developments very closely for us. For the moment, quickly putting our focus to another update we're tracking. Times Now has accessed Sena rebel MLA Pratap Sarnaik's old letter. This is an old letter wherein he told Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to join hands with the BJP, and this for the Hindutva ideology. So this is an old letter, of course, but this is a letter that signals that there were people within Shiv Sena who had already warned the Chief Minister of how there is a sense of feeling, and that feeling is only growing by the day, of how the Shiv Sena is perhaps distancing itself from the Hindutva ideology. Were these signs ignored? Arunil joining us with more details. Arunil, take us through the contents of this letter. An old letter indeed, but speaks volumes of how this was a sentiment that was in the minds and hearts of the Shiv Sainiks since a while now.
Well, that is right. In fact, this was a letter, an old letter from Pratap Sarnaik, and he had basically mentioned about the fact that how the Shiv Sena should again join hands with the BJP, because by joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, Hindutva has been compromised to a very large extent. The letter obviously was in Marathi. Pratap Sarnaik also made an interesting point, saying that the Congress and the NCP ministers and party leaders are trying to poach into the vote bank of the Shiv Sena leaders. He gave an example of his own constituency as well. Pratap Sarnaik is an interesting example over here, but because after he wrote this letter, he basically was completely sidelined from the Shiv Sena hierarchy or the party to a very large extent. Whenever we used to go to the Vidhan Bhavan, Pratap Sarnaik, who used to be in one of the front rows walking with Aditya Thackeray, then he was being asked to wait outside the Vidhan Bhavan as well. He was not basically the main part of the main core team of the Shiv Sena. He was being sidelined after he made those allegations against the Congress and the NCP. Like Pratap Sarnaik, there were several other Shiv Sena MLAs who are part of the rebel MLAs now. We will share their details as well. Tanaji Sawant on the stage only basically had said that Shiv Sena should split from the Congress and the NCP, because the NCP is the main beneficiary of the Maha Vikas Aghadi.
So these were warnings that were being sent out on a constant basis by some of those who felt that the Shiv Sena is alienating itself from the core Hindutva ideology, that of Balasaheb Thackeray. Arunil, stay on with us. Quickly putting out another bit of breaking news coming in, shifting our focus to these posters that have been pasted in Pune, and they say that Devendra Fadnavis should return as the Chief Minister again, and that's the sense that we've been picking up from the BJP camp, of course, through this time when these political developments have been ongoing, and how the Maharashtra, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is finding itself in this crisis that is only growing by the hour. Let me go across to Radhika, who is also with us on this broadcast. Radhika, we've seen a dramatic poster of Sanjay Raut that was witnessed. Of course, a very confusing poster at that, sending out mixed signals, but this is the sentiment prevailing in the BJP camp, perhaps put out by someone in the BJP, saying that Fadnavis should return as the Chief Minister. What does this poster say?
Absolutely. So that's what the poster says, that Fadnavis should return as the Chief Minister. Crisis is brewing in the state of Maharashtra, and now looks like MVA doesn't have the support that it needs. People within Sena are breaking away from the party, and therefore it is Devendra Fadnavis who should come back as the Chief Minister. In any case, BJP has been saying this time and again, that this unholy, unusual alliance is not something of a people's mandate. It is unconstitutional, is also something that BJP keeps saying, but it isn't. Of course, it had to do with the number game 2.5 years back, which is how MVA was formed. But yet BJP had been feeling betrayed and cheated, considering that the people they say had voted for BJP Sena alliance and not Sena Congress NCP. But it was the numbers game that led to the formation of MVA and BJP obviously sitting in the opposition now. Now, of course, the BJP are feeling vindicated at this point simply because Sena, at least about 40 MLAs, if we have to go by what Shinde has been saying, have broken away. In fact, 32 Sena MLAs and the rest of them independents have broken away, are supporting Shinde at this point. If Shinde has that pact with the BJP, there is a possibility that Fadnavis
and interestingly, you know, since we're talking about the BJP also seems to be playing a wait and watch, though the BJP is also now holding back-to-back meetings. Remember, it all started with meetings in the national capital, and now news coming in of how Fadnavis is all set to chair a meeting at his residence and top netas will be in attendance. So another BJP meeting that is taking place in Mumbai at the residence of former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and Sandeep joining us live from outside his residence. Sandeep, when are we to hear from what the meeting is all about? Any movement that you've picked up so far?
See, as far as this meeting is concerned, the meeting is held out here at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, and all the MLAs have been instructed to come out here and attend this meeting. And in fact, across the Maharashtra, message has been given to all the MLAs that not to speak to media. And in fact, senior BJP leader Rao Sahab Danve, Narayan Rane, Union Minister Narayan Rane, Nitesh Rane, all of them are here, and a crucial meeting is underway. As far as this meeting is concerned, BJP is tightening its strength over all its MLA, and in fact, they are also connecting the independent MLAs who can make way for BJP to form in fact a government in the state of Maharashtra. Now remember, there is a crucial meeting called by Shiv Sena as well, and have asked all the MLAs to attend that meet. Now the most important point in that meeting is that, you know, in case if you know, these MLAs does not come to the Shiv Sena's meeting, then they have been threatened to, you know, expelled from the party. But on the one hand, the point is whether there if these MLAs are expelled from Shiv Sena, whether they will be MLA or not, whether they will be expelled as MLA or not, because they are mentioning that they are having the support of 40 MLAs and they need 2/3 of Shiv Sena in order to, you know, form a government in regards or prove the support in Maharashtra government. So definitely crucial meeting out here at Sagar Bungalow.
Perhaps the BJP, Sandeep, is only waiting and watching out for the fact as to if there is a confirmed 37 by the side of Eknath Shinde. That's the magic number that everyone is watching out for. Whether or not we see that camp inch towards the BJP remains to be seen as well. Thank you all of you for joining us with those details. Shifting our focus, this is with regards to the Enforcement Directorate's probe in the National Herald case, and details coming in of how Sonia Gandhi is all set to skip the questioning tomorrow as well, citing health reasons for postponement. Jairam Ramesh has taken to Twitter to confirm the same. Let me go across to Bhavtosh. Bhavtosh, it's been 5 sittings for Rahul Gandhi already. Sonia Gandhi was to appear before the agency tomorrow. Seems like that's not happening. We'll reconnect with Bhavtosh, but this is Jairam Ramesh, who's taken to Twitter and says since she's been strictly advised rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID and lung infection, Sonia Gandhi has written to ED seeking postponement of her appearance there by a few weeks till she recovers completely. Sonia Gandhi writing to the Enforcement Directorate seeking postponement of her day of questioning and citing health reasons, in particular COVID and the lung infection, while seeking this postponement. Nyamika joins us on the phone line. Yes, Nyamika.
Well, just now the chief of the media department, Jairam Ramesh, has sent out a tweet regarding the information of the appearance of Congress President Sonia Gandhi before ED, and in his tweet he has said that since she is being strictly advised rest at home following her hospitalization on account of COVID and lung infection. Congress President Sonia Gandhi has written to ED today seeking postponement of her appearance there by a few weeks till she is recovered completely. That has been tweeted by Jairam Ramesh, who is the AICC General Secretary of Media Department, and it has now been clear that Sonia Gandhi is not going to appear before ED. She has sought permission from ED to give her more time for the appearance because she was not well, and just 2 days back she got home after getting hospitalized for a few days after she got infected by COVID-19 and even got the lung infection due to that virus, and that is the reason why she has not yet been properly been recovered from that illness.
Yes, that's the reason being cited by Sonia Gandhi. So she may skip the summons tomorrow. It's been already over 50 hours of questioning for Rahul Gandhi through the 5 sittings. We were slipping a very short break here. Be back with the latest. We're tracking on the biggest story, the Maha Vikas Aghadi crisis that continues to escalate. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
More news coming in after Uddhav Thackeray's ultimatum. Eknath Shinde is also all set to meet rebel MLAs shortly. Now remember, notice has been sent to all of those rebel MLAs who are currently camping in Guwahati, and very clearly mentioned in the notice that given the situation that has been created to destabilize the government in Maharashtra, this is an ultimatum, an order being given to all MLAs and ministers to report at Varsha Bungalow. 5 p.m. viewers is when this meeting will take place at Varsha Bungalow, and Uddhav Thackeray has summoned all of his MLAs and MPs to attend the meeting. Failing to do so, they will be expelled from the party, the notice says. Let me go across to Nibir joining us with more details. Nibir, so parallelly, while Uddhav Thackeray gives out an ultimatum, let's say, taking into account that this is to take place at 5 p.m., time is running out clearly and looks like nobody from the Guwahati camp is left yet. What more can you tell us?
It's absolutely the dissenting MLAs that have come here at the Radisson Hotel here. None of them have left so far, but we have seen cars coming in since the last 1 hour or so, and the intensity of the cars that have come in have increased. So a lot of people are entering the hotel here because the meeting has already been over. However, the stakeholders of the decision makers of the decision are still entering here. And very interestingly, few of the cars that have arrived here at the hotel have BJP tags in those cars. So the footprint of BJP cannot be dismissed here, and that's why the footprint of BJP cannot be dismissed here at the high-level meeting that is currently ongoing at the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. However, there has been no update in the sense that there are no dissenting MLAs or anyone that have come out of the hotel.
What about the two MLAs, the two MLAs who were to reach Assam?
Yes. One of them have already reached the airport. The other one, there is speculation that he's on the way. However, their entry is yet to be. One of the cars that entered here recently, one of them was an MLA, but the other MLA has not yet arrived here at the hotel. As things stands, there has not been any such movement in front of the hotel.
Eknath Shinde is only growing in numbers. Let's see when that happens. And a meeting that will be taking place once again of the rebel camp where they're stationed in Guwahati. Thank you, Nibir, for joining us with those details. Well, it's a Times Now exclusive. We'll play out the reaction of Eknath Shinde, who spoke to us. But before that, Abhishek is also joining us with more details. Abhishek, the ultimatum sent out by Uddhav Thackeray ends in close to 30 minutes. No one from the rebel camp has left Guwahati yet. So trouble certainly mounting for Shiv Sena.
Yes, definitely, we are constantly monitoring the situation since morning. Back-to-back meetings are happening here, and one meeting already happened, and as we speak, the ultimatum is given, and ultimatum is given through social media platform also, from WhatsApp, email, SMS also. And what we are hearing from the sources from inside is Eknath Shinde camp remains firm on their stand, and they will not be going from here. Definitely, they will not, even if they try to go, there is no time that they can meet and reach over there. But what is expected from Uddhav Thackeray and from the Sena's camp is at least they revert through social media and give them assurance. That is also not happening. And what is coming from inside, from the sources, is definitely they are firm on their decision. And you rightly pointed out, since morning when there were only, and we were anticipating around 30 plus Sena MLAs and around 7 independent MLAs.
Absolutely. And Abhishek, there's a reason why we're saying that Eknath Shinde is very confident of having the numbers by his side. It's a Times Now exclusive, viewers. We spoke to the man of the moment, Eknath Shinde, who claims that he has the support of 46 plus MLAs, also that he has more than 37 Shiv Sena's MLAs itself. 5 to 6 independent MLAs are supporting him, and 6 ministers who are standing by his side. He's also informed that a meeting will take place. We will keep cutting across to those live updates, but that's the exclusive for you. Listen in.
सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए।
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है जी, वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
तो बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
So yes, two important meetings. The BJP will be holding a meeting which will be headed by Devendra Fadnavis in Mumbai, and Uddhav Thackeray also has called for a meeting at 5 p.m. Getting you all those updates. First up, a short break. Be back with more.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term. Yes. Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened. That's your opinion. Let me finish. That's your opinion. Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish? I'm not here to satisfy you. What have we set off? I can't ask you a question because you turn everything around. I'm sorry. I'm not. You use these words. Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are. No. Anyhow, can I just butt in for a second? The question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है, आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं, and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this, that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it a genocide?
Can I answer that?
Yeah,
can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy, and it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempts to
Welcome viewers, you're watching Times Now. I'm Richa Sharma, and it's certainly a lot of breaking updates as far as the entire political scenario in Maharashtra is concerned. We'll be taking you through that and much more. But first up, a quick look at all the top headlines. It's all going to come down to 1 hour now, as Uddhav's fate could be sealed at 5 p.m. this evening if missing MLAs don't show up. Ahead of 5 p.m. show of hands, Uddhav Thackeray gives an ultimatum to Shiv Sena rebels, attendance or face the sack. Meanwhile, Sena MLA spotted at Surat rebel camp returns to the fold with a sensational story to tell. In an exclusive chat with Times Now, the man leading the rebels, Eknath Shinde, claims support of 46 MLAs.
A video shows at least 32 Sena MLAs with Shinde. Amid the crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet this evening. Will the party make a decisive move to align with Sena rebels to overthrow Uddhav? Meanwhile, Congress snips and virtually from the gutter calls BJP's Adivasi presidential pick a dummy. Raids across multiple locations after Union Bank of India complains that rupees 34,000 crores are siphoned off to a consortium is part of. Meanwhile, earthquake rocks a province in Afghanistan, killing over 900 people. And we have some breaking news coming in at top of this hour. We have the latest as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, who has now reacted to the Times Now's news break. He has now tweeted out saying, and I will be quoting from that as well shortly, but that's the latest tweet on our screens right now coming in. As far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he has now stated that Shiv Sena MLA Shri Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief representative of Shiv Sena legislator. The reason is that the orders issued by Mr. Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs are legally invalid. Arunil now joins us on this broadcast. Yes, Arunil, how would you read into this latest tweet coming in from Shinde?
Well, Eknath Shinde clearly bringing out two power centers in the Shiv Sena over here now. Basically behaving as the party supremo. Basically, CM Uddhav Thackeray had told Sunil Prabhu, the Shiv Sena MLA, to send out these letters to the rebel MLAs. But here, Eknath Shinde basically not accepting to the letter of Sunil Prabhu, saying that who is he? Bharat Gogavle, who an MLA Raigad, he is the group leader of the Legislative Assembly of the Shiv Sena. So there are two factions of the Shiv Sena that have developed over.
त्याच्या बातम्या आता काही या ठिकाणी येत आहेत. तर मी आत्ताच वर्षावर त्या ठिकाणी होतो. आज कोणत्याही पद्धतीची खासदारांची बैठक सीएम साहेबांनी बोलवली नव्हती. जी काय बैठक व्हायची होती ती काल सीएम साहेबांच्या बरोबर खासदार महोदयांची सगळ्यांची झालेली आहे. आणि आजच्या या ठिकाणी ज्या टीव्ही न्यूज चॅनल्सवर बातम्या येत आहेत त्याचा खुलासा करण्यासाठी मला सांगण्यात आलंय की कोणत्याही पद्धतीची आज खासदारांची किंवा आमदारांची बैठक या ठिकाणी वर्षावर बोलवली नव्हती. आज कई चैनलों पे ये बातमी चली है, न्यूज चली है कि जिसमें सारे सांसदों को बुलाने का न्योता यहाँ दिया गया था, ऐसा चैनल्स में आ रहा है. मैं ये खुलासा करना चाहूँगा कि शिवसेना के ओर से कोई भी एमपीज को आज क्या दिन का न्योता नहीं था. आज कोई मीटिंग एमपीज की, शिवसेना एमपीज की यहाँ वर्षा पे नहीं थी. जिन एमपीज को मिलना था उन्होंने कल साहब से बात हुई है. सारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्स कल आदरणीय उद्धव साहब से मिल के जा चुके हैं.
विधायकों की मीटिंग में विधायकों की
आज ना विधायकों की मीटिंग है ना ही एमपीज की मीटिंग आज के दिन.
एक लेटर इश्यू हुआ है.
आज मला सांगण्यात आलंय की खासदारांच्या मीटिंग बाबतीत जी बातमी चालवली जाते त्या बाबतीत खुलासा करण्यात आला.
एक लेटर इश्यू हुआ है जिसमें कहा गया कि सारे विधायक शाम तक पहुंचे.
जे काही एमपीज साठी या ठिकाणी बातमी चालवली जाते तेवढाच माझा खुलासा राहील. एमपीज कोणतीही आज मीटिंग अधिकृत या ठिकाणी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंटची या ठिकाणी शिवसेनेनं बोलवलेली नाही. कोणत्याही पद्धतीनं आज खासदारांना इथं बोलवलेलं नव्हतं. त्याच्यामुळं खासदार आले नाहीत किंवा गैरहजर होते हे म्हणणं चुकीचं होईल. आज कोणत्याही पद्धतीची बैठकच नव्हती. आज मुझे सिर्फ
विधायकों को बुलाया गया है शाम को.
मुझे सिर्फ एमपीज के बारे में जो बोला था उसके बारे में मैं खुलासा कर रहा हूं. MLAs के बारे में अधिकृत
हुआ है बागी विधायकों को लेकर आपकी सरकार बचेगी? धन्यवाद। सरकार बचेगी या नहीं?
सर MLAs की मीटिंग होगी क्या? सर तो अल्टीमेटम क्यों दिया था सर? अगर मीटिंग नहीं है तो लेटर क्यों दी जा रही है?
आज MPs की मीटिंग थी नहीं, आज MPs की मीटिंग थी नहीं। वो गलत बात। श्रीकांत शिंदे भी मौजूद नहीं, मैं उसके बारे में कल की मीटिंग में सारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लिमेंट थे। कल नाही, आता मला फक्त एक सूचना देण्यासाठी पक्षाच्या वतीनं सांगण्यात आलंय की खासदारांची कोणतीही बैठक अधिकृत.
All right, so that is the latest reaction coming in from once again a Maharashtra cabinet minister who is now giving out a clarification that there was no meeting that was supposed to happen this evening. We'll wait and see if that really happens and if it is true. But that's the latest tweet now coming in from Eknath Shinde, who has so far not been very vocal on his stance apart from that soundbite that he gave out in Guwahati. And Radhika now joins us on this broadcast. So Radhika, that tweet once again hitting out at the Uddhav government, the state government, saying as to how there is a Shiv Sena MLA who has been appointed as the chief representative of the chief, that is the Shiv Sena legislature. The reason is that the orders issued by Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs is legally invalid. What does this mean?
That's right. That is what Eknath Shinde has tweeted, that another representative has been appointed and whatever Sunil Prabhu has written in that particular letter is legally invalid, which means that Eknath Shinde is not ready to abide by the ultimatum given by Shiv Sena at the moment, which clearly means that obviously the time is running out, so there is very little likelihood that they will attend this particular meeting. But what was expected, in case there is some sort of agreement that had to or consensus that they had to reach, would have been some sort of a contact via social media or a letter. But what Eknath Shinde, or rather what Eknath Shinde's MLAs there have been stating is that we've not received the ultimatum, but whatever it is, whatever we've read and seen as far as this ultimatum is concerned is legally invalid, which means that this meeting will not be attended by them and no response to the ultimatum will also be given by them apart from this tweet by Eknath Shinde.
All right, stay with us, Radhika, and my colleague Arunil now joins us on this broadcast as well. So Arunil, now we are seeing how Eknath Shinde has thrashed the MVA government, specifically Uddhav Thackeray, saying that you cannot sack us, we are the party. And also once again reiterating that it is illegally invalid to in a way call for this particular meeting, which has once again been reiterated by another cabinet minister who now says that there was no meeting whatsoever. All right, before that, Arunil, stay with us. Sanjay Hegde also joins us on this broadcast. Sanjay Hegde, how would you read into what Eknath Shinde is now saying through that tweet? He has now reacted to Times Now's news break. He has blasted that letter ultimatum issued by the Shiv Sena. They seem to be backtracking on that meeting now. But he is now saying that the orders issued by Mr. Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs are legally invalid.
He may have his own views, but at the end of the day, it is the party which decides who the party whip within the legislature is. Now, the party seems to have given out a letter saying that you either turn up here or it will be considered as an act of defection. Disqualifications can be for acts of defection. Defections can happen either when a whip is disobeyed on the floor of the assembly, but it is not always necessary that it should happen only in the assembly. Any action which also...
But Mr. Hegde, if the party is sitting in Guwahati, these are more than 40 MLAs we are looking at. How can this be an act of defection then? That's what Eknath Shinde is saying through that tweet.
Well, Eknath Shinde might say what he wants and Twitter has its limitations. But the thing is that the party is not necessarily the legislature party or the MLAs alone. The party as such, which will be recognized by the commission and all that, that's a separate thing altogether. Now, as far as the legislature party is concerned, even now, the legislature party, which has reposed faith in the chief minister, continues. Somebody who's appointed as a whip is not the
But
party.
Mr. Hegde, the Sena camp at this point has only 16 or 17 MLAs. They don't even have the numbers or the majority to, in fact, disclose or declare themselves in power now.
All these are not questions which are decided on the spur of the moment on TV. On TV, the correct forum is the assembly. The assembly will have to be convened. The speaker will then conduct the proceedings.
But Mr. Hegde, the ultimatum that has now been issued through that letter that we have accessed, will that stand the ground? That's what even Eknath Shinde is now questioning about.
He may question it, but on that basis, then the ball will move into the speaker's court. Say the legislature party is given notice to its MLAs that you turn up, otherwise it will be taken as an act of defection. Thereafter, if they do not turn up and the speaker is moved for disqualification, what the speaker does, because he is a quasi-judicial authority, and the speaker will possibly then issue notice to the MLAs saying, what do you have to say? I have this disqualification petition.
All right, we'll wait and see what happens next, Mr. Hegde, and thank you for joining us here on Times Now. Let me also now go back to Arunil, who has been giving us those updates. So Arunil, now we have one cabinet minister coming out of outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence saying that there was no meeting that was supposed to happen this evening, and then we have Eknath Shinde once again giving out and blasting that letter ultimatum saying that you cannot sack us, we are the party now.
Well, that is right. Eknath Shinde giving out a direct message to CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically telling him that you are not the boss now, I am the boss of the Shiv Sena party. Clearly, two power centers have developed in the Shiv Sena party over here, and Eknath Shinde basically has appointed a group leader from his faction of the Shiv Sena, that is the Hindutva Shiv Sena. Bharat Sheth Gogawle, the MLA from Raigad, has been appointed the group leader of his faction, whereas Eknath Shinde himself was removed yesterday by CM Uddhav Thackeray as the group leader of the main faction of Shiv Sena, and in place of him Ajay Chaudhary, a close confidant of Shiv Sena, was being replaced. Now, why Eknath Shinde was removed yesterday was because the group leader enjoys a certain kind of powers when it comes to the assembly, when it comes to controlling the assembly, when it comes to relaying numbers of the Shiv Sena party to the speaker. That's why Eknath Shinde's powers were taken away by CM Uddhav Thackeray. But here Eknath Shinde giving out a very clear-cut and direct message saying that you are not the boss now, we the followers of late Baba Thackeray, we the followers of Hindutva, we are the boss, and we will basically give out diktats now.
Absolutely, and any confirmation, Arunil, coming in as far as that meeting is concerned, because there is still an amount of confusion of whether or not it will happen at 5 p.m. or not.
Well, basically the person coming out from CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence, what he exactly said was that there was no meeting of any Khasdar. Khasdar means the Minister of Parliament. No meeting of any MPs will be held today, and some news channels are playing about some meeting about some MP. That is completely inaccurate. When reporters asked him that what about the meeting, crucial meeting of the MLAs, he said, I have no idea about it, that I will have to check. So that was more of a insignificant statement. Or why exactly was he sent out? Was it that there were some jitters that were felt inside Varsha after Eknath Shinde, after the letter that was being sent to the rebel MLAs, Shiv Sena wanting to keep their doors open and wanting to communicate more with the Eknath Shinde camp? These kind of letters can basically damage the communication and the conversation that have been initiated, conversations of truce that I'm pointing towards.
And we wait and see what happens next and whether or not that meeting will be taking place this evening or not. Arunil, stay with us even as we have some more breaking news coming in from the BJP camp this time, that is clearly playing the wait and watch game here after Nitin Deshmukh returning back from Eknath Shinde's camp and making those serious allegations that they are wary of these MLAs now, waiting for Shinde camp to comfortably pass the 37 mark. And that's what we have been witnessing from the very beginning as far as the BJP is concerned. They have been keeping their cards close to their chest and certainly not giving out many statements, because they have experienced a similar kind of issue in the past as well. And the sources close to Times Now stating that BJP camp is clearly playing now the wait and watch game after Nitin Deshmukh returning back from the Shinde camp, it seems like, and making those serious allegations against them. They are now wary of these MLAs who have been stationed in Guwahati. There have been big claims being made by Eknath Shinde himself, stating that he has about 40 different MLAs in his account, but they are still waiting that Shinde's camp comfortably passes the 37 number mark. My colleague Nibir now joins us live on this broadcast. Yes, Nibir, what more are you picking up?
Yes, the Assam Chief Minister has commented his first reaction on the overall matter of Shinde and the dissenting MLAs being lodged at Guwahati Radisson Blu, and he has said that it is an opportune time for in a sarcastic way he has said that
sorry to interrupt you there, Nibir, but we have the latest visuals on our screen right now coming in of this another chartered plane that is now being taken by the Maharashtra BJP Chief Chandrakant Patil, who is now arriving in Surat, Gujarat on a chartered flight. He will now be reaching Guwahati, Assam along with the 4 MLAs. And remember, there were 4 other MLAs who are possibly all set to join the Shinde camp now. And now the latest that we are picking up as far as our information is concerned is that there is another chartered flight en route to Guwahati, Assam. And we have Chandrakant Patil, who is the Maharashtra BJP Chief, Nibir, who will be arriving, in fact, to Guwahati along with those 4 MLAs soon.
Yes, the very particular thing about today is that although the dissenting MLAs have entered here, but none of them have gone out of the hotel since morning, and also the leaders of the BJP here who are said to be in the hotel have also not left. So that's the show of strength that Eknath Shinde had claimed is on clear display here at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. And now we are getting to know that more leaders are joining in. They're coming to Guwahati in private chartered flights, and it is very interesting to know because none of them have come out of the hotel. They are having a high level meeting here, and there is also a BJP footprint that is facilitating their stay here. So this, as you can see here, we'll just show you in the camera there. There more and more people are entering the hotel. As you can see here in the car, we can see here visuals of the car where people are coming in here, entering the hotel, Radisson Hotel here. So this has been happening here since morning. The people are entering the hotel, and because of the meeting that is ongoing right now by the dissenting MLAs of Maharashtra as they are lodged in the Radisson Blu Hotel since morning.
Absolutely, Nibir, and continue to be with us even as this is the Times Now news break. There has now been confirmed that a total of 34 Sena rebels are now backing Eknath Shinde. That is something that we have been confirming for our viewers since we have been getting us those latest updates and breaking news updates. And Nibir, any more information coming in, and how soon can we expect that flight to arrive, and what's happening as far as the hotel premises in Guwahati is concerned?
Two fronts there are preparations ongoing. At the airport front there are cars that are parked to facilitate their arrival, and very important thing is that the logistics of those cars that are parked at the airport has been done by grassroots BJP workers at the airport. And secondly, here at the hotel we are seeing preparations coming in. We are seeing more and more people gathering here to arrange for their stay here. As per sources, 7 days the hotel has been booked for 7 days, and up to 70 rooms have been booked. So that clearly indicates that this is a very planned attempt by Shinde and company to stay here. And
Poonam now joins us live from the newsroom. Yes, Poonam, over to you. We have accessed that letter where a resolution has now been signed by 34 different MLAs.
Right, so I'm just going to read out a part of what this resolution reads and then show you the signatures of all those MLAs who have come out and said that this resolution was unanimously passed. This is dated 21st June, which was yesterday. It reads that it's hereby resolved and reaffirmed that Eknath Shinde, who was appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party on 31st of October 2019, continues to be the leader of the Maharashtra Legislative Party of the 14th Assembly. It also then goes on to say that another person, Mr. Bharat Gograte, will be appointed as the chief whip of the party for the legislative party. Sunil Prabhu's appointment is cancelled with immediate effect. That is what the resolution says. This resolution, like I said, was passed on 21st of June, which was yesterday. These are the names and signatures of all the MLAs who have attested to their willingness to sign this particular decision that Eknath Shinde will remain the legislative party leader. As you can see, these numbers, 34 is where the number stands. 34 MLAs have put their signatures on this document, which unanimously elects or continues the election of Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader, a move that the Shiv Sena and the Aghadi government had gone against yesterday and appointed Mr. Chaudhary as the leader of the legislative party.
Absolutely, and stay with us, Poonam, even as Arunil, who has been closely tracking these developments. Yes, Arunil, take our viewers through what exactly this resolution means, because this clearly means that there are 34 MLAs from the Shiv Sena backing Eknath Shinde, and they have been working under his leadership. That's what this is in a way confirming.
Well, we'll simplify it for our viewers. This means that Eknath Shinde has a clear-cut support of 34 Shiv Sena MLAs. Now, that is a significant number, but that is not enough. 3 less from the magical figure of 37 to avoid the anti-defection law. Now, what this letter exactly means is, yesterday only Eknath Shinde was removed as the group leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party. That means the powers that he had in the assembly as a whip to basically control the Shiv Sena MLAs, that was being snatched away by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants. Here, basically the MLAs, 34, that number is more than the number that CM Uddhav Thackeray has now, but they are saying that we had appointed Eknath Shinde as our legislative party leader. They have given one date as well, and he basically in 2019 they are saying, and he continues to be our main leader over here. And Bharat Gograte is been appointed by Eknath Shinde as the representative of the party now. Basically, he will act as the chief whip of the party. So 2 power centers clearly been established in the Shiv Sena. This is extremely massive because one power center lies with CM Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha with around 16 MLAs with him, and the another power center lies with Eknath Shinde with 34 MLAs with him. But yet again, I am repeating that 37 MLAs Eknath Shinde will need to get that 2/3 majority in the 55 MLAs that Shiv Sena has in the Maharashtra Assembly to avoid the anti-defection law. And that is why only Sunil Prabhu had written that letter saying that all the Shiv Sena MLAs have to communicate to Varsha about the meeting today via any modes of communication. Otherwise, their MLA post stands in a tremendous jeopardy.
Absolutely, and stay with us, Arunil. Going back to Poonam once again. So Poonam, take our viewers through the letter once again and what really it establishes, because remember, this is the same thing that Eknath Shinde also spoke about in that tweet. He mentioned how there has been Shri Bharat Gograte, who has been appointed as the chief representative of the Shiv Sena legislator, and how Sunil Prabhu's in fact orders regarding today's meeting stand invalid legally.
Right, so the resolution that has been passed and which has signatures of 34 MLAs of the Maharashtra Assembly, I'm going to read out excerpts of that particular document that we've accessed here on Times Now. It goes on to read, for the last 2.5 years, we the Shiv Sena Legislative Party members were facing tremendous pressure from our electorates of voters. We the members of the Legislative Party as well as all leaders and workers throughout the country were facing a lot of humiliating questions from our voters on account of the support to leaders of opposition. Our leader, Balasaheb Thackeray, was always a strong nationalist. we have been subjected to a lot of criticism for being a part of a corrupt Maharashtra government, which is why they have unanimously decided that Eknath Shinde, who was appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party on the 31st of October in 2019, will continue to be the leader of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislative Party. They also go on to say that a chief whip, they have put up a name, a candidate for the chief whip of the legislative party for the Shiv Sena. They say that appointment of Sunil Prabhu, which is done by the party after this whole rebellion came to the fore, stands cancelled with immediate effect. That resolution was signed yesterday on the 21st of June, and this is the list of MLAs that have put their signatures to this particular document. As you can see while I'm scrolling through, there are 34 names, 34 signatures on this particular document, 34 MLAs of the Shiv Sena attesting to the fact that they want Eknath Shinde to continue to be their legislative party leader.
Absolutely, Poonam, and they have in a way listed out all the complaints as well as things that they had to face, Arunil, and take our viewers through point by point what exactly has been mentioned in this resolution. They speak about how their ideologies and their complaints have been ignored by the MVA government, and that's the reason why they are taking this stand.
Well, that is right. In fact, in this letter, all signed by around 34 Shiv Sena MLAs led by Eknath Shinde, they are basically saying that time and again how they were humiliated by their alliance partners, that is the Congress and the NCP. Their core ideology of Hindutva was compromised on several occasions, and that's why they became a target of a like-minded opposition party. Basically, it is the BJP. So they have given reasons that why they have decided to separate from the Uddhav Thackeray rank of the Shiv Sena and appointed Eknath Shinde as their main leader. But what is more significant is that whatever decision CM Uddhav Thackeray is taking now, basically asking Sunil Prabhu to send out letters to these rebel MLAs, these rebel MLAs are not adhering or accepting to the letters over here. They are waging a fight against CM Uddhav Thackeray, saying that you don't have the majority, you don't have the maximum number of MLAs, we have the maximum number of MLAs, and it is we who will take a call over here. It is we who will decide. The chief whip will be from our segment of the Shiv Sena party. However, if you look at it constitutionally, then Eknath Shinde will need 37 MLAs with him to avoid the anti-defection law. Only 34 have signed in this document. 3 more are required. Whether he will get that or no, that will be extremely paramount. That will be game changer.
Absolutely, Arunil, and going back to Poonam once again, and that's what the BJP has also been waiting for, isn't it, Poonam, where they have been, according to our sources, clearly playing the wait and watch game. And after we saw how one of their MLAs returned back, that is Nitin Deshmukh, and also made those allegations against the party members, they are now waiting for Shinde camp to really complete that number, that magical number of 37.
Absolutely, and as far as this letter goes, 34 are already on board as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. They do need 37 to avoid the anti-defection law. But I want to take our viewers through what this resolution actually reads, and it goes on to solidify what Eknath Shinde yesterday said in his tweet, where he said that it was betrayal of Hindutva ideology, the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray, and the idea on which Shiv Sena was founded was being betrayed and has been betrayed right since the Shiv Sena decided to join ranks with the Congress and the NCP to form power. This letter goes on to talk about that as well. It says there is enormous discontent amongst the cadre of our party for forming the government with NCP and the Indian National Congress, who are ideologically opposed to our party. There has been a compromise on the principles of our party Shiv Sena, which has been a party with fierce ideological base and was formed for fighting for the rights of the local Marathi people. For the last 2.5 years, our party and its leadership have compromised party principles. The most important bit that this resolution talks about is compromise of party principles by aligning with contrasting ideologies for the sake of achieving power in the state of Maharashtra. The ideology of our party's leader, late Balasaheb Thackeray, was to give a clean and honest government to the people of Maharashtra without compromising on the principles of Hindutva, which was defeated at the first day itself by aligning with the opposing ideologies. So in this letter, in this resolution, these 34 MLAs are not not only talking about compromise on the ideologies that Shiv Sena was founded upon, but also the fact that this government is not exactly a clean government, and it mentions Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, who are in jail, who are facing allegations of corruption, and that is something that goes against the party's ideologies, goes against what Bala Thackeray stood for, is what this resolution says.
Absolutely, and stay with us. We'll also want to once again take a quick question from Nibir, who's been closely tracking these developments from Guwahati. So Nibir, the latest development being that Chandrakant Patil along with 4 other MLAs will be soon flying off from Surat in a private chartered flight to Guwahati. This possibly again means that once again the rebel MLAs number 37 might be reached soon.
Yes, this is a big development, because if the MLAs show up here, then the number of MLAs will increase further to 37, and that will add boost to the show of strength that is already on display here at the Radisson Hotel since morning, as Eknath Shinde and his dissenting MLAs have claimed that they are going to form they have the right numbers to even form the government. So this addition of MLAs, that if they arrive here at the hotel, that they expected to arrive here at the hotel, will significantly add boost to the already to the show of strength that has been observed here at the Radisson Hotel. But we are here at the in front of the hotel, and also so far they have not landed, but definitely we will show them. But the main important part is none of the MLAs, dissenting MLAs, have gone out of the hotel. So there were reports claiming that few of them were wanted to go out, but so far none of them have moved out of the hotel. There are people who are coming in. There are BJP leaders that have come in, which clearly shows the footprint of the BJP. However, there are no leaders that have come out of the hotel. That indicates that the solidarity within the Shinde camp remains intact, and with the addition of the upcoming MLAs, that is going to be even further boosted.
Absolutely, and stay with us, Nibir, and asking all our reporters to stay with us. And as the Aghadi Sarkar totters and the rebels shore up their numbers, questions are now being raised about who's really orchestrating this revolt. While the BJP has completely denied playing a role in this entire crisis that has now emerged, their hand is slowly getting more visible. From mysterious visits by BJP MPs to MLAs to the rebel camps in Surat and Guwahati that have been witnessed back to back in the past few days, to cryptic messages, the BJP's Operation Kamal seems to be underway in Maharashtra as we speak. And here is the tell-all signs as we speak right now. Number one being of the BJP MLA first greeting rebels. This is Sushanta Borgohain, who greeted these MLAs as soon as they arrived in Guwahati early this morning. Inside, when he was asked about it, he at this point remained tight-lipped. Later on, we saw as to how the Chief Minister of Assam's convoy was visible at the rebel camp. This is Hemant Biswa Sarma's convoy, although he himself was not seen, but his convoy was seen in the rebel camp. We have been closely tracking those developments, and there was another BJP MP at the rebel camp, that is BJP MP Palab Lochan in the rebel camp, who was also seen. So there have been news trickling in of how possibly there has been the role of the BJP, which they have been denying. That is certainly trickling in. Then we have another BJP MLA at the Surat camp yesterday, where the BJP MLA was once again seen in the rebel camp's hotel. There were shots being seen of the entire scenario as well. But we'll move on to some more breaking news coming in. And even as BJP camp is clearly playing the wait and watch game here, after Nitin Deshmukh returning back from Eknath Shinde's camp and making those allegations, they are now wary of these MLAs. They are waiting for Shinde camp to comfortably pass the 37 magic number mark. My colleague Amit Kumar now joins us live on this broadcast. जी अमित, हमें बताइए किस तरह से ये पूरी जो स्थिति बनी है अभी फिलहाल, कितनी जल्दी जो है शिंदे कैंप ये 37 मैजिकल नंबर पहुंच सकेंगे?
जो देखिए सारा खेल है इसी बात को लेकर कि कितनी जल्दी एकनाथ शिंदे का जो ग्रुप है वो 37 का आंकड़ा छू ले, क्योंकि सारी लड़ाई इस बात को लेकर है कि जो एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ से कैसे बचा जाए। क्योंकि ये जो चिट्ठी है जो शिवसेना के नाम पर किया जा रहा है कि असली शिवसेना वो है, दावा किया जा रहा है, लेकिन उसमें मुश्किल यही हो रही कि सिर्फ 34 विधायक हैं। वो 34 विधायकों ने उनको नेता भले ही चुना हो, लेकिन जब तक ये आंकड़ा 37 नहीं होगा तब तक मुश्किल होगा। कहा यह जा रहा है कि 2 विधायक वहाँ से आज सुबह से ये खबर चल रही है कि 2 विधायक विधायक यहाँ पे आ रहा है, जिससे आंकड़ा ये जो है ये 34 का 36 हो जाएगा, लेकिन अभी तक वो पहुंचे नहीं है। दूसरी बात ये भी आ रही है, हालांकि एकनाथ शिंदे के जो क्लोज एसोसिएट है उनकी तरफ से ये कहा गया कि करीब 4 से 5 शिवसेना के ऐसे विधायक हैं जो कि इनके संपर्क में हैं और वो हो सकता है कि वेट कर रहे हैं कि कब शामिल हो, लेकिन इनका कहना है कि अगले 24 से 48 घंटे में 3 से 4 लोग और जुड़ जाएंगे और ये आंकड़ा जो होगा ये 37 पार कर जाएगा। बीजेपी भी इसी का इंतजार कर रही है कि जब ये 37 का आंकड़ा पार हो जाएगा तब ये डिप्टी स्पीकर है और राज्यपाल को ये बताएंगे कि अब उनको एक अलग और शिवसेना, असली शिवसेना के तौर पर उनको मान्यता दे दी जाए और जो अभी तक उद्धव ठाकरे के पास है वो असली शिवसेना का हकदार एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व वाली ग्रुप को दे दिया जाए। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि इंतजार इसीलिए ये जो मामला डिले हो रहा है उसकी वजह यही है कि ये जो 37 का आंकड़ा जो मैजिक फिगर है, मैजिक फिगर 145 जो कि वहां पर बहुमत के लिए है, उससे जब बड़ा मैजिक फिगर आज की डेट में अगर कोई है तो वो 37 विधायकों का है शिवसेना के भीतर, जो कि एकनाथ शिंदे को पाना है। और एकनाथ शिंदे ने टाइम्स ग्रुप से बात करते हुए ये कहा कि उनके पास 46 से ज्यादा विधायकों का समर्थन है, लेकिन जो मैजिक फिगर होना चाहिए और शिवसेना के विधायकों की संख्या होनी चाहिए वो अभी सिर्फ 34 है, तो इसलिए उनको भी वो भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं। 28 तक यहाँ पर जो रेडिसन ब्लू है गुवाहाटी में वो बुक है, 28 तक ये सारे विधायक यही रुकने वाले हैं और इसीलिए इस दौरान इंतजार हो रहा है कि कैसे 2-3 को और जोड़ा जाए ताकि ये जो फिगर है 37 हो जाए। तो सबको, चाहे बीजेपी हो या फिर एकनाथ शिंदे हो, दोनों को ही इंतजार है कि 37 का मैजिक फिगर जैसे ही हासिल होगा इसके बाद वो अगला कदम बढ़ाएंगे और वहां पर असली शिवसेना का क्लेम हासिल करने के बाद नए सरकार के गठन की तैयारी शुरू हो जाएगी।
बने रहिए हमारे साथ अमित। In fact, Times Now has also spoken to the BJP MLA, that is Sushanta Borgohain, who went to greet the rebel MLAs in Guwahati. He has also now dodged our questions and insists that it's just a personal visit that he was on. Listen in.
They said that they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them. That's it.
Are you a government?
No, I don't know. Because 2-3 of my MLA friends, they said that they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them in the early morning. So they have already left, and I am going to my home now. Thank you.
BJP leaders also present here.
So BJP leader means only Pallav is there. Pallav is also MP. He is also a very good friend of the people whom I have said. So for that reason.
So how many MLAs has come here? How many MLAs has come here? Kimanjan MLA aise? How many MLAs has come here?
So I have not counted any MLAs. Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up. So I came to receive them. I don't know. I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things.
Are you a government representative?
No. It's a personal relation. I came here. On personal relation, I came here.
So what did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam. So I came to receive them.
But there is still little ambiguity in the Aghadi camp about BJP roles in this entire scenario. They squarely blame the Saffron Party for trying to destabilize the Sarkar. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र की बात वही हो रही है। सरकार गिराने का कितना लंबा इन्होंने अंदर हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग की होगी, कल्पना के बाहर की बात है। इनका कोई 1 लाख 2 लाख 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ नहीं होते हैं, इनकी रेट शुरू 10 करोड़ से होती है। हम तो अनुभव करते हैं, राजस्थान के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर अनुभव करते हैं। तो ये खेल जो पैसे का चल रहा है देश के अंदर, इलेक्ट्रल बॉन्ड एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, चंदा एक तरफ जा रहा है, बाकी पार्टियों को देने वालों को तंग किया जा रहा है, तो कहाँ लोकतंत्र जा रहा है? तो आप उसको महाराष्ट्र की जो षड्यंत्र है उसको उसी रूप में देखना चाहिए।
वही होगा जो पहले हुआ था। पहले शपथ ले ली थी देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने, फिर उनकी शपथ जो है टूट गई और उद्धव ठाकरे जी मुख्यमंत्री बन गए। तो इस बार तो ऑलरेडी सरकार है, सरकार गिरा नहीं पाएंगे। जो भी सियासी तमाशा चल रहा है वो कल तक क्लियर हो जाएगा, आप निश्चिंत रहें, सरकार को कोई खतरा नहीं। पिछली बार देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी भी दावा कर रहे थे कि पूर्ण बहुमत है और फिर मैदान से हटना पड़ा था। तो इस तरह के जो भी दावे वो किसी से भी करवाएंगे, शिवसेना में थोड़ा बहुत जो आंतरिक कलह दिख रही है, मुझे लग रहा है शिवसेना उसे संभाल लेगी। कांग्रेस में कहीं कोई संकट नहीं, कांग्रेस के सारे विधायक एकजुट हैं, एकजुट दिख रहे हैं, उनके विजुअल आपके सामने मौजूद हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
सरकार चलेगी, इसलिए चलेगी क्योंकि भाजपा भी सरकार नहीं बना सकती है। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, कुछ लोगों को खरीद करके, कुछ खरीद फरोख्त करके कुछ दूसरे तरीके से एक अस्थिरता पैदा करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, मगर उनके मंसूबे पूरे होंगे नहीं। और महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरीके से सरकार गिराने की साजिश की जा रही है, और वो साफ साफ दर्शाता है कि भाजपा बिल्कुल सत्ता की भूखी है।
All right, my colleagues Radhika and Nibir continue to join us live on this broadcast. Radhika, to you first. First, take our viewers to what's happening. Are we expecting that all-crucial meeting to happen at 5 p.m. this evening? And also, what's the situation like as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned?
You know, as far as Uddhav camp is concerned, of course, I am at St. Regis, where just a few MLAs are there, who are loyal to Uddhav, which is at least about 15 to 20 MLAs. If you look at the number game, Uddhav Thackeray hardly has anybody on his side, just about 15 to 20. We are talking about 55 MLAs of the Sena, of which almost about 40. If we look at the exact number, about 34 of Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So in the number game, of course, Eknath Shinde is sitting comfortably, which is one of the reasons why he's very confidently stating that he is the chief whip, he can appoint the chief whip, he is the boss, and Uddhav Thackeray is not the boss because he has majority of MLAs on his side. So therefore, meeting is set to take place at 5 o'clock. Definitely those MLAs who have who are right now in Guwahati are not going to be a part of that particular meeting. There is an ultimatum that has been issued that they will be expelled, and now of course that particular resolution that is coming out as far as Eknath Shinde's camp is concerned, stating that there has been dissatisfaction, there has been a lot of discontent among Shiv Sena MLAs. It is for the people of the state that they are they are taking this action. So that's what has been said in that particular letter. Now remains to be seen what will happen in that crucial 5 p.m. meeting. Who is going to be attending? Of course, these 15 to 20 MLAs will be a part of it. But besides that, will there be dissatisfied MLAs within the Eknath Shinde camp? Some of them stating that they are being forcefully taken away by Shinde. Will some of them be attending? All that remains to be seen.
All right, stay with us, Radhika. Let me also now go across to Arunil, who has been getting us all those inside details. Yes, Arunil, any more information that you're gathering? Because we have been getting that breaking input that Chandrakant Patil will be soon flying from Surat to Guwahati in that special chartered flight along with certain MLAs.
Well, that is what a certain camp has been claiming, and Chandrakant Patil, the BJP chief of Maharashtra, the second senior most leader of BJP Maharashtra, he has reached Surat in a chartered flight. If he had to directly go to Guwahati, why did he go to Surat then? So there are aspersions being raised, a certain camp claiming that there were some MLAs who had reached Surat and they will be taken to Guwahati by Chandrakant Patil in his special chartered plane. And if the number then reaches 37 till now, as per the letter or the document that was released from the Eknath Shinde camp, 34 MLAs have signed on it. If 3 more MLAs reach over there, then it is probably game over for CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, because Eknath Shinde's camp will have the requisite numbers to basically avoid the anti-defection law, and his faction of Shiv Sena can become the main faction of Shiv Sena, whereas ironically or startlingly CM Uddhav Thackeray's faction of Shiv Sena will become the B team of Shiv Sena. That's what the plan is from Eknath Shinde. That's what it looks like, because he's also appointed his own
more breaking inputs coming in from Assam Guwahati this time, where the latest that we are picking up, Nibir, is that the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is likely to meet the rebel MLAs soon. That's the big update coming in, even as we have been reporting back to back of how certain BJP MPs and MLAs have already met and also had in this morning welcomed the rebel MLAs who arrived in Guwahati. Nibir, what more are you picking up?
Yes, the Assam Chief Minister has said that he is friends with few of the MLAs in a sarcastic manner. He has said that he is friends with few of the MLAs here who are lodging here at the Radisson Blu Hotel, and then he will meet them by the evening hours because he knows them personally. So he has sarcastically said, but that also clearly indicates that the involvement of Assam CM. In the morning, we saw his convoy leaving the said hotel where the dissenting MLAs are lodging, and now he's saying that he is going to meet them. However, in a friendly manner. He also, when asked that about the MLAs lodging here in Guwahati, he has said that this is going to put Assam in the national politics map. So that is the aspiration. That is the aspiration the Assam's CM and the NEDA convener of the Northeast sees himself, and thus we cannot eliminate the footprint of the BJP here, because when we talk about the involvement of the BJP here, facilitating their travels in Assam, and also the involvement of the MPs and MLAs such as Sushanta Borgohain at the airport as well as at the hotel, we just cannot eliminate their role in facilitating the dissenting MLAs here. And now the Assam Chief Minister has also come out and stating that he is going to meet the dissenting MLAs. That is a clearly indicative of the fact that the BJP has been behind the move to bring these MLAs here in Guwahati yesterday night.
Alright, stay with us, Nibil, Arunila, as well as Radhika. We'll slip into a short break and we'll be continuing this non-stop rolling coverage on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that. You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which. No, say, finish, sir. Finish. I'll wait. Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply. You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri. I have the social media. I'm going to no, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir. Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response. My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view to which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now, no sir, you are wrong. You are no. Sir, sir, please, the same students celebrated. I'm sorry. Why are you defending these students? Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, in the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying thank you. Which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
for the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then the during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increased smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also work from home environment where the inhibitions are less, they have gone to get a new smoking habit. So in the same Lancet study, 2% of...
Welcome back, and we have some more breaking news coming in. All-out efforts to shore up the numbers is currently underway to reach that magic figure of 37. And the latest that we are picking up is that the Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakant Patil is currently in Surat. And remember, BJP camp is now claiming that there are some more MLAs with Chandrakant Patil even as we speak right now. Arunil now joins us live. Yes, Arunil, over to you. Please share more information. Alright, before that, let me also now go across quickly to Radhika joining us live. Yes, Radhika, the latest information being that the Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakant Patil is currently in Surat, and according to the BJP camp, they are now claiming that there are some MLAs with him as well.
Absolutely. So, yesterday, in fact, Chandrakant Patil had taken that press conference in which he did not say much. All he said was, we are waiting and watching. We don't have any proposal. Nobody has come to us. We are not in talks. What is happening is something that is bound to happen. It is an unlikely alliance. It is, MVA is bound to break away. That's what he kept saying. Now, of course, he is going to meet those MLAs is what it looks like, which means there could be a deal. There could be some sort of a pact signed, because we know Eknath Shinde has in fact spoken about having about 34 MLAs. We saw that letter of resolution in which he's expressed clear discontent, clear dissatisfaction as far as all those MLAs are concerned. Also going on to say that a majority of MLAs from Sena are on his side. So it is now got to do with the number game. We have 55 MLAs of the Sena, of which only about 15 to 20 with Uddhav Thackeray and close to 40 with Eknath Shinde, which means Eknath Shinde is in a comfortable position to ally with the BJP. So therefore, Chandrakant Patil could be there to make that happen.
Alright, stay with us, Radhika, even as we have some more breaking inputs coming in as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, who has now written another letter. This time we are getting in this information how Eknath Shinde has written a letter to Deputy Speaker challenging the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the Shiv Sena group leader for the Maharashtra legislative. Let me also now go across to Arunil getting us that update. Yes, Arunil, what exactly has been written in this letter?
Well, this is again an extremely significant development. Basically, Eknath Shinde writing a letter to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra saying that only 16 MLAs, 16 Shiv Sena MLAs attended the party meeting at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence yesterday. He was referring to the meeting that was held yesterday. So how come only 16 out of the total 55 MLAs have the power to appoint a group leader for the party? So basically saying that they can't have that much of a power. So the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary was appointed yesterday by CM Uddhav Thackeray as a replacement to Eknath Shinde. Now Eknath Shinde is saying that his appointment becomes null and void. His appointment cannot be counted in that context because only 16 MLAs were present in that meeting. Majority of the MLAs were not present in that meeting. Now why Eknath Shinde is doing is because yesterday CM Uddhav Thackeray particularly replaced him as the group leader, because a group leader enjoys a certain kind of powers and authority when it comes to the assembly floor, and that needed to be taken away from Eknath Shinde. But Eknath Shinde clearly challenging CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that you are not the boss now.
Increasing as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned, Arunil, and thank you for getting us that latest update. Asking all our reporters to stay with us. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with the latest on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
and a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. Lots happening. Time is ticking for Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray as the numbers just don't stack up. How does it stand for Uddhav Thackeray now? What are the developments that have happened since morning? We'll get you all those details. First up, a look at the top headlines. It's all going to come down to 1 hour. Uddhav's fate could be sealed at 5 p.m. if the missing MLAs do not show up. Ahead of 5 p.m. show of hands, Uddhav Thackeray gives ultimatum to Shiv Sena rebels: attend or face the sack. And Sena MLA spotted at Surat travel camp returns to the fold with a sensational story to tell. In an exclusive chat with Times Now, the man leading the rebels, Eknath Shinde, claims the support of 46 MLAs. A video shows at least 32 Sena MLAs with him. Amid crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet this evening. Will the party make a decisive move to align with the Sena rebels to overthrow Uddhav? Congress snipes virtually from the gutter, calls BJP's Adivasi presidential pick a dummy. And raids across multiple locations after Union Bank of India complains that 34,000 crores are siphoned out of a consortium it is part of. Earthquake rocks the province in Afghan with 900 people now said to be killed. Let's begin the broadcast with some breaking news now coming in. Uddhav's crucial address at 5 p.m. In a short while from now, just about 30 minutes to go, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is going to be addressing, and this was going to be a Facebook Live at 5 p.m. So what is it that he is going to announce? As far as the numbers go, he just does not have them yet. Radhika is joining us live with more details on this. Radhika, a lot of action that has happened in Maharashtra. Of course, as far as the numbers go, it's clearly not on Shiv Sena's side, on the Aghadi side. Uddhav Thackeray now, after the cabinet meeting, holding a Facebook Live. What's expected? It's going to be keenly watched.
Very keenly watched, very crucial, very important, something that everybody has been waiting for. That what does Uddhav has to say as far as the entire situation, entire political crisis, the turmoil is concerned. So yes, the reason, of course, behind this address is, of course, now the Sena is understanding that there is no way that Eknath Shinde is going to come back, or perhaps the fact that they're realizing that the numbers are not on their side. We were talking about 15 to 20 MLAs on Uddhav's side and about 34 on Eknath Shinde's side. And clearly the numbers are in favor of Eknath Shinde. And now that resolution, that letter has also come out in the open, in which Eknath Shinde has openly spoken about how the entire party cadre of the Sena are dissatisfied, discontent with Shiv Sena, how the people had voted for Shiv Sena.
So what are the scenarios that can play out? Radhika, continue to be with us. Let's also get our viewers the details of the scenarios that really can play out. There are very few options before the Maharashtra Chief Minister. What are the scenarios? Let's play that out with the numbers here. Scenario 1, the majority mark, of course, being 144. And let's take a look at the numbers of the Aghadi. So 169, we're looking at the numbers dwindling for the Aghadi here. NDA, of course, has 113, the others 4. These are the numbers as they stand as of now, which is BJP with 106, and we have Shiv Sena at 55, NCP at 53, Congress 44, and others at 29. But these are the numbers that are now changing as you have the Shiv Sena leaders, a few of the independents as well, switching sides, switching their loyalties, and that's when the whole numbers could change. So from 55, we have only about a handful of MLAs who are still pledging their allegiance to Uddhav Thackeray. So this is scenario 1. It's going to change completely. So Radhika, the scenario could change completely as we talk about the numbers and how they stack up. As of now, it looks like the numbers are clearly in favor of the rebel camp because they said they have close to about 40 MLAs on their side. Even if that's not the number, in the visuals that we've seen, it's at least 33. So even if a few MLAs do switch sides, it's really not going to make much of a difference. So that's the reason why Uddhav Thackeray has a lot of reason to worry.
Absolutely, Uddhav Thackeray has a lot of reason to worry, which is why even in the morning there were speculations that there is a possibility that he may offer to resign simply because he doesn't have numbers on his side. Till yesterday at least, many in the Sena camp, be it Sanjay Raut or several other leaders within Sena, had been stating that they are trying to convince Eknath Shinde he will come back. He's a staunch Sena supporter, a powerful Sena man, somebody who was close to Uddhav Thackeray, somebody who's been with the party for the longest time. So therefore he will come back is something that they were confident about. But today, the tables had turned, the opinions have changed. Sena believes that, they are going to crumble. So which is why now Uddhav Thackeray is going to take that very important, address, like he's going to address the people of Maharashtra at 5 p.m. today, whereby he's going to speak about the political situation. He may speak about the numbers. He may say that he has just about 15 to 20 that are in support of him, and that he's trying to get Eknath Shinde back to his fold. But that is not happening because as far as Shinde is concerned, comfortable numbers, good numbers, 34 of Sena MLAs, and of course many independents also along with him. We saw the resolution, clear dissatisfaction, discontent expressed by Shinde and the MLAs who are supporting him. So now of course Uddhav Thackeray looks like will have to sort of either put down his papers or try and get Shinde back, try and convince him to come back, or maybe go with the BJP as Shinde wants. So all that remains to be seen. Perhaps that is something that may be a part of address.
The Shiv Sena has of course seen the writing on the wall. Shivani, if we've looked at the reactions that are coming in from the Shiv Sena, whether it is Sanjay Raut in the morning, in the Uddhav backed camp, it's quite clear. They know what's happening as far as the numbers go. They know the stand of Eknath Shinde is also not really going to change, which is why they seem to have conceded defeat. Now, just a few minutes to go for Uddhav Thackeray's live, when of course it will all be clear as to what the Sena plans to do. But as of now, as far as the numbers go, yes, it's very clear. Eknath Shinde, he has made it very, very clear what his demands are. From the Shiv Sena, do you really see that happening? That yes, they give in to the demand that the rebel camp has put in place? Or do you think, as Sanjay Raut has said, prestige is more important, so that's out of question? Shivani? Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Shivani.
Here talking about this
across to
particular
Arunil,
Facebook or social media live.
Arunil, if you can take that up, because now we're seeing from Sanjay Raut as well these indications that have come in. But as far as the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray is concerned, Shinde has said that yes, we are the ones who are following his ideology. So this is not a fight against the Shiv Sena per se. He says he's fighting to ensure that the ideology stays intact. So he's not looking at breaking away. But do you see the Shiv Sena really giving in, backed by Uddhav Thackeray? Is there a possibility that his demands are met?
Well, there are two possibilities. CM Uddhav Thackeray to speak on his official social media page at 5 p.m. Now, whether he will sack those rebel MLAs or will he resign? These are the two possibilities that have been ascertained from the political circles in Maharashtra. Everybody is tight-lipped from the official Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, what decision he will be taking, because he didn't even attend the cabinet meeting in person today. He attended it via video conference, and that's when I personally asked some of the ministers from the Congress and the NCP. They also said that by 5 p.m. The picture will be clear. What exactly will be the picture, that will be revealed by CM Uddhav Thackeray only. But yes, will he sack those rebel MLAs? Because a letter indeed was written by Sunil Prabhu Shiv Sena MLA and his close confidant, basically telling all the MLAs to be present and communicate with CM Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena party high command by 5 p.m. If they fail to do that, then their MLA post comes into jeopardy. That's what it was mentioned over there. But Eknath Shinde basically giving out a staunch opposition to the leadership of CM Uddhav Thackeray, saying that we have the numbers now and your diktat or your orders don't matter to us. We will be dictating
terms
now.
You know, that kind of a statement coming in has also not really convinced them yet. Let's take a look at what another scenario can be. We told you what the first scenario could be. So looking at scenario 2, whether that's a possibility or not, looking at the numbers here, of course, the numbers have completely changed because of the loyalties changing as well. As far as Shiv Sena goes, 40 MLAs, this is the claim from Shinde. So 40 MLAs, if that's reduced, the Shiv Sena already has only about 55 MLAs. It will be reduced to just 15 here. That's the reason why there are speculations that perhaps Uddhav Thackeray could resign. So looking at the others in the Aghadi as well, NCP at 53, Congress with 54. Even if they have support of the independents, as of now 9 out of which 3 have already switched sides. So that reduces as well. Of course, it has come down to 3. And the smaller parties joining as well. Even then it's going to be only 123, short of the majority mark. Whereas for the BJP, it's going to be, of course, if these MLAs switch over to the BJP, there's no question about it, it stands to gain. Shivani, looking at these numbers, of course, if we look at what exactly the situation is by the scenario 2, if these MLAs break away, are we looking at, of course, it's going to be advantage BJP, yes, but as far as the anti-defection law is concerned as well, it's not really going to work because Shinde claims that he has the support of about 40 MLAs.
Well, definitely here the supporters of Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde right now are also, doing poster politics where they are putting up the thoughts of Eknath Shinde regarding the following teachings of Hindutva of Rajya Sabha Thackeray and Anand Dighe, and posters have been already pasted in Thane, the area of Eknath Shinde, right before CM's interaction with people of Maharashtra. And when we talk about these particular numbers, let's remember it was just 11 MLAs, those who left Mumbai for Surat with Eknath Shinde, 9 more left in morning hours, and then the number continued to increase to 32 to 36. And now when Shinde is in Guwahati, is claiming that he has 40 MLAs, and clearly while tweeting also, while interacting also, and in fact he spoke to Times Now, he clearly said that we are going to win, it's a clear win, we have 5 to 6 independent MLAs as well, and also the MLAs of Shiv Sena, 2/3 of the MLAs of Shiv Sena are with him, and that is why Shiv Sena belongs to him. He is the one who has all the Shiv Sainis, because he is the one who is following the Shiv Sena's Hindutva ideology and not Uddhav Thackeray. And that is why we'll clearly see that this 5 p.m. when CM Uddhav Thackeray is going to make statements, we'll understand one important thing, that a verbal communication, a verbal request by CM Uddhav Thackeray has already been made yesterday
so all eyes are
to
going
Eknath
to be
Shinde.
on Uddhav Thackeray's Facebook Live at 5 p.m. Is he going to quit as the Maharashtra Chief Minister? He doesn't really have too many options with him. So at 5 p.m. is that the announcement that's likely to be made? Arunil, all eyes are going to be on Uddhav Thackeray. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope when one of the MLAs returned from the rebel camp and claimed that he was abducted. But really, it looks like that's as far as it goes. As far as the other leaders are concerned, they continue to be backing Shinde. So now questions on whether Uddhav Thackeray is going to be making that announcement at 5 p.m.
Well, that is right. What exactly Uddhav Thackeray reveals or speaks to the people of Maharashtra at 5 p.m. today, all eyes will be on that. Whether he will sack the rebel MLAs, part of the Eknath Shinde camp, because a letter indeed was sent to them to communicate before 5 p.m. Eknath Shinde basically has given out a staunch opposition to CM Uddhav Thackeray's leadership. In fact, he has appointed his own party whip as well. Yesterday also, Eknath Shinde was removed by CM Uddhav Thackeray as the group leader of of the Shiv Sena and appointed his close confidant Ajay Chaudhary. Eknath Shinde has challenged that as well by writing a letter to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra, basically saying that when only 16 MLAs were present in that Shiv Sena meeting at CM's house, then how come they can appoint a new group leader in the party? That is not allowed. That doesn't go constitutionally. So yes, it is basically a technical fight that has been brewing. We also understand.
Let me quickly sum up
that
top 5 developments of the day, and let's start with what happened early this morning. Pratibha, the BJP was keeping a close eye on this flock that was sequestered with Mr. Shinde. That block flew from Surat to Guwahati, checked into the Radisson Blue Hotel. At the Guwahati airport, Mr. Shinde was asked a question and he said, look, we have more than 40 MLAs. In Surat, while he was getting onto the flight, he had said, I have 45 MLAs. And now as we speak, the letter is out, signed by the Sena rebels, that has about 33 signatures, plus Mr. Shinde. This comes at a time when Uddhav Thackeray has issued an ultimatum. That deadline ends at 5 PM, which is interestingly also the time when the Chief Minister will be addressing people of his state, sending out a larger message. Now, what could that message be? Let's try and understand from what has happened in the last 3-4 hours. Arunil, allow me to pick your brains on this. Sanjay Raut says, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? हमारी सरकारी तो जाएगी, सरकार आती है जाती है, लेकिन प्रतिष्ठा सबसे ऊपर है. How do you see this?
Well, a complete change of stance, Pranesh, from Sanjay Raut, the same Sanjay Raut who basically expressed utmost confidence yesterday, saying that all our rebel MLAs are going to return back to CM Uddhav Thackeray's fold. Basically, a complete turnaround been shown by the Shiv Sena's CM Uddhav Thackeray side, because here Sanjay Raut in the morning saying that ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, हमारी सरकार ही जाएगी, but we will get it back. That's what Sanjay Raut pointed towards. In fact, in the cabinet meeting also today, only 3 of the Shiv Sena mantris attended it. These other mantris could not attend it because they were inside a hotel nearby CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Aditya Thackeray himself looking after the things over there. So this 5 PM conversation that CM Uddhav Thackeray is going to have is going to be extremely significant.
Okay, let me bring in Shivani. Shivani, at 5 PM, do you think the Chief Minister will announce resignation? Is Uddhav Thackeray quitting as Maharashtra CM at 5 PM? Shivani?
Well, definitely here, if quitting selflessly or for the party is going to be questioned, but definitely a very big announcement will be seen, because he has as of now no accountability of the MLAs. Those are there in his cadre, and that is why a step back can be expected from CM Uddhav Thackeray, because he has conducted several meetings with the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, from Congress top leaders as well, but all of them are saying only one thing, that it is an internal matter of Shiv Sena, and hence the call should be taken first from Shiv Sena. And that is why we are expecting a step back from the CM Uddhav Thackeray of Maharashtra.
And Pratibha, more inputs coming in as we speak. This is really a confirmation of what we've been saying from this morning. At 8:45, I remember Arunil has flashed this, that Shinde camp will be getting in touch with Maharashtra Governor, Mr. Koshyari, who's down with COVID. And now, after the letter was released, that was signed by 34 rebels, Shinde camp has now confirmed the Times Now newsbreak. They have sought time from the Maharashtra Governor so that they can parade their MLAs.
That's right. And looking at the indications that are coming in, of course, Uddhav Thackeray is going to be addressing a Facebook Live at 5 PM. We're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back with top updates. Do stay with us.
Times Now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What did we set off?
I can't ask you a question because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want to If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
You can
Can I just
ask me the question. Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है, आपको सच्ची बात बताता हूं, and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this, that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it a genocide?
Answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy, and it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may. You are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist's or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying we shouldn't be banning it. I am saying we shouldn't be celebrating it. We should just look at it as a piece of art, agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, the takeaway should be, let's get our country together again. Please, let's get our country together again. That's all that I can say authoritatively today.
Just minutes to go for Uddhav Thackeray's address. Let's get you started on all the updates as they happened in the morning. It's been a packed morning. Let's get you all those details. First up, it's all come down to this 1 hour. Uddhav Thackeray is all set to address the state. Is he going to quit? After visuals, Times Now gets you written confirmation of the desertions in the Sena. Amid crisis in Shiv Sena, BJP's Maharashtra MLAs to meet this evening. Will the party make a decisive move to align with the Sena rebels to overthrow Uddhav? Congress snipes virtually from the gutter, calls BJP's Adivasi presidential pick a dummy. And raids across multiple locations after Union Bank of India complains that 34,000 crores are siphoned out of a consortium it is part of. And earthquake rocks Patika province in Afghanistan, thousands killed. So the question is, has the countdown begun? All eyes are going to be on Uddhav Thackeray's address. It's going to begin any moment now. Stand by for that. Is he going to resign as the Chief Minister? As we've been reporting since morning, the numbers just do not stack up. So what's it going to be? In just a few moments from now, Uddhav Thackeray is going to address. Arunil, Shivani and Radhika are joining us with all the details. Arunil, just moments to go. What's it going to be? Is it the countdown to the collapse of the Maharashtra government?
Well, that will be clear in another 5 minutes. Clearly, the countdown has begun because CM Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing the people of Maharashtra, the people of India instead, because the country's eyes are on this development. Whether CM Uddhav Thackeray is going to resign from his post because the numbers clearly are not in favor, not in his favor, or is he going to sack those rebel MLAs? Because if we go by the kind of stature or the posture that was being presented by the Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders at the cabinet meeting which was held earlier in the day, they were expecting a fight back from CM Uddhav Thackeray. They were expecting that constitutionally CM Uddhav Thackeray has that right to sack those rebel MLAs, because till now the magic number of 37 is not with Eknath Shinde. That's what their stance was, and even if Eknath Shinde has those numbers, he will have to come to Mumbai and prove it. That's what their stance was from the Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders. Now, what exactly CM Uddhav Thackeray does? Obviously, he is going to make an emotional appeal to these rebel MLAs. Obviously, he is going to speak to his Shiv Sainik, saying that something wrong has happened to his party. Eknath Shinde will be called as a deserter, but exactly what he divulges in it, like whether he will step down from his post or whether he will sack those MLAs, that is the main point of question. And he will be addressing that press conference right from his residence, that is Varsha, his official residence, on his official social media page. So the countdown really begins, and there is basically all eyes. CM Uddhav Thackeray is basically the cynosure of all eyes now. He is in the spotlight at present. What he divulges will be extremely paramount.
Okay, all right. Radhika, even if Uddhav Thackeray does give out an emotional plea, and he has already been in conversation, with Eknath Shinde, and clearly Shinde is very, very clear about the demand that he has that align with the BJP. But, Shivani, looking at what's going to happen next, Radhika, let me take this across to Radhika. Radhika, now looking at Shinde being extremely clear about his demand, Shiv Sena also being clear that prestige, this is what they said, prestige is more important than power. Are these indications, even if Uddhav Thackeray does appeal, an emotional appeal like Arunil put it, to these MLAs, it's still going to result in him resigning from his post?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it looks like, because just this morning Sanjay Raut had put out that tweet stating that the political crisis of Maharashtra is leading to dissolution in the assembly. Whether it leads to dissolution, whether it leads to re-elections, or whether it leads to an entirely new party, a new government being formed, that remains to be seen. It may not be dissolution, it's up to the governor. But that is something Sanjay Raut put out in that tweet, indicating that they are in a sense conceding defeat simply because they do not have the numbers, which is what Uddhav Thackeray might also speak about, that there is a political turmoil, there is a political crisis that they are facing, that they have been betrayed by their own. Eknath Shinde going ahead with a bunch of MLAs, they do not have the numbers. Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the numbers. It's 15 to 20 we are talking about, despite appeals made to Eknath Shinde. Yesterday we know that there were representatives sent. There was a short meeting that happened. Uddhav Thackeray also spoke to Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde said he is with Sena only if Sena is with BJP. So those are the demands that were given. But will he heed to those demands? Not entirely certain. Will it lead to resignation? That is likely. Or is he expecting Eknath Shinde and those set of MLAs, rebel MLAs, to come back to the Sena fold? So that remains to be seen. So yes, an emotional appeal is to be made by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. in just a minute.
Already 5 in the evening, and the big story that you're watching on Times Now with me, Padmaja Joshi, and our entire team spread out from Guwahati to Maharashtra to Surat to Delhi, tracking each and every move. What is Uddhav Thackeray going to do? An address is expected from him, but before that, what has come from the rebel camp is a resolution which makes it very clear that they think they are the real Shiv Sena. That letter, which was released exactly 40 minutes before Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m. was to reach out to the rank and file Arunil, becomes extremely critical. The fact that this letter had the signature of 34 MLAs who said, 1, we do not recognize the whip that has been given for a meeting at 5 p.m. and 2, we do not even recognize anyone other than Eknath Shinde as the leader of the legislative party. But more importantly, Arunil, elaborate on what the letter says about what the rebels think of the Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray. They make it a point to speak in that resolution, to speak in that letter about how Sena under Uddhav has strayed from the path of Bala Sahib. Arunil.
Well, that is right. In fact, probably the Eknath Shinde camp had an idea that CM Uddhav Thackeray may be taking that decision to sack them from their MLA posts, and that's why a letter was being sent to them by Sunil Prabhu, who is the MLA and the close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, asking these rebel MLAs to communicate back with the Sena High Command until 5 p.m. today. That's why a letter was shot. Not one but two letters were shot by the Eknath Shinde camp. The first letter had the signature of 34 Shiv Sena MLAs. 3 short of the magic number. 37 is the magic number. After 37, the Eknath Shinde camp can avoid the anti-defection law. But in that letter, they had clearly made this point that Eknath Shinde is our group leader. He was removed as yesterday, but that was unconstitutional. That's what they had said. And we have alienated, we have separated from the CM Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena because we feel that Hindutva has been majorly compromised. That's what they had pointed towards, and also said that the new alliance partners that CM Uddhav Thackeray had made, that is the Congress and the NCP, they have been poaching our voters. They have been creating trouble in our constituencies, and that's why we cannot compromise Hindutva. For the sake of Hindutva, we have appointed our new leader, that is Eknath Shinde. And then came another letter from Eknath Shinde to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra, basically saying that yesterday the new appointment of group leader was made by CM Uddhav Thackeray, replacing Eknath Shinde with Ajay Chaudhary. Remember, a group leader enjoys a certain kind of authority and power in the floor of the assembly, and that's why that decision was taken by CM Uddhav Thackeray, obviously after having a conversation with Sharad Pawar and the other MBA allies. But Eknath Shinde over there saying that only 16 MLAs were present in that meeting. With only 16 MLAs, you cannot remove a group leader and appoint a new one. So we are appointing a new whip. That will be Mr. Gogawle from our end. So clearly rhetoric has been said by the Eknath Shinde camp.
Out from that letter, just stay with me, Arunil, where the letter said, the resolution, there has been great dissatisfaction prevalent among members of our party, the Shiv Sena, and our party cadre at large on account of corruption in government. Then they say our party cadre faced tremendous harassment and distress on political as well as personal grounds from opposition ideological parties who are now part of the government. Then they are saying that these parties, of course the NCP and Congress is what they are talking about, are using their office and power to undermine the base and foundation of our Shiv Sena cadre. There is enormous discontent among the cadre, and there has been a compromise on principles of our party, the Shiv Sena, which has a fierce ideological base, which is why many are now wondering, Sharon, whether it is only the Shiv Sena and independents who are seeing a defection, or is there trouble in Congress paradise as well? Sharon.
Well,
as far as the NCP and Congress is concerned, it seems that they have in fact taking a step back as far as this whole MBA Maha Vikas Aghadi crisis is concerned, because Congress have been saying that we have 44 MLAs and those MLAs are in fact intact with us. They had a meeting today. Yes, the problem concerning the cross voting is something that they are looking into, but as far as the MLAs are concerned, they are very much with us. But as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, this is their onus, this is their responsibility to get the house in order, and they have been saying this. Not just the Congress but the NCP also maintains the same line, that the Shiv Sena needs to get their house in order. Now this is a serious allegation that has been pointed out in this resolution by the Eknath Shinde camp, that the opposition like parties are part of this alliance. So clearly they are in fact hitting out at Congress and the NCP. Whether the Shiv Sena, whether Uddhav Thackeray was very much aware about this discontent within the MLAs, that they were not very much happy with this alliance. Was there something that was discussed before, or this is happening now? All this is something that Uddhav Thackeray really needs.
Well, the interesting thing is that a lot of Shiv Sena MLAs are now saying, we wrote you a letter. Pratap Sarnaik wrote a letter 1 year ago in June 2021 saying, we must go back to our roots, we must go back to our ideological ally, the BJP, that was ignored. There is also in fact a statement that was given at that time by members of the Shiv Sena saying that we are facing harassment at the hands of guardian ministers of the Congress and NCP. The question now being asked is, and let me take that across to two senior journalists who are joining us now, Ashutosh and Shekhar Iyer. Do you think, Ashutosh ji, that Uddhav Thackeray ignored signs of discontent much to his own or rather to his party's loss now?
See, it seems that Uddhav Thackeray seems to be an immature leader. He forgot that he is not running a Shiv Sena, but he is running a government which is standing on three crutches. And Shiv Sena has just only 56 MLAs supported by NCP in the Congress. And it was evident from the day one, when the Thackeray government was formed, that the BJP will not let this government continue for 5 years. It was very, very evident, it was very, very clear, and everybody knew. Despite that, if Uddhav Thackeray could not keep his flock together, if he remained inaccessible to their own senior leaders, if a senior leader like Eknath Shinde had to feel marginalized in the party itself, that shows that Uddhav Thackeray remained a prince who could not become somebody who had to understand that the dynamics of the politics has changed in India, and it is now either this way or that way. So, and secondly, I think Uddhav Thackeray, more than Uddhav Thackeray, where is the master strategist named Sharad Pawar? When in 2019, when the Uddhav Thackeray formed the government with two allies, everybody said, look, what a great politician, what a great Chanakya Sharad Pawar is. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are getting more news right now from Mumbai. Ajit Pawar, and that's the big news breaking at this point. Ajit Pawar is having a meeting regarding the future of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. It also bears mention. I will go across to my colleagues on the ground on this, but before we go any further, a quick look, even as the Chief Minister is about to speak, on where the numbers stand right now in the 287-seat Vidhan Sabha in Maharashtra. There are 32 Sena rebels and 2 independents who are currently in Guwahati. There are 2 more Sena MLAs who could be on their way to Assam. So MLAs who right now are in the Uddhav camp are only 16. 5 remain non-committal, and if indeed Eknath Shinde wants to stake claim to be the real Shiv Sena, or as some people are saying, he'll in all likelihood call his faction Shiv Sena Hindutvawadi, he needs the magic number of 37 to duck the anti-defection law. This becomes significant, keeping in mind that you have only 34 signatures, including one Nitin Deshmukh, who subsequently came back to Mumbai on that letter, on that resolution that was eventually sent to the speaker. So right now, 37 is the magic number, 33 is the actual number which Eknath Shinde has in black and white. Arunil, coming across to you, Ajit Pawar holding a meeting. What's going on behind the scenes? Because yesterday, as Shiv Sena was in the midst of the worst crisis, Ajit Pawar was hosting an administrative meeting, almost as if nothing had happened.
Well, that is right. In the morning, Ajit Pawar indeed was hosting an administrative meeting, but in the evening he had come over here along with Jayant Patil, another NCP senior leader, and they had a meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray over here. But now Ajit Pawar individually having a meeting with the NCP leaders regarding the future of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Where does the NCP stand now? What all options the NCP party will have now? All those things have been discussed by the Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Because you follow the Maharashtra politics so closely. Yesterday when Sharad Pawar was asked, could you go with the BJP, he said, kuch sensible sawal to pucho. But the fact is, Ajit Pawar just 3 years ago actually took oath along with Devendra Fadnavis. Is there even the slightest of chance that there could be a coming together of these two parties? If it is needed, that is.
Well, if we actually look at it, coming together of Eknath Shinde and of Devendra Fadnavis is actually the possibility now, because the kind of attacks that CM Uddhav Thackeray has made on BJP or vice versa, the kind of attacks that Devendra Fadnavis has made on CM Uddhav Thackeray, it becomes extremely difficult now, Padmaja, if one has to look at it, because Sanjay Raut every day used to write in the mouthpiece of Samna against PM Modi, against Devendra Fadnavis, and they used to call their decision of breaking away from BJP as a masterstroke, saying that they were in fact they were punished when they were being with the BJP. The Hindutva of the BJP is fake. That's all those things they used to say that time. So whether CM Uddhav Thackeray will merge will make an alliance with the BJP, that looks extremely bleak, extremely difficult. But yes, Eknath Shinde is somebody who can basically float his own party or say that our Shiv Sena is the real Shiv Sena.
Okay, we're just hearing that Uddhav Thackeray's address has been delayed. It was supposed to be at 5. It's already 11 past 5. Sharad Pawar likely to meet the Chief Minister also in the evening. Why the delay, Radhika? What are you hearing? Okay, we seem to have lost that line. Arunil, why the delay? What are you hearing?
Well, CM Uddhav Thackeray was expected to speak at 5 p.m. Now, whether his team is also in two minds, whether they are also playing the wait and watch game, whether they are also going through the technicalities involved with respect to sacking of the rebel MLAs, all those things have been studied by them. That is the big point of question that comes to the fore. I was pointing towards the fact that Ajit Pawar himself is having a meeting. Obviously, he must be having a conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. So everything that will be decided by CM Uddhav Thackeray, that will be in accordance with his alliance partners also, that is the Congress and the NCP. And if we go by the cabinet meeting which I attended some time back, the other Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders, the Congress and the NCP leaders, seemed a bit confident on the technical grounds. However, the two letters that Eknath Shinde has sent now, that basically again opens a Pandora box.
Okay, the two letters that Arunil is talking about, one of the letters in fact is the one that has been sent as an ultimatum to the rebel Sena MLAs. Before I come across to you, Shekhar Iyer, the letter that was sent was a whip of sorts which said that the MLAs have to come to Varsha Bungalow, which is the Chief Minister's residence, at 5 p.m. Barring this, if this does not happen, if the rebels do not turn up, then they are going to be removed from the party. If we can go ahead, that is what the letter says. You will not be exempt from attending this meeting unless valid reasons are given, and if you fail to attend meeting, it will be assumed that you have left the Shiv Sena willingly. And finally they say action will be taken against you in accordance to the law of the land if you leave party. Shekhar Iyer, explain to us, this is a whip of sorts that was sent by the Sena. Subsequently, a letter was sent back by Eknath Shinde's faction saying, you aren't even the real Sena, we don't even recognize you, your whip is illegal. Now what happens? 5 p.m. that meeting, 34 of these people did not come. Can they be disqualified? What happens then?
Well, Padmaja, what we are witnessing now is a lot of posturing, I would say, because both sides do not have a ready-made way forward. So you can see that, both the official Sena as well as the rebel Sena are giving out statements or sending across message to their own supporters that they are, firm on their line of approach. But the whole problem here is things are not exactly moving forward, because for Uddhav Thackeray to take action on his MLAs would also reduce the number of his MLAs.
Exactly.
And other thing, the whole thing has to be decided by the chair. Chair in this case is Deputy Speaker, because Maharashtra Assembly doesn't have a full-fledged speaker. So there are a lot of procedures to go through before you actually act against the MLAs. That is little far off. I think what is happening right now is each side is seeing what can best be done to appear to be very tough, bring pressure on the opposite side. And also what you mentioned about Ajit Pawar, holding his own meeting, because he may not be sharing his uncle Sharad Pawar's approach of, in case the government collapses, he would sit in the opposition. Ajit Pawar, I'm sure, would be looking at the alternatives before him. You mentioned about what happened in 2019, because nobody at this juncture would like to stay out of power. Therefore, you can see a lot of permutation, combination.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether BJP is going to, do anything immediately, because they are once bitten, twice shy, because what happened in 2019, we know very well that early morning swearing in and subsequent the drama that happened. So this time they are very cautious. I find everybody is caught in a jam with actually no forward movement happening. Each one trying to appear that, they are firm, they are doing all kinds of posturing, Padmaja.
So this is posturing from both sides, but the big suspense still remains. And Arunil, I'm sure you've got 100 people asking you this question, but I'll ask you anyway. Could Uddhav Thackeray resign today? Alright, sorry to interrupt you. We've got the senior jurist, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, also with us. Sir, looking at the legal situation in Maharashtra right now, do you think with 34 MLAs, with Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Thackeray has ceased to enjoy the status of being the head of the real Shiv Sena?
Look, there is no doubt that the government has lost the confidence of the House. The government is not in a majority, it is in a minority. Therefore, the next step is that the Speaker should be asked to summon the House, which should have only one agenda, namely whether the government enjoys the confidence of the House. So ultimately, the litmus test is conducted on the floor of the House. On the floor of the House, if out of 287 people who attend, MLAs who attend, if the government can muster a majority of more than 50%, it can legitimately claim to be in power. But if it does not have more than 50% of 287, then certainly it loses its majority and it has to go. Now, the next step
if I can just interrupt you for a second, Maharashtra does not have a speaker at present. So who will appoint the speaker? Which faction or which party will appoint it?
No, it doesn't make a difference whether there is a speaker, and if there is no speaker, then you have a deputy speaker who will conduct the flow test. And if there is a situation that there is no deputy speaker, then a pro tem speaker, that is a temporary speaker, is appointed by the House, who is usually one of the senior most MLAs. But in our case, we have a deputy speaker. So the deputy speaker must summon the House, must have an agenda as to whether the government commands majority, and on that a voting must take place only on the floor of the House. There can be no voting anywhere else, including the governor's residence. It must happen only on the floor of the House. That will determine whether they have 50% or not. If not, they must go. And then the governor must invite the opposite claimant group to form government, give them time when he sees prima facie that they have more than 50%.
But
that is the next step.
But sir, before the voting takes place, the rebel faction has to show that they are a separate party, but without the number of 37, won't they immediately invite the anti-defection?
So as I told you, the first step is whether there is majority or not of the ruling party. The second step is, if they do not, then the party who claims to have a majority or a group who claims to have a majority must be given a chance to form government. The third step is that if government is formed with less than 2/3 of the Shiv Sena who break away, then the issue of anti-defection will arise. When issue of anti-defection arises, then the speaker will have to call them, give them a hearing and pass a ruling. But that is a later step. And the last step would be the election commission would decide who will have the right of a symbol. That is how this is a structured position. First position, vote of confidence. Government or no government. Second, defection or anti-defection. Third, if there is an issue of a symbol, that will be decided by the EC. That's how it goes.
So if Uddhav Thackeray does not quit today, the BJP can now move a no confidence motion against him?
Obviously, move a no confidence wherein the speaker will be obliged to summon the house and have a vote of confidence on the floor of the house. The Supreme Court has repeatedly said that whether government has majority or loses majority can be tested only and only on the floor of the house, not while parading members before the governor or any other authority. Therefore, the idea is that if the BJP was to give a list of persons who are now voting with the BJP belonging to Shiv Sena or erstwhile members of the governing party, then obviously he will call the speaker or the deputy speaker will call the house and put the motion to vote. It's a very simple vote. Either you have 50% of 287 or you don't have.
Sir, is there a time frame within which Uddhav Thackeray has to prove that he has the confidence of the house?
Well, there is no time frame provided by the Constitution, but since the matter is of utmost constitutional importance and may involve the fall of a government, you need a government to be in place to run the state in accordance with the constitutional principles. The governor must do it ASAP. ASAP does not mean morning or evening. It can certainly mean in the next couple of days. That should happen. Unfortunately, we have seen cases where it has not happened. When I was a counsel in the Supreme Court for the Bangalore Karnataka issue, if you remember 2-3 years ago, the governor was the speaker was ducking the issue. We had to move the court, etc. So I hope such an ugly situation does not happen. I hope nobody has to move the court, and the constitutional the principles must be followed. The governor is a very high-ranking authority in the constitution, supposed to be unbiased, even though he may belong to one party. His job is to ensure that the government is run in accordance with the constitution.
Mr. Aghadi, one final question to you. Today a whip was issued by the Shiv Sena to the rebel MLAs saying either present yourself by 5 p.m. or you will stand disqualified from the party. Can they issue a whip like this, and do the MLAs, by virtue of not turning up at 5, stand automatically disqualified?
There is no question of disqualification. If they don't obey the whip, they can tell the speaker that we form a separate group, and therefore, as I told you, the ultimate thing is the vote of confidence on the floor of the house. Calling a whip or not calling a whip is an internal party issue. It is not on the floor of the house. So whether they call or they don't call, the only test is the speaker to summon the house.
Okay. Finally, if Mr. Thackeray today quits, he offers his resignation, what is the most obvious next step?
Obviously, the people who break away and join another group who claim to have more than 50% will stake a claim before the governor, and the governor will prima facie have a look at the numbers they have, and then he will ask a house to be summoned, and then the vote of confidence, the party who claims will have to prove a vote of confidence, because the government would have gone on resignation. That's it. That can happen in a couple of days.
All right, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, really appreciate you having laid out all the facts there very lucidly and helping us understand. Thank you very much. In the meantime, many developments have taken place. Aditya Thackeray, we are learning, has been on the phone. He's been dialing numbers. He's trying to reach out to rebel MLAs, bring us up to speed on who he called Arunil and what was said.
Well, Aditya Thackeray and several other close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Basically, this can be seen as the last emotional appeal by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his people to the rebel MLAs to come back to CM Uddhav Thackeray's fold, come back to the original Shiv Sena as they want to call it. However, it seems like till now there has been no proper communication that has been made with these rebel MLAs. In fact, the close party members, party workers or close supporters of these rebel MLAs have also been reached out by the Shiv Sena's high command or Aditya Thackeray's men, the Yuva Sena, to convince them, to tell them to convince the rebel MLAs to come back to the original Shiv Sena as what they have been saying. One more important development, Padmaja, is that by 7 p.m. today, Eknath Shinde will be addressing a press conference in Guwahati. That will also be extremely important, but that will happen after CM Uddhav Thackeray addresses the people of India via his social media post. And what exactly he says, all eyes are on it. Yes, it is around 15 to 20 minutes late now. What is the exact reason that we will be able to find out in some time, but why this delay is happening? Probably because they are still working out on the several technicalities with respect to how they can sack these rebel MLAs, or what are the other permutations and combinations that can be worked out.
All right, last ditch efforts, some permutations and combinations being worked out, says Arunil. Phone calls are being made to the rebels. Ashutosh ji, do you think Uddhav Thackeray can still hang on?
I don't think so. Uddhav Thackeray has a chance. The only chance is that if he decides to align with the BJP to form the government, because 34 MLAs is a pretty big number. Though under anti-defection law, these 34 MLAs, if they vote on the floor of the House against the whip of the government, that is by the Thackeray government, then they stand to disqualified. But in that scenario, the Thackeray government will be voted out, and along with them, the MLAs who had defied the whip, they will also lose the membership. So in that case, I think that Thackeray has to choose. My gut feeling is that sooner or later, Thackeray government would like to have some kind of understanding with Eknath Shinde, and if they could have a kind of some understanding with him, because if losing 34 MLAs, which I still doubt, because it might go to 37, 38, and if that happens, then in the in the assembly, the Eknath Shinde group will be recognized as the real Shiv Sena.
Okay, I'll have to come in at this point because I believe Radhika has an update. Yes, Radhika.
I'm at St. Regis and all the 15 MLAs who were stationed here have left for Varsha for that particular meeting. So there is a likelihood it would be post that meeting that Uddhav Thackeray may address, or it could be before the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray will make that address. But because there had been an ultimatum issued to the other MLAs, of course, there was a meeting called in of all the Sena MLAs, and as a result of that, these 15 MLAs who are part of the Uddhav Thackeray camp have left for Varsha for that a crucial meeting of the MLAs. However, despite ultimatum being sent to those around 40 MLAs, 35 to 40 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, of course, they did give out that resolution letter in which their discontent, their dissatisfaction with the Sena was made very clear, which means obviously they won't be attending it. And now we are waiting for Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal to the public. Whether he will put out the resignation remains to be seen.
Interesting, because a lot can be gauged from the kind of reaction that the MLAs would have given, or what their general demeanor was when they left for Varsha. That perhaps could give us an indication of what we are likely to hear from Uddhav Thackeray. So what was their demeanor like, Radhika? The million-dollar question of the body language. Huh? All right, I don't think we can get through to Radhika just as yet. We'll try and establish contact again, but the big news coming in right now is that Devendra Fadnavis is also likely to speak in a while. Eknath Shinde is going to speak in Guwahati at 7 p.m. These are going to be very, very fast-paced developments. If there is one thing, Shekhar Iyer, that seems to be quite clear by now, is that the NCP and the Congress have decided since yesterday, this is the Shiv Sena's battle to fight. our flock is together. Congress today morning said we have our 44. Sharad Pawar yesterday said we had no cross voting. Now you deal with your own demons. Do you agree, Shekhar Iyer?
Indeed, Padmaja, the purpose of Kamal Nath's visit to Mumbai was also to ensure that there is no desertion from the Congress camp. And naturally, Sharad Pawar has realized that this is too much of an implosion in Sena, in which he can, try to assuage the feelings. Because if you recall, even in 2019, the question of making Aditya Thackeray as Chief Minister had come up at that time. And Uddhav was very keen that Aditya Thackeray should become CM at that very juncture when this coalition idea was mooted. But it was Sharad Pawar who prevailed and persuaded Uddhav that there would be difficulty in accepting Aditya Thackeray, who would be seen as a political novice.
Okay.
And finally, Uddhav Thackeray himself took charge. So you can see, whatever firefighting had to be done, it was done then. And subsequently also, Sharad Pawar, I believe, tried to convey to Uddhav Thackeray that there are problems with his style of functioning. There are problems in terms of access of the Chief Minister with the MLAs. And not just with Sena, the problem was there with among NCP ministers, NCP legislators as well as Congress ministers. It's a scenario where none of the partners were very happy with the way things were functioning.
Okay, the partners are not happy with the way things are functioning. Shiv Sainiks are not happy with the way that the partners are trying to muscle in on their ministries, on their constituencies, on their municipalities. Also, we are learning now, Member of Parliament Bhavna Gavli has written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray. If you can quickly take us through, Arunil, what it is that Bhavna Gavli has said. Apparently, she has told Uddhav Thackeray, requested Uddhav Thackeray to take a big decision, quote unquote.
Well, this is the letter that Bhavna Gavli had has written to CM Uddhav Thackeray. It is in Marathi. Basically, if we can read through her letter, she is saying that आपल्या सेवेशी नम्रपणे निवेदन करते की सध्याकरिता निर्माण झालेल्या राजकीय परिस्थितीमुळे आपण basically you have been emotionally disturbed with the kind of political proceedings that have happened in the state of Maharashtra. And this is a big challenge in front of you, and I request you to take a very big decision per se. Now, what that big decision will be, that only Bhavna Gavli will be able to say, or CM Uddhav Thackeray will be able to say. But if we look at the indications, the Shiv Sena MLAs who were staying at the nearby St. Regis Hotel, it is around 20 to 25 minutes from CM Uddhav Thackeray's Varsha residence. If they come over here, then obviously the Shiv Sena, CM Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena is following the protocol which was set by Sunil Prabhu, the close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, who had basically sent out a letter to all the Shiv Sena MLAs, including the rebel MLAs, basically telling them that by 5 p.m. you have to be here at Varsha, communicate with the hierarchy, basically CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants, and if you don't follow that protocol, then you tend to lose your
Interesting though,
MLA
considering
post.
that Bhavna Gavli is such a senior member of parliament of the Shiv Sena, a 5-time MP, somebody who is one of the senior most MPs from Maharashtra altogether, the language seems to suggest, Arunil, that almost she is mirroring what Shinde camp is saying. That take a decision in the interest of Hindutva, take a big decision, etc. Would you say so?
Well, that is what in the second paragraph she is writing about it, that for the sake of Hindutva, why our MLAs have gone away from us is because they believe in Hindutva. They feel that our party has deserted Hindutva. So I request you not to take any punitive measures against these MLAs who have left us. In fact, I request you that you should adhere to their demands, accept their demands, and change our party stance. So
almost
now,
as if there is a sort of emotional pressure being built up on Uddhav Thackeray, this whole issue of Hindutva being revived again and again. It was first raised by the Shinde camp, now other MPs, members of the Shiv Sena also saying similar things. Radhika, I believe, is back with us. When they left the hotel for Varsha, what was the mood like, Radhika? In the Shiv Sena camp, the original Shiv Sena as it were. Radhika.
As far as these legislators are concerned, as far as these MLAs, who are part of the Uddhav Thackeray camp are concerned. They are saying that they have the numbers. Of course, they do not know what the numbers they are talking about. Of course, there were different versions that were coming out, that there are 15 of us, there are 17 of us, there are 22 of us. They themselves are not entirely certain of the numbers they have in Uddhav Thackeray's favor. But they were seeming confident. They said that they will be going for this meeting, they will be attending the meeting. They are Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, and nothing can break this particular alliance, nothing can break this particular government. So that was the mood of the staunch Uddhav Thackeray supporters, Uddhav Thackeray's camps, MLAs who were at St. Regis, who've gone to Varsha, where they will be attending that particular meeting. Unfortunately, though, that meeting will only be attended by that many MLAs. 30 odd MLAs are still in Guwahati, who have of course shown.
So if we were to just zero in on the number of people who are still with Uddhav Thackeray, and since they left from the hotel, it's safe to say they are anywhere in the vicinity of 15, maximum 20, Radhika?
Yes, absolutely. Anywhere between 15 to 20, not more than that, is what we have assessed from what we saw. Even yesterday when they were entering and today when they were exiting, what we could gather is that it is not more than 20. So it is anywhere between 15 and 20. We saw perhaps about 12 to 15 of them. So yes, so that's the number that we can look at, not more than 20. So easily, okay, so we have more cars actually exiting at this particular place, but these are not of, all right, so there are more cars that are exiting from this particular place. We'll try and speak. All right, so yes, so MLAs are still exiting from St. Regis. We saw a few of them who had exited some time back. Now more number of them are exiting towards Varsha. So that
what did
is.
He tell you? You've been speaking to them, Shivani. Pardon me, Radhika. You've been speaking to them. What exactly are they saying? What are they headed towards? Are they headed to a government that still exists, or are they headed towards a resignation? Are they headed towards president's rule? What exactly is their mood right now?
As far as these MLAs are concerned, they'd like to believe that they are going to survive. They'd like to believe that the government exists. That's the kind of sense that we got. That they are not entirely certain about the numbers. They say that, we have the letter in hand with several signatures. Obviously that doesn't prove the majority. We are talking about just about 15 to 20 of them. Yet somehow, even without numbers, they are seeming very confident. So clearly, they do not want to, express their defeat as yet. That's the sense we got from them, that they do not want to express their defeat as yet. Okay. They want to go and sit for that meeting and try and understand what the plan of action is and what the strategy is.
All right, the plan of action and the strategy would be very, very interesting. It's maybe a little premature to ask this question, but many are left wondering if the breakaway group, Ashutosh, is taking the plank of Hindutva being betrayed. Post this rebellion, what will happen to the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray? I think you're muted, sir.
See, I think this is not the first time that the Shiv Sena has seen a vertical split in the party itself. If you remember when when Balasaheb Thackeray was there in 1991, Chhagan Bhujbal walked away with 17 MLAs. And then Narayan Rane and Raj Thackeray and Ganesh Naik. So this is not the first time. The point is that the Shiv Sena is recognized by the Thackeray family. And it's only Thackeray family which will be given credence, if at all a party is there. The issue is that Eknath Shinde, if he walks ahead, if he...
भगिनो आणि मातानो, नमस्कार, जय महाराष्ट्र. बऱ्याच दिवसांनंतर किंवा बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर आपण भेटतो आहोत. पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. आज सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे.
My face and my body language has to do with the fact that I have tested positive for COVID
बऱ्याच
and not with the
महिन्यानंतर मी
recent
आपल्या समोर
onboarding.
आल्यानंतर नेमकं बोलणार काय आहे, बोलण्यासारख्या गोष्टी बऱ्याच आहेत, थोड्याफार मी आता बोलणारच आहे. हेही आपल्याला माहिती आहे की कोविडचा विषय निघाल्यानंतर कोविड काळामध्ये जी काही आपण लढाई कोविड बरोबर लढलो, प्रसंग बाका होता. मला तर प्रशासनाचा कसलाही अनुभव नव्हता आणि तशा त्या कठीण काळात म्हणजे कोणीही
COVID and the fight back against COVID-19 in
तोंड
the
देऊ
state.
शकलेलं नव्हतं.
I had no administrative experience and I had to
कोविड आला
work
नव्हता
during a period of
प्रशासन
such
माहिती
difficulty
नसलेल्या
when the state
माणसाच्या
was fighting coronavirus.
वाटेला पहिल्या 2-3 महिन्यातच कोविड आला. मला जे काही करायचं ते मी प्रामाणिकपणाने त्याही वेळेला केलं. कोविड पासून सावध कसं राहायचं, काय काय करायचं
I have worked with complete
हे
honesty
मी तुम्हाला
in
का
that
सांगतोय,
period.
कारण त्या दरम्यानच्या काळात जे काही सर्वे होत होते त्या सर्वेमध्ये देशातील सर्वोत्तम 5 टॉप मुख्यमंत्र्यांमध्ये तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्या मेहनतीमुळे आणि तुम्ही दिलेल्या सहकार्यामुळे महाराष्ट्राच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांना तो एक त्याच्यामध्ये ती गणना केली गेली. साहजिकच आहे
Part of the list of the top 5 chief ministers who
आत्ताचा
handled the
विषय
crisis efficiently
कोविड
because of
हा
the decisions we
जरी
took in the
असला तरी
state
तो विषय मी
and
समोर आलो.
because of your cooperation.
मी आलेलो आहे काही वेगळे मुद्दे घेऊन. जे काही मुद्दे गेल्या काही दिवसांपासून प्रसारमाध्यमातून आपल्यासमोर येत आहेत, मग ते शिवसेना आहे, ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची आहे का, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडलं आहे का,
There have been various
मग ही
narratives
शिवसेना
that
नेमकं
have
कोण
been coming through the media the last couple of days about whether or not Shiv Sena is the same party that Bala Saheb founded. Have they strayed away from the Hindutva plank?
ह्याचं कारण जी माझी शस्त्रक्रिया झाली होती तो अनुभव काय होता, त्या अनुभवाचं एक वर्णन नाही मी करत बसणार, पण त्याच्यानंतरचे 2-3 महिने हे फार विचित्र होते. मी कोणालाही भेटणं शक्य नव्हतं, म्हणजे भेटू शकत नव्हतो. म्हणून तो जो काळ होता तो मुख्यमंत्री कोणाला भेटत नाही.
I underwent surgery for the 2-3 months that followed my surgery. I was not in a condition to meet anyone or speak to anyone, so I could not dispel that narrative.
ते कामं काही होत नाही. मी माझी पहिली कॅबिनेट मीटिंग ही हॉस्पिटलमध्ये बाजूच्या खोलीतनं अशीच ऑनलाईन केली होती.
My
आणि
first
त्याच्यानंतर
cabinet
काम हे
meeting was
अवयवांमध्ये
conducted when I was in the hospital.
शिवसेना म्हणाल तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि
are synonymous to each other. We cannot stray away from that.
कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक स्थानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले. हिंदुत्वासाठी काय काय केले.
Aditya, Eknath Shinde and many of our other representatives went to Ayodhya a few weeks ago. It's testament to the fact that we haven't strayed away from our Hindutva plank.
विधिमंडळात बोलणारा कदाचित पहिला मुख्यमंत्री असेल. मग नेमकं झालंय काय, ही शिवसेना कोणाची
chief minister who has openly spoken about this in the assembly.
किंवा असं फसवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत की आता काय बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही. ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आत्ताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नेमका, असं काय मी नेमकं केलेलं आहे की शिवसेना ही
बाळासाहेब
त्यावेळेला जे विचार होते तेच आपण पुढे नेतो. बरं, त्याच्यानंतर म्हणजे आपल्यातून बाळासाहेब 2012 साली गेले. 2014 साली आपण एकाकी लढलो होतो. तेव्हाही आपण हिंदूच होतो, आत्ताही हिंदूच आहोत, उद्याही हिंदूच राहणार आहोत. मुद्दा, विचार,
Our ideology of Hindutva has stayed the same in 2014, stayed after that and will continue to be so.
एक्याच्या ताकदीवरती प्रतिकूल परिस्थितीत 63 आमदार निवडून आणले आणि ते 63 आमदार आल्यानंतर त्यातले काही नंतर जे मंत्री झाले ती सुद्धा शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांच्या नंतरची शिवसेना होती. आणि त्याच्यानंतरची आतापर्यंतची वाटचाल
MLAs who won in the last election, those who became ministers were also part of the Shiv Sena that was after Balasaheb Thackeray.
काही सहकारी आहेत ते सुद्धा त्याच बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसेनेतले सहकारी आहेत. म्हणजेच काय की पहिल्या प्रथम शिवसेना हिंदुत्व, शिवसेना कोणाची, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडले का, शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची राहिली नाही का, मग आम्हाला ती बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना पाहिजे. मग मधल्या काळामध्ये जे काय सगळं मिळालं ते बाळासाहेबांनंतरच्या शिवसेनेने दिलं हे मी म्हणेन कृपा करून लक्षात ठेवा.
I request all those people who are talking about this not being the party that Bala Saheb left behind, that all of what they have achieved in the last couple of years is also given by the same party and was given to them after Barasaheb.
गुवाहाटीला गेले, आता त्यातल्या काही आमदारांचे आपल्याला फोन येत आहेत, आम्हाला इकडे आणलं गेले, आम्हाला परत यायचंय. आपल्यामध्ये इथे असलेल्या आमदारांना काही फोन येत आहेत. मला त्याच्यामध्ये जायचंच नाही.
Many MLAs have called us that they want to come back, but I don't want to get into those specifics.
आणि ते एवढ्यासाठी की काल परवा जी आपली एक निवडणूक झाली विधान परिषदेची, त्या विधान परिषदेच्या निवडणुकीच्या आदल्या दिवशी हॉटेलमध्ये सगळे आपले आमदार होते. मी तिकडे गेलो आणि म्हटली काय परिस्थिती, ही कोणती लोकशाही ज्यांना आपण आपलं मानतो, शिवसैनिक
MLC elections, I went to the hotel where these MLAs were there. I went and asked them what kind of democracy is this? These are the people that are of our party. Why are we holding them up in one place?
अरे हा कुठे गेला बघा, तो कुठे गेला बघा, मग मध्येच कोणतरी गायब होतो, कुठे गेला होता.
Why were tabs being kept on the MLAs?
बाथरूमला म्हणजे असं म्हणतात की शंका ठीक आहे, पण लघुशंकेला गेला तरी शंका. ही कुठली लोकशाही? ही अशी लोकशाही काय मला आवडणारी आणि पटणारी, आणि मला वाटतं बाळासाहेबांनी पटत होतं.
Even if some representative went missing for a few minutes or had to excuse himself, there would be doubts about his whereabouts.
जे काय घडलं,
That's not the democracy that Balasaheb Thackeray wanted or even I want.
असो वा नसो, पण एकदा जबाबदारी अंगावर आली तर ती जबाबदारी मी पूर्ण जिद्दीने पार पाडण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. आणि त्याच जिद्दीने मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांना दिलेलं वचन पूर्ण करणारच हा निश्चय मनाशी बाळगून रणांगणात उतरलो.
I will deliver on the promise that I made to late Balasaheb Thackeray.
कोणताही अनुभव नव्हता आपल्याला तेव्हा, नाईलाज झाला, वेगळा मार्ग पत्करावा लागला. काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी हे गेले 25-30 वर्ष आपण त्यांच्या विरोधात, ते आपल्या विरोधामध्ये
after we won elections. For years together we've been fighting against the Congress and the NCP, but we had no choice but to join ranks with them.
विशेषतः पवार साहेबांनी ती एक बैठक आमची तिन्ही पक्षाची झाली. त्या बैठकीमध्ये सगळं ठरलं आणि ते ठरल्यानंतर मला त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव जरा 1 मिनिट बोलायचे. म्हटलं काय बोलायचं, आता ठरलंय सगळं, नाही 1 मिनिट. आणि बाजूला खोलीत गेल्यानंतर त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव हे सगळं ठीक आहे, पण जबाबदारी तुम्हाला घ्यावी लागेल. म्हटलं का?
When the three parties sat down after elections, Pawar pulled me aside and told me that you have to leave this government.
पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? नाही, तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
I haven't even been a mayor in the city. How can I be a chief minister is what I asked Sharad Pawar back then, but he was confident that he wanted me to lead.
मध्ये कधीतरी आपुलकीने फोन करत असतात, विचारत असतात. एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या की कोणताही अनुभव नसलेला माणूस इकडे बसवणं, त्याच्या मागे नुसता स्वार्थ हा विचार नाहीये, पण एक राजकारण म्हटल्यानंतर राजकारण कुठेही कसंही वळण घेऊ शकतं, पण त्या वळणाला सुद्धा अर्थ पाहिजे. उगाच काहीतरी रडकुंडीचा घाट जो म्हणतो ना, तिकडनं पोलादपूर पासून महाबळेश्वरला जाताना रडकुंडीचा घाट, जो वळण म्हणजे गाडी चालवता गाडीचा चालक हा रडकुंडीला येतो, तसं हे वळणदार राजकारण कोणाच्याच उपयोगाचं नाही. आजपर्यंत ह्या सगळ्यांनी मला खूप सहकार्य केलेले आहे, प्रशासनाने तर कमाल केलेली आहे.
For the last 2.5 years, all of these people, including from the NCP and Congress, have helped me immensely in administrating.
आज मी नेमकं काय बोलणार आहे? मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नकोच. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत.
Upsets me the most today is that if the NCP or the Congress would have said that they do not want me to lead the state, then it would have been understandable.
साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो. पण आज सुद्धा सकाळी कमलनाथजींनी मला फोन केला होता. कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजींनी फोन
केला. The Congress and the NCP have told me that they want me to lead. Sharad Pawar called me yesterday, Kamalnath called me this morning.
माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर
their confidence in me has not wavered.
नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. माझीच लोक म्हणत असतील की ते ठीक आहे, त्यांना हवे असतील पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नको. मग मला हेच म्हणायचं आहे की समजा माझ्या लोकांना, म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता माझं आपलं मानतात की नाही मला माहिती
नाही.
तर तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती?
सुरतला
जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो.
I would appreciate if they would come to me and tell me directly that they do not want me as the chief minister.
मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
If they tell me that they do not want Uddhav Thackeray as the helm of affairs, I will resign immediately.
आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे. मला कोणताही मोह नाही. मी ओढून ताणून खुर्चीला चिपकून बसणार नाही. कोणताही मोह मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही. पण हे माझ्या समोर येऊन बोला. उगाच काहीतरी शिवसेनेची आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही, शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना, कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय?
Don't hide behind these comments that you're making about Shiv Sena straying away from the Hindutva plank and this not being the Shiv Sena that Bala Thackeray left behind.
कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा होता टाळ, तीच परिस्थिती ही आहे. ती काही जणांना ही म्हण माहिती आहे, पण त्या म्हणीमागची गोष्ट नाही माहिती आहे. ती गोष्ट अशी आहे की एकदा एका जंगलामध्ये एक लाकूड तोड्या झाड तोडत होता, म्हणजे त्याच्या कुऱ्हाडीचे घावच घालत होता. सगळे पक्षी त्याच्यावरती राहणारे हे कासावीस झाले की आपला आसरा असलेलं हे झाड आता तुटणार, कोलमडून पडणार. पण त्याहीपेक्षा हे घाव घालत असताना या झाडाला वेदना किती होत असतील, म्हणून ते पक्षी त्या झाडाशी बोलायला लागले. आपल्याला निसर्गाची भाषा येत नाही, पण निसर्ग एकमेकाच्या भाषेत बोलत असेल, तर पक्षी त्याच्याशी बोलायला लागले झाडाला की दादा तुला खूप दुखत असेल ना रे, खूप वेदना होत असतील ना रे, की तुझ्यावरती हे कुऱ्हाडीचे घाव पडतायत. झाडाने काय उत्तर द्यावं की मला वेदना होत आहेत, दुःख होतंय, पण ते घाव पडतात म्हणून होत नाहीये. तर हा लाकूड तोड्या ज्या कुऱ्हाडीने घाव घालतोय, त्या कुऱ्हाडीचं लाकूड हे माझ्या फांदीचं लाकूड आहे, त्याच्या मला वेदना जास्त होत आहेत, त्याच्या वेदना जास्त होत आहेत. हेच आज चाललेले कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा हा आपला जे गोतास काळ, म्हणजे आपली जी राजकारणातली जन्मदात्री आहे शिवसेना आहे, तिच्यावरती तिचंच लाकूड वापरून घाव कोणी घालू नका. या समोर बसा, मी देतो राजीनामा. चला, मी तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनामा.
Come sit down with me, have a conversation with me. You want me to resign, I will quit. I will submit my resignation with immediate effect, but have the conversation with me. Come to the talking table.
मी का नाही जात, कारण मला कोविड झालंय. त्यातून राज्यपाल महोदय म्हणाले की उद्धवजी को खुद को आने दो, चलो मैं भी आने के लिए तयार हूं. मी यायला तयार आहे. म्हणून मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतोय की ही कुठेही आगतिकपणा नाही, हा कुठेही अगदी लाचारीचा प्रसंग नाही किंवा मजबुरी तर अजिबात नाहीये. कारण आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान आहे? काय होईल जास्तीत जास्त? परत लढू.
This appeal is not out of desperation. We faced many challenges in the past as well. We'll fight again.
जोडून गेलेला सारा शिवसैनिक आहे, तोपर्यंत मी कोणत्याही संकटाला भीत नाही. मी आव्हानाला सामोरं जाणारा माणूस आहे. त्याच्यामुळे कोणतेही आव्हान हे जसं मी मुख्यमंत्री पदासाठी बोलतोय, तसंच मी आज माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा आवाहन करतोय. कारण का तर ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत, त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा की हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख
come and tell me that I am incapable of leading the party as well. I am ready to give up that position too.
त्यांच्या सांगण्याबद्दल किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग, ट्रोलिंग, ट्विटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये. मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत
tells me that I am incapable, incompetent of leading the party, then I am ready to give up that position too.
दोन्ही पदं सोडायला तयार आहे. पण मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
I am ready to give up the position both of the Shiv Sena chief and of the chief minister, and I would be happy if the chief ministership is with the Shiv Sena.
तेही मला मान्य आहे. पण एकदा मला समोर येऊन सांगा. हे इकडून तिकडून नाही, आमचं तुमच्याबद्दल काहीच म्हणणं नाहीये. पण तसं नसेल तर जोपर्यंत मी खुर्ची अडवून ठेवले तोपर्यंत काय होणार? काहीच होणार नाही. म्हणून एकदा ठरूया, तुम्ही या किंवा आणि सांगा की तुमचं आम्ही फेसबुक पाहिलं, आम्हाला तिकडे यायला संकोच वाटतो, पण तुम्ही म्हणालात त्याच्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही आम्हाला नकोत हे स्पष्ट सांगा. मी या क्षणाला मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडायला तयार आहे. म्हणून बांधवांनो आणि भगिनीनो एकच सांगेन, शेवटी पदं येत असतात, पदं जात असतात. आयुष्याची कमाई काय? पदं नसतात. पदावरती बसल्यानंतर जे तुम्ही काही काम करता त्याच्यानंतर जनतेची प्रतिक्रिया काय असते ही आयुष्याची कमाई असते. आणि या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जे प्रेम तुम्ही
Positions
मला
come and go. They are not your legacy. What you do when you're in a position of power is what decides your legacy. And in the last 2.5 years, I think I have given the state and the party that.
कुटुंबातला एक माणूस आमच्याशी बोलतोय असं वाटतं. हे भाग्य मला नाही वाटत ह्याच्यापेक्षा आणखीन काय असू शकेल. ज्यांची ओळख पाळत नाही, दूर कुठेतरी राहतात, अगदी मुंबईत राहिले तरी भेटीचा कधी योग येईल असाही भाग नाहीये. पण या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी तुमच्याशी बोलतोय तेव्हा तुम्ही आमच्या कुटुंबातले वाटतात. हीच तर आयुष्याची कमाई आहे. आणि या आयुष्याची कमाई माझ्यासाठी तरी भरपूर आहे. मुख्यमंत्रीपद हे तेव्हा अनपेक्षितपणाने आलं. आता सुद्धा मी याला चिपटून बसत नाहीये. जर
Chief
तुम्ही
Minister's
सांगाल
chair came to me unexpectedly, and even today I have no intention of hanging on to it. If you come to me and ask me to give it all up, I am ready to do so.
करायचं होतं. नाही, मला काय म्हणायचंय की तुम्ही संख्या किती कोणाकडे आहे हा गौण आहे विषय आहे माझ्याकडे. शेवटी ही जी काही लोकशाही आहे त्या लोकशाहीमध्ये संख्या ज्यांच्याकडे अधिक असते तो जिंकतो. मग ती तुम्ही संख्या कशी जमवता? प्रेमाने जमवता, जोर जबरदस्तीने
Who has how many numbers is not what I am interested in. It's a democracy. It is a number game. But how have you come up with those numbers?
आणि अविश्वास करो.
Have you gotten those numbers out of people's free will and because they want to be with you, or have you forced them is what is needed to be looked at?
किती जण तिकडे गेलेत, किती जण माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान करतील? नाही. एकाने जरी माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान केलं तर ते माझ्यासाठी लाजिरवाणी गोष्ट आहे. आणि म्हणून मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार
If
करणार
any
नाही.
of them, anybody from my party votes against me, even if one person does, then it's a matter of shame for me. Instead of that, just come to me and tell me clearly that you do not have confidence in my capabilities anymore.
तुम्ही आजपर्यंत केलं उद्या मी सांगितलेलंच आहे की मुख्यमंत्रीपदी माझी राहायची अजिबात इच्छा नाही. पण त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा जेव्हा जेव्हा आपली भेटगाठ होईल ती मात्र जसा मी फिरत जाईन तशी प्रत्यक्ष होईल. तेव्हा मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम हे सदैव असंच कायम ठेवा.
I do not care about the Chief Minister's chair, but the love of the people, the confidence in people is what I care about. Even if I'm not the Chief Minister, if you continue to have that confidence and love for me, then that's all that I want.
पण त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा जेव्हा जेव्हा आपली भेटगाठ होईल ती मात्र जसा मी फिरत जाईन तशी प्रत्यक्ष होईल. तेव्हा मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम
Well, we're going to try and cut back to that press conference that address to the state that has been telegraphed by Uddhav Thackeray over Facebook, viewers, but he's quite clear that as of now there's no question of him quitting unless and until, of course, the dissenting rebel MLAs come up to him, stand in front of him and tell him on his face that they don't want him as the chief minister or the chief of the Shiv Sena. Once he hears it from their mouths in person, he will go because he doesn't love power. He's also sent out a message, direct message to all the cadre, including the rebels, that as far as he's concerned, the Shiv Sena has not strayed from Hindutva. Hindutva is the ideology as well as the beating heart of the Shiv Sena. Let's try and go back to that address and pick up. Okay, we don't quite have that feed. Let me go straight across to Arunil now on the ground. Arunil, quite expected. Many people had thought that Uddhav Thackeray would actually call the bluff. He had made his intention clear by issuing a statement saying that if the rebel MLAs don't show up at the meeting that he has called at his residence, they will be sacked. So he's been consistent there. As of now, not quitting.
Well, Rahul, first Uddhav Thackeray applied force. First he sent out that aggressive letter.
Okay, well, one second, just hold your thoughts. Arvind Samant, Sena MP, is with us right now. Mr. Samant, I want to come straight out to you. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is saying that I'm ready to quit, but only if the rebels come and tell me to my face that they don't want me to continue. That means you don't have the numbers.
It's not the question of number. Try to understand again and again. It is not the question. He said it in the while addressing that. I am not bothering about the number or other thing. Issue is that the opposition, other parties which are in alliance are saying we believe in you, we trust you, and our own people. He has used the Marathi slogan for that, Kuradicha Landa Gotankar. That means the X has a handle of wood of the same tree. Of the same tree, and that X is applied on the same tree. That is what he is saying. Who are these people? Let them come forward and tell me that we don't want you to be a leader of our party.
Mr. Shinde has said that he is going to be holding a press conference very shortly. What if he says that you've heard our message, we're not interested in coming to meet you face to face? You have to accept the reality. What happens then?
That is the issue now. If you are really by heart that you don't want that leadership, you should have a courage to come and tell him that we don't want to follow you. They should show the courage instead of going away, running away, staying at Surat, staying at Guwahati. That's what he said. Why you ran away so long?
Well, Mr. Shinde said that he made desperate attempts to contact and raise issues with the Shiv Sena at the top level, but he was not heard. Therefore, he's had to do what he's had to do. You know his response.
Never ever. This cannot be. He is so openly speaking on the Facebook. What would you want? So transparent. And it was really disheartening to listen to that. That such a thorough gentleman which Maharashtra has never got. But the Chief Minister of the Maharashtra and is being treated like this. Our own people, not the fathers, not the opposition. That is why he's heard for that. Okay.
But supposing, Mr. Sawant, they say no, we are not coming. Will you expel them? That's the fundamental question. How long will you give them? Okay, we've lost Arvind Sawant there. Let me go back once again to Arunil. Arunil, Sanjay Rawat has come out and tweeted saying that, yes, we'll continue to struggle. Our struggle will continue. How do you interpret this, Arunil?
Well, Sanjay Raut's tweet says Sanghas Kara. That means our struggle will go on. Now, this is again contradictory with the press conference or the interaction, social media interaction that his party supremo, CM Uddhav Thackeray of Maharashtra basically gave in, because there that aggression could not be seen. What everybody was expecting was that according to the letter that Sunil Prabhu had sent in to the Shiv Sena MLAs saying that if by 5 p.m. they don't communicate with the Sena hierarchy, with CM Uddhav Thackeray, then they have a chance of losing their MLA post as well. But here it was an emotional appeal that CM Uddhav Thackeray hinted towards. In fact, he made an emotional appeal to the Eknath Shinde camp, basically saying that you should watch, you have watched my Facebook interaction, you have watched my social media interaction, now you should call me or my people and tell me on my face, come over here at my bungalow and tell me that I'm not good, I'm not good enough, I'm incapable in handling the CM post. Then I will be happy that somebody else from the Shiv Sena takes over the CM post on that front. But clearly what was expected as per the letter that CM Uddhav Thackeray had made his close confidants sent to the rebel MLAs, his entire stance was completely different. It was rather emotional, one can say, emotional appeals being made to the Shiv Senics, emotional appeal being made to these rebelling MLAs, and that also showcases that he doesn't have the numbers, because only
now, very
16
clearly,
MLAs
viewers,
were
the
there.
ball very clearly. Let me just break this down for you. There are 4 scenarios that are unfolding. Shireen is also joining us on this broadcast. We're also going to connect to Guwahati, because the ball right now, viewers, is very firmly now in the Shinde camp's court. Shinde and his 32 or 34 MLAs, as he claims, give 1 or 2, now will have to respond shortly to Uddhav Thackeray. We've already been told that at 7 p.m. Shinde, the rebel, is going to actually be holding a press conference. What he says, one doesn't know, but one can hazard a guess. He might turn around and say that, look, I have been sending messages to you about the fact that you are reneging on your commitment to Hindutva, but you haven't paid me any attention. Today, I've decided now to pursue the own course, my own path, to save Hindutva, to save the Shiv Sena, as it is straying from the path of Hindutva, and therefore I will continue my struggle to ensure that Balasaheb Thackre's legacy is not squandered by his heirs. And he may refuse, viewers, to meet Uddhav Thackeray in person. If that happens, the question then of course is, will Uddhav Thackeray escalate matters by issuing expulsion orders? Now if he does so, viewers, that will trigger some sort of a constitutional crisis, because fundamentally these people will stand to be disqualified. The speaker remains loyal to the Shiv Sena. He might convene the house and of course take note of the expulsions. The halfway mark of the house will come down, and it is quite possible that the Shiv Sena might be 1 or 2 short of the halfway mark, or might just be placed with a wafer-thin majority. Will Uddhav Thackeray take that chance? Will Shinde stand up to Uddhav Thackeray, or will he say, okay, let's have it out face to face. I remain a committed Shiv Sainik. I think we can work together to resurrect Bal Thackeray's legacy, and we can continue this conversation elsewhere. That would mean a temporary halt to these hostilities between the two camps. Those are the scenarios that are evolving. The 3 main takeaways from the Uddhav Thackeray press conference: he's not quitting. He's defended very, very stoutly his commitment to Hindutva, and he has come out and very clearly put the ball in the Shinde camp, saying that if you are true, courageous Shiv Sainiks, if you're all tigers, you will come, stand in front of me with the gumption of telling me what you think to my face, and we will have it out. And if I feel that you are right, I will quit. That's the gauntlet that has been thrown down. Let's open this up, because we have our reporters all across. I want to go straight across first to Nibir, who's in Guwahati. Nibir, this is going to be an interesting conversation. Arunil is there also in the frame. We also have Radhika, who's also making her way now to the house of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, because at the end of the day, if the BJP doesn't stand behind the Shinde camp, then this entire mutiny will have come to no avail. Also with us, Sharon. Let me first come out to you, Nibir. Nibir, where is Mr. Shinde right now? Where are the MLAs right now? And what are they expected to do next?
The dissenting MLAs here are lodged at the Radisson Blue Hotel here in Guwahati since morning. They landed in Guwahati airport and straight away came to the Radisson Blue Hotel. And very important questions that are going to be answered in the media briefing that Shinde is going to be held within an hour, because there are questions firstly about the decision whether he wants to stay or whether he wants to move away, whether he wants to follow his own ideals that he has said that he is going to follow, late Balasaheb Thackre's Hindutva ideals. Secondly, there is also the question of the BJP footprint that was visible today, because we saw the BJP grassroots workers at the airport. We also saw a few of the BJP leaders addressing the dissenting MLAs at the airport, and also their entry at the hotel. So these are the key questions that are going to be answered by Shinde, and also his decision whether he wants to continue dissent or whether he wants to rethink about his decision. So big questions are going to be answered today at the media interaction that has been done by Shinde and his camp that has now been camping here at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati.
Okay, 7 o'clock. We had been told, viewers, that's going to be the most important press conference of the day. Let me tell you, 7 o'clock we will hear from the Shinde camp. I want to go back to Arunil. Arunil, who's outside Barsha. Arunil, Uddhav, is he a fighter? How far will he take this? You know him very well. Is he going to, in case at 7 p.m. Shinde says nothing doing, I'm not coming to meet you, is he going to pull the plug?
Well, Rahul, the question is whether the train has actually left the station, whether these rebel MLAs have taken that plunge to move out of CM Uddhav Thackeray's Sena camp, and that is why obviously this cannot be a one-day's game. This was a pre-planned thing from Eknath Shinde. He must have spoken individually with all these MLAs that went to Surat, then all the way they have been taken to Guwahati. So all these, whatever CM Uddhav Thackeray will be throwing at them, they must be prepared for that. as well. This was an emotional appeal because if CM Uddhav Thackeray would have directly removed them as the MLAs of Shiv Sena, probably it wouldn't have given a very good signal to the Shiv Sena party workers, because all of them have been speaking on the Hindutva lines. All of them have been attacking CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants on Hindutva lines, saying that they have compromised Hindutva by joining hands with the arch rivals of late Bal Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. So basically, first he defended himself
More news coming in, and I want to bring in Radhika on this. What we are being told is that more Sena MLAs, after hearing Uddhav Thackeray perhaps admitting to the fact that he is facing a crisis, a deep one, have decided to decamp. 4 to 5 more Sena MLAs are turning rebels, and they are going to go to Guwahati. Radhika, you have been speaking to a large number of these MLAs, and you know that the party has been making an outreach to some of them. What have they been saying in return?
You know, as far as these MLAs are concerned, we did interact with a few of them who are in fact leaving for Varsha. In fact, that meeting is also set to take place in a few minutes from now. These are obviously Uddhav Thackeray loyalists. They were quite confident. They kept talking about certain numbers which they themselves were unsure about. They were talking about the fact that they have more than 20 MLAs. They have more support of several more MLAs. They will go with a letter. But unfortunately, though, they don't know their numbers as yet, especially the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray. And it is on the expected lines that more MLAs are...
Just give me 30 seconds. I want to go across to Amit Rajput also, who's got this input. Amit Rajput, आपको कहां से पता लग रहा है कि ये 4 या 5 और सेना के जो भागी हैं वो गुवाहाटी जा रहे हैं?
जी देखिए, जिस तरह से अभी 2 MLAs जो हैं शिवसेना के, योगेश कदम और दूसरा जो नाम मैंने बताया है, ये 2 MLA जो हैं निर्मला गावित, योगेश कदम और निर्मला गावित, ये 2 ऐसे विधायक हैं जो फिर से सूरत की होटल में आज पहुंच चुके हैं। कल ये दोनों वहां पर मौजूद नहीं थे और आज ये अभी कुछ देर पहले ये पहुंचे हैं और इनको भी गुवाहाटी भेजने के लिए एक चार्टर प्लेन की व्यवस्था जो है वो सूरत के एयरपोर्ट पे की गई है। तो अभी कुछ देर के अंदर ये दोनों विधायकों को भी गुवाहाटी भेज दिया जाएगा और ये भी कहा जा रहा है, जो सूत्रों के पास से हमें जानकारी मिली है, बाकी के और कुछ जो विधायक हैं, 3 से 4 विधायक जो और हैं, वो भी सूरत आ सकते हैं और सूरत से वो भी उन्हें देगा।
This is quite a fast, viewers, a big fast. We are being told that those pictures on your screens are of these MLAs that have arrived at that Surat resort, and from there they're going to be taken to Guwahati. But the great fast now that is playing out, viewers, is that Uddhav Thackeray, who doesn't have the numbers, is still clinging on. He's decided to stay on. Political instability continues in the state of Maharashtra. Maharashtra is no ordinary state of the Indian Union, viewers. It's one of the most industrialized states. At a time when there is economic uncertainty, can we afford a government distracted by a crisis? Can we actually afford a government that's not in control? Can we afford, viewers, most importantly, a government that is only clinging on to power, forgetting about the people? Fundamental questions tonight. Fundamental questions. If Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the numbers, he should quit, or he should immediately call for a floor test, end the uncertainty, instead of going through the hoops of suggesting that Shinde must come, stand in front of him and tell him what he thinks of him. That's putting ego above the welfare of the people and welfare of the state. I want to go across to Shireen. I want to go across to Madhav. Madhav, it'll all come down at the end of the day to what the BJP has to say. And let's be honest, the BJP has kept its cards very, very close to his chest. Arunil, I'm there with you. I can see you in the frame. Just hold your camera straight and turn around. I'm coming right out to you. But Madhav, this is really fundamental, isn't it? It is really fundamental. The BJP needs to come out and also tell us what it's thinking.
Well, absolutely. And Rahul, the central leadership of the party has been extremely tight-lipped. We've not seen the BJP even come out and participate in panel debates over the last 24 hours on this issue. They're not expected to do so today because clearly they have taken a position that all of this is happening organically from within the Shiv Sena is when this split is happening. However, one person who certainly knows exactly what's happening is Devendra Fadnavis. He is the person who Sharad Pawar has and Aghadi members have alleged is orchestrating this. Well, that may or may not be true. The fact is is that the Sena MLAs are in a BJP ruled state at this point of time. There have been BJP leaders who have in fact visited the hotels there, as well as in Gujarat when they were lodged in Surat. So the BJP in the background certainly of course will have an important role to play, and it's very clear that Eknath Shinde on his own cannot form a government. He will need the support of the BJP. Whatever deal may have been struck between him and the BJP is something that is not extremely clear at the moment. Certainly there is talk of him being offered the Deputy Chief Minister's post, but what exactly is it that has been worked out? And at this point of time, when Uddhav Thackeray is making such a fervent appeal, a party known for its strongman image kind of politics, for Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, virtually appealing, making that emotive appeal, saying that come to me, talk to me, and I will even step down from the Chief Minister's post. If that was indeed the case, the question that many are asking is, did the Thackeray's not have their ear to the ground? Now, of course, as the ship has sailed, as the train has left the station, as Arunil was saying, now is it a bit too late in the day for the Thackeray's to be making that kind of an appeal? That's the question that many are asking. And of course, the numbers earlier in the day when the letter was sent out, the numbers of course were short of 37 is what we were told. With more MLAs now reaching the fold of Eknath Shinde, will he become that much closer to that number of 37, which virtually makes him immune from any kind of anti-defection law or proceedings? The battle of course for who will be the leader, who can issue a whip, the speaker, all of that of course playing out on the sidelines of this entire controversy.
Arunil, what's happening behind you? A lot of movement outside Varsha.
Well, Rahul, she was the car was of Dipali Sayyed, the Shiv Sena leader. She is, however, not an MLA. All are expecting the bus of the Shiv Sena MLAs to reach over here in some time, and that's why a heavy police deployment has been done at the entrance of the road of Varsha, that is the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. A meeting with these Shiv Sena MLAs who have decided to stay back with CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp. Around 16 or 17 of them have decided to stay back. Is scheduled to be held with CM Uddhav Thackeray, and also we understand that Sharad Pawar is expected to have a telephonic conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. What will be the future course of action? What will be the next plan of action if Eknath Shinde agrees? If he doesn't agree, then clearly it is a big trouble for CM Uddhav Thackeray. And what should be the next course of action then? What technicalities CM Uddhav Thackeray and his team should opt for? Everything will be decided after coordinating with the Maha Vikas Aghadi stakeholders, mainly Kamal Nath and Sharad Pawar. They will be coordinating and giving out a piece of advice to CM Uddhav Thackeray, because in today's media interaction as well, CM Uddhav Thackeray pointed towards the fact that I wouldn't have mind if Congress or NCP would have told me that I am incapable, but it is my men who have deserted me, and that is extremely hurtful. Very emotional plea being made by CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, what will be the retort or response from Eknath Shinde and his camp? That we will be keeping a close eye on.
That is very critical, viewers. It's all coming down now to the ego of Uddhav Thackeray. It's now all in the mind. He's lost it on the ground. It's now in the mind. Radhika, this is now coming down to ego, and I'm going to open this up right after you respond to me. Also, of course, Shireen there with us. Shireen, who is tracking the NCP and the Congress. I want your input on this, but first, Radhika. Radhika, what do you expect happening after 7 o'clock? When? And I can write this down. Shinde says, I am not coming to meet you, Uddhav Thackeray. What's going to happen next?
As far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, we know for a fact that in that resolution letter, he has written very categorically, he's spoken about his dissatisfaction and discontent of all those 34 MLAs who signed it. So that is something he'll reiterate at the meeting, at that press conference, is something that we can expect. Their dissatisfaction, their discontent, the fact that Maha Vikas Aghadi itself was formed despite differences within the Sena, despite ideological differences with the Congress and the NCP. So yes, the resolution, the content of the resolution letter will be something that will be spoken by Eknath Shinde, and in most likelihood he will say that he may not be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. A face-to-face meeting may not happen. Not entirely certain if they will appeal to the Chief Minister to put in his papers, but there is a possibility that he could speak of what the next step is, because dissolution is something that no party wants at the moment. They do not want re-election. What they want is the formation of a government. So in most likelihood, what could happen is perhaps a pact that may be sealed with the BJP. Will that be revealed in that press conference? That remains to be seen.
Okay, that's very, very interesting. We're also being told, of course, viewers, and we've reported this earlier, that Sharad Pawar will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray very shortly. We're going to have to see what happens. Sherin, this is really also a matter of grave disappointment to the Congress and the NCP. They invested a lot in Uddhav Thackeray. They feel that Uddhav Thackeray let the side down.
Absolutely, and that is what the opinion of both the Congress and the NCP has been. Though they are not openly blaming Shiv Sena or Uddhav Thackeray, but they have hinted that it is in fact an internal matter as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, and the onus lies on Uddhav Thackeray himself to put the house in order. Now, till yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray, it seems that he thought that things would in fact come back to normal, things would in fact be sorted out, but we have seen how at 1 p.m. cabinet meeting as well, there were only 3 ministers from Shiv Sena. Even at 5 p.m. the MLA meeting that was in fact called, there has in fact been no turnout of the MLAs, though the 15 of the MLAs who were here last night are in fact on their way, and this is the road that is in fact leading towards Uddhav Thackeray's residence, and you can see there is in fact a lot of chaotic situation, there is a lot of movement that is happening. We are expecting the MLAs to come here.
Okay, the BJP has responded, viewers. The BJP putting out one of its first tweets really via its national spokesperson Amit Malviya, saying Uddhav Thackeray inherited the party power in Bala Sahib's legacy. He became CM by deceit and has been one of the worst performing chief ministers today. Despite being in power, he has no control over his party. Legislators disapprove of his government. Classic case of incompetence. So first salvo fired by the BJP straight directly at Uddhav Thackeray. This really changes equations, doesn't it, Madhav? This shows that the BJP is not even going to accept in case Uddhav Thackeray decides that, look, the time has come that we come back to the fold, etc., etc. At this moment, there is no question of it. Yes, Madhav.
Well, we do seem to be point that past of no return, Rahul, and clearly the BJP making its position very clear with this one tweet, as you rightly mentioned, Amit Malviya, who's head of the social media department of the BJP, coming out and saying that Uddhav Thackeray has inherited the power, party and Bala Sahib's legacy. He became CM by deceit and has been one of the worst performing CMs. Despite being in power, has no control over his party. His legislators...
1 second, I just need to go across to Deepak Kesarkar, Sena MLA, who is backing Shinde, the rebel. So he's part of the rebel faction. Mr. Kesarkar, thank you. हमसे आप बात कर रहे हैं. मुझे बताइए कि शिंदे साहब क्या उद्धव ठाकरे को पर्सनली मिलने जाएंगे जैसे उद्धव चाहते हैं?
देखिए, आपने जो मेंशन किया, मैं शिंदे साहब का सपोर्ट मैंने नहीं किया अभी तक.
ओके.
लेकिन मैं मुंबई में हूँ. मेरी कल भी उद्धव साहब से बात हुई थी और हम लोगों का उनको कल भी कहना था कि यहाँ पे कुछ पैचअप होना चाहिए. आखिर वो लीडर है, वो जो भी डिसीजन चाहे ले सकते हैं, उनकी पार्टी है. लेकिन जो विधायकों का कहना है वो हमने उनको ब्रीफ किया था कल भी.
नहीं तो देखिए, उद्धव साहब कह रहे हैं कि भाई सीधा सीधा उनको संदेशा है शिंदे साहब को कि आप मेरे पास आइए और मेरे मुंह पे मुझे बोलिए कि आई डू नॉट एक्सेप्ट यू एज माई लीडर और मैं रेजिग्नेशन दे दूंगा. नंबर 1, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इज ही प्लेइंग फॉर टाइम? ही इज एडमिटिंग ही डजंट हैव द नंबर्स. शुड ही नॉट जस्ट क्विट?
I'll not be able to make any comments on this, but what has happened till this date, I can tell you about that. Whatever decision he wants to take, he is after all leader of the party, so he can take his own decisions. But whatever has happened, I briefed you about the causes why the entire thing happened.
Okay.
तो उसके ऊपर जो भी डिसीजन उनको लेना है. अभी आपने सुनाया कि बीजेपी की तरफ से क्या ट्वीट आया है, तो उस हिसाब से वो उनके साथ.
मगर नंबर तो है नहीं केसरकर साहब. यू ऑल्सो नो दिस, यू डोंट हैव द नंबर्स. इससे तो अच्छा यही है कि आप क्विट करें और महाराष्ट्र की जो जनता है, यू सेव देम फ्रॉम द ट्रबल ऑफ नॉट सर्विंग देम. देयर इज नोबडी सर्विंग देम राइट नाउ.
Yeah, but this decision should be there within 1 week. The picture would be clear.
So you mean to say one of India's most important industrially advanced states will have no government for 1 week as this sort of game of thrones plays out?
The government is already there. The government
it's not working, sir.
Will continue to rule.
Sir, Shiv Sena's MLAs are sitting in Guwahati. You yourself are, sorry to say, but fighting a crisis. How are you going to serve the people, sir?
The cabinet, it had a meeting today. They have taken several decisions. So basically the cabinet runs the state.
With no ministers, the cabinet had no ministers, it had only 2 ministers. That's what we are being told. Even Aditya Thackeray was not part of that meeting.
I'm not aware of this, but
sir,
when the cabinet was called, the briefing is given.
That is the fact. So you are having cabinet meetings and the chief minister is addressing empty chairs. Now that is a sign in itself that he has lost the perhaps respect, I don't know if I can use that word, but certainly the support of a large number of his own MLAs. They don't want him to be chief minister. They believe he's incompetent, that he's drifted away from the core ideology of the Shiv Sena. How can a man who is not being able to serve his own father's legacy serve the people of the state of Maharashtra?
No, this is not, the issues are being mixed. There is no rebel against the CN. Actually, it is based on an issue, the issue of giving support to one party or the other party. When it's a coalition, it is for the party to decide with whom they want to go, because none of the party have a majority in Maharashtra.
Well, visuals coming in. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesarkar. We are none the wiser after that conversation, but let's just hope that Shinde clears matters up for us in the next 45 minutes. I want to go straight across to these pictures. These are Uddhav Thackeray's residence pictures. Varsha, there's the Chief Minister's home. Arunil is there. Arunil, what's happening? Supriya Sule, Jitendra Awad, a large number of other people showing up there. NCP.
Well, Rahul, more significantly, it was Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, the person who had basically weaved this unnatural alliance of the Shiv Sena, the Congress and the NCP, ideologically different political parties. Sharad Pawar has come to the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Basically, one can say that this is the first time that Sharad Pawar has come to CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence after this entire issue had cropped up. He had spoken from Delhi, basically saying that this mess is Shiv Sena's internal problem. CM Uddhav Thackeray has to sort it out. But now one can say that Sharad Pawar has joined in the fight. Sharad Pawar, somebody, a veteran politician, a senior politician who's also been called as a Chanakya in the state of Maharashtra at least. Now what help he can provide to CM Uddhav Thackeray, that we will be keeping a close.
Just lost the signal there, but it's quite clear that the NCP rushing now. The NCP rushing. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray said on his live address to the state that it was Pawar who was instrumental in really giving him the support, encouragement to become chief minister and accept the position. He wasn't really interested. He put that on Pawar. Pawar now rushing to Uddhav Thackeray's residence saying, don't let the side down. Do whatever it takes. But viewers, if Shinde says that he has nothing more to do with the Shiv Sena, all of this is not going to matter. The only salvation is to call Shinde's bluff, expel the Shiv Sena MLAs, and then hold a floor test. That's the only other option left. I want to open this up. 30 seconds. I'm coming right back to you, Arunil. I just want to get a quick soundbite in from Sanjay Dwivedi, leader of the Shiv Sena, Shekhar Iyer, Shantanu Gupta, Varun Singh and Dr. Shankar Guha. Sanjay Dwivedi, there is a farce playing out. Uddhav Thackeray goes on television. Uddhav Thackeray साहब टीवी पे जाते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि भाई मैं जानता हूं कि मेरी सरकार लड़खड़ा रही है, कि मेरे एमएलए गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं और वो अभी भी सत्ता से वो अटैच्ड है इतने, ही इज क्लिंगिंग ऑन टू पावर.
नहीं, इसको आप इस तरह से मत लीजिए. जब संगठन का जब बनाया था माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे ने 1966 में, तो इसको पार्टी का नाम नहीं दिया था, इसको सेना का नाम दिया था उन्होंने, शिव सेना, जो शिवाजी के आदर्शों पे चल रही है. और इसमें अनुशासन की जो अनुशासन वाली बात है, सबसे ज्यादा अनुशासन आज शिवसेना में है। जो ये रिवेंज हुआ है, जो हमारे शिंदे जी, उन्होंने जो साफ बात कही, मैं भी सुन रहा था पूरा उनका फेसबुक पे, उन्होंने एक बात कही कि अगर कोई कष्ट था आपको तो आप मुझसे कहते, या किसी विधायक को कोई कष्ट था मुझसे कहते।
जब उनके विधायक, when his own MLAs have lost faith and trust in उद्धव ठाकरे, जब उनके विधायक ही उनको ट्रस्ट नहीं कर रहे तो जनता क्यों करे? सिंपल सा सवाल है सर। मैंडेट का मखौल बना रहे हैं आप।
नहीं, मखौल नहीं बना रहे, इसको मखौल आप ना कहिए, ये शब्द अच्छा नहीं है। ये विधायकों में नाराजगी हो सकती है, किसी पार्टी के विधायकों को नाराजगी हो सकती है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम जनता के साथ कोई मखौल उड़ा रहे हैं। अगर जनता से मखौल उड़ाना होता तो शायद एनसीपी और कांग्रेस समर्थन करके हम सरकार नहीं बनाते, छोड़ दिया होता ऐसे। जो बीजेपी ने सोचा था कि सरकार तो दोबारा चुनाव हो, तो हमने ये नहीं किया। कॉमन मिनिमम।
शांतनु गुप्ता, हाउ डू यू रिएक्ट टू द शिवसेना लीडर टुडे? शांतनु गुप्ता, यस, 1 minute सर। संजय द्विवेदी जी सुनिए, शांतनु गुप्ता जी की बात सुनिए। शांतनु गुप्ता, यस।
I think Rahul finally Uddhav is tasting the taste of his own medicine, finally, right? You see, betrayals and backstabbing is not uncommon to politics, but what Uddhav Thackeray and Shiv Sena did in 2019 is like the low which you cannot go bottom to. He betrayed BJP, he betrayed Shiv Sena's ideology, and he betrayed his own father's ideology. And I think now he's tasting his own medicine. And the way the government is being run in last 2.5 years, I'm sure it's a classic case of how a government should not be run. From Palghar to your police chief absconding to Anil Deshmukh, your 2 ministers are under arrest. You are capturing, you are breaking the house of Bollywood people. You are taking a journalist to jail. If Hanuman Chalisa can't be sing, I think it's a classic case how a government should not be run. And finally the karma is catching on.
How a government should not be run? Well, if the government is flailing, viewers, if it is imploding on its own self, if its own MLAs, especially the Shiv Sena MLAs, have lost faith in their own chief minister, then that becomes doubly problematic. Let me go across to Varun Singh, senior journalist. Varun Singh.
You know, द्विवेदी जी, आपने कहा कि कोई एमएलए बोल देता आके, पर सबसे बड़ा जो चीज खुद उद्धव जी ने अपने भाषण में कहा कि he wasn't accessible. MLAs, the biggest grouse that any MLA, may it be from the ruling alliance, Shiv Sena and especially Congress, they have is that the CM was never accessible to them. He would not meet them. So कहाँ जाके बोलेंगे, कब जाके बोलेंगे? And you know, Rahul, while you were talking to Deepak Kesarkar, you went, he clearly hinted that मैं अभी गुवाहाटी में नहीं हूँ, मैं मुंबई में बैठा हूँ. And Deepak Kesarkar also said that he has expressed the MLAs have already told what they want to Uddhav, and now Uddhav has to decide whether he is going to stay or go. So let me tell you, many MLAs over here also right now in Mumbai who are going for the meeting or who are in Mumbai, they also are, you know, their heart is in Guwahati, not in Mumbai. And
heart is in Guwahati, not in Mumbai. We are going to go across to Guwahati in just a few moments. I want to go straight back to Arunil. Arunil, describe what's happening. Many more cars entering that residence now. Who has landed up? What is expected? Go ahead, Arunil. Yes. Okay, I don't think we have Arunil right now. We're trying to get you the latest pictures from outside Varsha, viewers. Those are the pictures that are coming in, of course. We are being told that Sharad Pawar, Padmaja Sharad Pawar now rushing. It was an anticipated step on his part. Uddhav Thackeray coming out and making it very clear that he was instrumental in actually convincing him to take on the chief minister's job. So what's really happening? This is turning into a bit of a farce.
You know, it's very, very interesting. Everything that Uddhav Thackeray said today, there was one basic question he did not answer, Rahul, which is that Eknath Shinde and group are saying it is antithetical to the very idea of the Shiv Sena to continue in alliance with the NCP and the Congress. If you see the resolution that has been signed by 23 MLAs, or 34, pardon me, MLAs of the Shiv Sena, They say that we are being damaged. We are an ideologically strong party and we are being damaged by this alliance. Uddhav Thackeray spoke about Hindutva. Uddhav Thackeray said, I'm going to give up the chief minister's post, the chief minister's residence, if you so want, but he did not answer the key question, Varun Singh. And the key question remains, will he continue in this alliance? Can he continue in this alliance? Shantanu Gupta.
I think, to my mind, I think it's all. I was just wondering why the whole flock of Shiv Sena is still together. How they're able to digest that? A party like Shiv Sena able to digest that you can't recite Hanuman Chalisa in Balasaheb Thackeray's Maharashtra. How you can't even properly celebrate Dahi Handi. I was just wondering why it took so late for Shiv Sainik, who are true Shiv Sainiks of Balasaheb Thackeray, to wait this long. So I think I was on many others was just waiting for this. I think it just took too long for them to revolt.
All right, let me take this across to Sanjay Dwivedi. Sanjay Dwivedi, कैसे वोटर को आंख में आंख मिला करके देखेंगे? एकनाथ शिंदे तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम जाएंगे 2 साल बाद वोटरों के पास. कैसे जाएंगे? क्या कह के जाएंगे? सैनिक बोल के जाएंगे? कांग्रेस के एलाय बोल के जाएंगे? क्या बोल के जाएंगे?
पूरी बात मिलेगा, सुन ले आप, तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. 2014 में भी हम हमारा चुनाव लड़े थे गठबंधन करके, दोबारा फिर हम बीजेपी टाइम में गठबंधन के चुनाव लड़ा. कोई दिक्कत है? अब बिहार का स्थिति देखिए, जिनका डीएनए टेस्ट हो रहा था, डीएनए टेस्ट करा रहे थे माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी का, भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले, और उनके साथ जब आरजेडी और जेडीयू सरकार चल रही थी, गिरा के उन्होंने अपनी सरकार बना ली. दोबारा चुनाव में गए, वे चुन के नहीं आए क्या? हाँ, जेडीयू सीटें कम हो गई, बहुत मान सकते हैं, लेकिन आज उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया. तो जो ये पेट में दर्द हो रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ, जो माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो बात कही है वो दिल से कही है. ये शिवसैनिक ही ऐसी बात कह सकता है. शिवसेना के अलावा
आपकी आवाज भी थोड़ी डगमगा रही है, जितना अभी शिवसेना डगमगा रही है. हम थोड़ा रिकनेक्ट करेंगे आपसे. इन द मीन टाइम, लेट्स जस्ट लिसन इन फॉर दोज हु आर जॉइनिंग इन राइट नाउ. There were some very important and interesting things that Uddhav Thackeray said, but there were more things that he left unsaid. Listen to a few excerpts of his Facebook address and then we'll come back.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्याबद्दल किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग, ट्रोलिंग, ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये. मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधले आणि सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणारा नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पद सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे. माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी, तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
All right, news just coming in. Press conference is going to be addressed by Eknath Shinde at 7 p.m. It is quite clear from the tone and tenor of the resolution, the letter that was sent earlier by the rebel MLAs, that they are not in any mood to try and negotiate with the Chief Minister. But remember, that letter was drafted and sent before Uddhav Thackeray's emotional speech. Varun Singh, do you think there is any possibility that they could agree to the outreach? Uddhav Thackeray, interestingly, almost offered the CM's post to Shinde, saying, I will move out of Matoshri, but you come and speak to me. I'll move out of Varsha, to Matoshri. Varun Singh.
I didn't find it very emotional to an extent that many others, and especially many Sainiks would have. But, Sena and Sena had almost, the Sainiks on the ground whomsoever had spoken, even people who are very close to Uddhav, working in Matoshri and other places, they also had made their mind that probably he would resign and he would step down, and whatever is being happening, it will continue, he will go away, and what was expected didn't happen. And it has led to a lot of confusion over here, even amongst many Sainiks. As I was telling Rahul Shankar, while he was talking to Deepak Kesarkar, if you see what Deepak Kesarkar said, is clear that the MLAs have conveyed what they want. And the number of people who are reaching Varsha right now, if you see, they are more of NCP than the Sena, because NCP wants this government to stay because they are the one who have gained a lot from this government. But Sena and Congress haven't. And it was clearly visible in the MLC polls also, where NCP got more votes than the number it has. And Sena, as Shantanu rightly pointed out, the Hindutva ideology. Listen, Eknath Shinde comes from an area called Thane. Eknath Shinde has been counting on his votes because of the Hindutva ideology for all these years. He have been continuously presenting Thane and that Kopri area for 15 long years without any halt, only because he comes from a party that has stuck to that particular one agenda and ideology of Hindutva. But when the party stays silent on the Palghar Sadhu, the party stays silent when, there are hoardings in Delhi, not Savarkar, but Rahul Gandhi. And this is the party that would go on with Samna front page that if anyone abuses Savarkar, we are going to bash them up. And now it remains silent. How do you expect Eknath Shinde to win the Thane Municipal Corporation with an alliance like this? He knows that the value, the election machinery of Sena right now is so low that they wouldn't be able to win elections in the
It's interesting you mentioned Thane, because even as we speak, these posters have gone up in Thane of Bal Thackeray on one side, and you have Eknath Shinde in the middle and Mr. Dige, his guru in politics, on the other side. So there is no Uddhav Thackeray, there is no Aditya Thackeray in these posters, Anand Dige, pardon me. On one side you have Bala Sahib on one side and you have Eknath Shinde in the middle, and it says that you are our real chief minister. When you are saying that this is all about ideology, what do you mean? Are you saying that Shiv Sena is going to go back, Uddhav Thackeray is going to go back to BJP, or that more Sena MLAs are going to desert him wholesale? What exactly is Uddhav Thackeray going to achieve by holding on right now?
More of the Sena MLAs are deserting the party right now. I am telling you, there are many people sitting over here, as I said, the heart lies in Guwahati right now, while their body is over here. And not only that, ideology is something based on which Sena has won so many elections. Sena cannot move beyond ideology. They have seen what is happening in other areas. In spite of they putting a joint candidate in Pandharpur, BJP won. In spite of the three parties coming together, they have won Rajya Sabha, they have won MLC polls, and this is clearly, any person who's in politics can see what the mood of common public in Maharashtra and Mumbai is, and any person who's sitting here in Mumbai knows what will be the outcome of BMC elections if this alliance continues for the Sena. Last election, BJP and Sena were neck to neck. This time the BJP might snatch it away, and I'm sure, I'm telling you, I've covered Sena for such a long time, they wouldn't want to lose BMC.
Okay, so this is not just about a battle of existence and the core ideology and the core voter of the Sena, but more material concerns right now, which is the impending elections to the BMC. Please stay with me, gentlemen. Shantanu Gupta, I'll just come back to you. But on this story of the posters that have gone up of Eknath Shinde, Arunil, what are the insiders telling you? What exactly is the game plan for now? From the general demeanor of Uddhav Thackeray, it seemed quite clear he knows he doesn't have the numbers. So what next?
Well, Padmaja, the real question is whether Eknath Shinde camp also has the number, because the magical number for them is 37. Now we have seen the letter which Eknath Shinde's camp has floated. The 34 MLAs had signed in that. One MLA has already returned to his home, so it becomes 33. Now we understand that 3 of those MLAs are independent MLAs. Bachchu Kadu's name is also a part of it. Bachchu Kadu is an independent MLA, not a part of the Shiv Sena. So basically, to get that 2/3 majority within the 55 MLAs that Shiv Sena has, it becomes extremely difficult. It becomes difficult for the Eknath Shinde camp as well. They will need the magical figure of 37, and that is why, that is the only reason why the BJP has not jumped into the fray. Devendra Fadnavis, whatever he's been orchestrating, whatever he's been doing, that is all behind the curtains, not exactly into the spotlight. So Eknath Shinde's numbers will also be extremely paramount. What he says at 7 p.m. will be very crucial. With respect to Uddhav Thackeray, CM Uddhav Thackeray, he has defended, but one can say that he has defended well. He has made a kind of an appeal to his party workers by not removing his MLAs directly, and whatever will be the response from his MLAs, accordingly only CM Uddhav Thackeray will react now. And to his aid is now Sharad Pawar, the veteran politician who had basically stitched this unnatural alliance of ideologically different political parties. Now yes, the ball is clearly in the court of Eknath Shinde camp, whatever they decide, because Eknath Shinde, he may be solely wanting to separate from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, but whether all the other MLAs are completely willing and ready to do it, that is also a big point of question that arises over here. And why hasn't Devendra Fadnavis or the BJP openly come into the picture till now? When they come into the picture openly,
but
then only...
There is a meeting happening at Devendra Fadnavis' house, isn't there, Radhika? What's being discussed there?
That's right. That's right. There had been back-to-back meetings inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. There are several top leaders of the BJP here, be it Ashish Shelar, be it Darekar, be it Mangal Prabhat Lodha. Many MLAs had been going and getting out of the residence as well since morning. So, as far as Devendra Fadnavis' camp is concerned, as far as BJP is concerned, they are waiting and watching, because as Arunil was pointing out, they do not want to jump the ship. They do not want to jump the gun simply because of what happened 2.5 years ago when the entire Ajit Pawar Devendra Fadnavis episode happened and Fadnavis had to give in that resignation within no time. So that is something they don't want a repeat of. They want to see the numbers before they really jump the gun. So now, of course, what they are, there are a series of interactions happening with the MLAs. They are trying to tell them to keep themselves safe, to make sure that they are not being poached.
Okay, I think there's something happening there where Arunil is standing at Varsha. Over to you, Arunil.
Well, this was a Shiv Sena leader, Vaibhav Naik, who had come over here. He's basically heading to the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, there is a meeting that has been held at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence, wherein Sharad Pawar has reached. His daughter Supriya Sue is also inside, along with Jitendra Awad. We also understand that Ajit Pawar has called in a meeting of the NCP MLAs tomorrow. So NCP also keeping their cards close to their chest. But one can say Sharad Pawar till now had not openly entered into this fight or fray, one can say, but now he has made an entry at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. So he has joined the fight officially. Now what transpires, it will be extremely interesting, because who would have imagined that Eknath Shinde, one of the close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray, he will leave the city of Mumbai along with more than 30 plus MLAs of the Shiv Senas. Yes, the numbers may not be with CM Uddhav Thackeray, but Eknath Shinde's camp also needs that magical figure of 37, and also obviously the support of Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP. So what are the
legal technicalities? We in fact spoke to senior jurist Mukul Rohatgi just a while ago. We will explain to our viewers what the legal options are, and they are frankly not that complicated. But before that, I want to go across to the Congress leader who is here with us, Dr. Shankar Guha. Dr. Guha, for how many days? Because most people now believe it's not about if, it's a question of when.
The biggest point to be noted here is Padmaja, the BJP is a pro at this Operation Kamala or the Operation Lotus. Let me tell you, 2008 it started in Karnataka. 2016, Uttarakhand. 2017, Goa. 2019, again Karnataka. 2020, a successful attempt in Madhya Pradesh, and again an unsuccessful attempt in Rajasthan. So breaking the party, they are a pro at it. They could probably, begin a university at this. One has to note, the people of this country have to note this. How is it that these MLAs are chartering around the whole country, flip-flopping, flying, lavishly, spending their days in lavish resorts? Who's funding all this? And this whole cry of Hindutva...
You could ask DK Shivkumar, he's from your party, you are in the same city.
The NDA was
DK Shivkumar knows the answer to that better than perhaps anyone else. But anyway, on a more serious note, can we come back to my question?
No, BJP knows the answer best to this. BJP knows the answer. Of course. No, allow me to complete. When the National Conference and the PDP was part of the NDA, then there was no Hindutva cry. So this is nothing but an attempt from the BJP to dismantle this whole system. And I am sure, and I am very hopeful also, that I spoke to some of my friends in Maharashtra. They are very hopeful that Eknath Shinde ji and his camp will return back. And I was just seeing in your channel, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has sent a very courageous message and invited them over. We are very hopeful that they will come back.
Gupta, it's a courageous message that Uddhav Thackeray has given.
Of course, he's been courageous.
No, that's to Shantanu Gupta.
He's been handling the
situation
quite well, and he's waiting. He's given him his message. His message is quite clear.
It's not just one about courage, it's also about tyag, where Uddhav Thackeray is saying, I'm willing to give it all up for the cause of Hindutva, for the greater good of the country and democracy and secularism. Come, take Varsha. Shantanu Gupta.
I think he's just buying time. He's just sensing which way it will turn out in maybe a couple of hours or a couple of days. I think where was he when Rahul Gandhi was putting posters against Savarkar? Where was he when Palghar Sadhus were lynched and he was mum? Where was he when his police commissioner of Mumbai was absconding, his ministers are in jail? The way he ran the government, everyone knows. As I told before, is a classic case of how to not run a government. And I think in politics, betrayals are heard, but how he betrayed BJP 2.5 years back, he's now tasting his own medicine. So I think karma is catching on. I think we were just wondering why it took so long for Shiv Senics, the true Shiv Senics, the Balasaheb Shiv Senics, how it took so long for them to feel the guilt of how the way Uddhav Thackeray was not only not bending to Sonia Gandhi, he was just bichod in front of Sonia Gandhi. I think that was traumatic for many of us who liked Shiv Sena, the way Shiv Sena operated in the Balasaheb Thackeray days. I think it was always said that Uddhav Thackeray is anyway not a true descendant of the Balasaheb Thackeray legacy. Was it Raj Thackeray or was it someone else? I don't know. But the way Uddhav Thackeray conducted himself when he got the power, it was literally
Okay,
shameless.
in 10 minutes from now, we are likely to hear from the rebel faction also, which is going to speak in Guwahati. But the bigger story is that what we are being told is that more MLAs have gone from Mumbai to Surat. Surat, they are at a resort. From Surat, they'll be coming to Guwahati, or have they already reached there? Nibir, what can you tell us?
We are waiting outside the Radisson gates because there is going to be a media interaction by the dissenting MLAs. However, there has been no movement inside as of now in the last 1 hour because there are no cars that are coming inside. There is security here, and we are going to be invited, or one of the representatives may come out here and ask us to give a bite here. So there has not any movement so far in terms of any MLAs coming inside the hotel. However, we saw few of the other security personnel as well as BJP leaders in the morning entering the Radisson Hotel. In the last few hours, there has no movement. There is only speculation. But soon, all of this will be cleared as we are going to have an interaction with the Shinde front as well as Mr. Shinde himself.
All right, Eknath Shinde is going to speak in just another 10 minutes from now. So let me ask the leader from the Shiv Sena. Is there even the faintest possibility, because we keep circling back only to one question, Sanjay Dwivedi, कि हिंदुत्व के मामले पे आपने साथ में चुनाव तो लड़ा ही था बीजेपी के, वापस कहिए कि भाई जनता यही चाहती है, सैनिक यही चाहते हैं। आपके खुद के जो सांसद हैं भावना गवली, उन्होंने भी आज चिट्ठी लिख करके कहा है कि देखिए जब हिंदुत्व की बात आती है तो दिल से निकलती है बात, तो क्या वापस दोस्ती हो सकती है?
एनडीए में जो इसमें केंद्र सरकार चल रही है, कितने जो दल जुड़े हुए हैं वो हिंदुत्ववादी हैं। कितने नीतीश कुमार जी तो उन्होंने स्पष्ट कह दिया कि सर हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ जाए, कुछ पढ़ो, हम लाउड स्पीकर दे हटवाएंगे। बीजेपी ने क्या किया उनके लिए? महाराष्ट्र में जो नाटक मचाया था बीजेपी ने 2 लोगों के कहने से, माननीय राज ठाकरे और जो एमपी साहब थी, लेकिन उन्होंने बिहार के तो मुख्यमंत्री सीधे से मना कर दिया कि सब लाउड स्पीकर हमने। जो बात है हिंदुत्व की बात कह रही है, हिंदुत्व सिर्फ दिखावे का होता है क्या? हिंदुत्व बीजेपी बात है क्या? हिंदुत्व किसी बात नहीं है। हिंदुत्व तो पूरे हमारे जनता आपका हिंदुत्व नहीं है क्या? आप बता दीजिए मुझे।
नहीं हमारा नहीं है। मैं तो ये नहीं कह रही, इनफैक्ट मैं तो कह रही हूँ कि ये शिवसेना का एक ट्रेडमार्क हुआ करता था और खुद शिव सैनिक आज कह रहे हैं कि वो ट्रेडमार्क जो है धूमिल होता जा रहा है।
किसने शिवसेना ने कहा? मुझे पता नहीं। एकनाथ शिंदे को जो सरकार बनी थी तो उस समय उन्होंने लीडर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री को चुना था ना।
What you said, Padmaja, that is what exactly I was gonna tell Mr. Dwivedi, that forget BJP. Where is BJP coming in over here? BJP has nothing to do with what is happening. It is the Shivseniks who are asking, what happened to Hindutva? It is the Shivseniks who are asking. These MLAs, rebel, are Shivsena MLAs. And I'm telling you, I just saw footage of Pratap Sarnaik in the bus. I don't know where it is. Pratap Sarnaik is an MLA from Sena and from Thane area and pretty close to Eknath Shinde. If he's in Mumbai, then I am telling you, his heart and everything, soul, everything is with Mr. Shinde in Guwahati, and he would be amongst the top rung leaders who stand with Shinde in the future if the need comes to. And I'm telling you honestly, again and again, it would have been a very befitting response if Uddhav would have resigned today and would have given. Let the NCP and Congress handle it. Anyway, the Congress and NCP sidelined themselves yesterday when Sena was battling all this all alone. Today, when they saw, as I say, and as your reporters over there are standing, you see most of the NCP MLAs, NCP leaders wanting to save this government, and I repeat it again and again, that NCP wants this government to be there because it is NCP which is gaining the most. And talking about Dighe, I would just take one more minute. Anand Dighe, when Anand Dighe left, there was a huge void, and Eknath Shinde was the only person who could fill it and retain that entire thing in not just Thane. I don't know why we only want to talk about Eknath Shinde as a Thane-based leader. His presence, and you see the list of the MLAs, his presence is not limited only to Thane. His presence is across so many districts of Maharashtra. Thane, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, Raigad, Nandurbar, Dhule, which are tribal belts of Maharashtra. Nasik, Palghar, you just move. And he is there, even in central Maharashtra, even in western Maharashtra, Aurangabad and Ahmednagar, you see the MLAs with him. He has a lot of presence across Maharashtra. The poster coming up, and with Eknath Shinde, what goes is the muscle power. He is the one who was the big muscle power in Thane, in that particular area, and that muscle power would be the biggest loss that I'm telling you, Sena would be suffering, because Sena is known for it.
And as the famous anecdote goes, that it was Eknath Shinde who during the recent elections was there in the buses. He was the man sitting in the front of the bus, and guess what? That bus, after the voting, very conveniently was taken to Surat on Monday, and it's only on Tuesday morning that Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena got to know. But the big story coming in at this moment, we are learning that today Uddhav Thackeray is going to move out of the Chief Minister's residence, and he is going to go to Matoshri, the traditional residence of the Thackeray family. He is going to vacate the residence of the Chief Minister, the Varsha Bungalow. So quite a statement there being made, almost a tyag, a stepping aside, saying, listen, for the larger interest, for the greater good, if you are after power, if you are after satta, if you want the CM's chair, you want the CM's residence, take it. I am stepping away. I am going to work from Matoshri. He is going to vacate Varsha. This is a big development. In fact, he had hinted at it, but it almost seemed during his speech at 7 p.m. where he said, if the rebels want me to move out of Varsha, I am going to do it. Now we are learning that he indeed is going to move out of the Chief Minister's residence. Let me go across to our colleagues who in fact are on the ground. Arunil and Shivani are both live with us. Arunil, it's confirmed he is actually going to do it. And why is he doing it? Shivani?
Well, here talking about this particular development, then our sources within the party are telling us that after the particular meeting, those are going at the Varsha official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray presently. He will be shifting to his personal residence, Matoshri in Bandra. Earlier also we saw that even during COVID times also he was there with his family at his personal residence, but later was shifted to Varsha Bungalow. And also what we are seeing, in fact, in that particular live that he started post 5:35 p.m.
Yes.
He also mentioned that he has no greed for any of those things and of power or any luxury, and that is why he's all set to give everything to Shiv Sainiks. Those are asking for it, and that is why we see that this significant movement, if happens, in case if Uddhav Thackeray shifts from Varsha to Matoshri again, then of course it will be one more emotional move from CM Uddhav Thackeray for the Shiv Sainiks, for the MLAs. Those are still not in his court.
All right, I'm going to take a very quick break at this point. We're also getting in more news. Ajit Pawar has called for a meeting of all NCP MLAs tomorrow. We are likely to hear from Eknath Shinde in Guwahati in just a while from now. So the developments keep going. Many thought that finally Uddhav Thackeray is going to throw in the towel. That is not happening. But what is going to happen? We'll come back with that big update in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, and getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. The big question that the entire nation wants an answer to: what is going to happen in Maharashtra? Is Uddhav Thackeray going to stay Chief Minister for the remaining term that he has for the next 2 years? 7 p.m. is when Uddhav Thackeray spoke. After that, many expected that he may just step down. That is not happening. He gave that speech. He said, come and speak to me. He reached out to the rebels, said, there was never any compromise with Hindutva. My son just went to Ayodhya. He did puja over there. I spoke about inside assembly. But when it comes to breaking up his alliance with the NCP and the Congress, he remains silent on that. The top 5 developments at this point at 7 p.m. Very shortly, Eknath Shinde is in fact going to reveal his game plan. Is he going to react to the outreach of Uddhav Thackeray? Uddhav Thackeray is on all likelihood going to vacate his Varsha residence. But before we take you through all of the developments, let's listen in to what Uddhav said to the rebels and to his own constituents.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्याबद्दल किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये, मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणार नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पदं सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे. माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी, तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
Okay, so what is happening at this moment? Eknath Shinde is going to speak in just a while from now. Uddhav Thackeray has already said that he is going to vacate his Varsha residence, the Chief Minister's official residence, and he is going to move to Matoshri with the rest of the Thackeray family. Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule are currently at the Chief Minister's residence. Devendra Fadnavis has also been in a huddle with senior leaders of the party. He also could be speaking or maybe not, because the BJP has so far decided to remain non-committal. 3 more MLAs of the Shiv Sena, meanwhile, are on their way to Guwahati. They have gone to Surat. We'll just play those pictures of their vehicles which were at a resort in Surat, and from there they are going to take a chartered flight to Guwahati onwards to join the other 34, actually 33 MLAs. Let's explain to you the math at this point. The last figure that we have is of the letter, the resolution that was signed by MLAs of the Shiv Sena who have turned Baghi, and in that letter they said that we do not accept anyone but Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Legislative Council. He also have said that we refuse the whip that has been issued against us. So 34 signatures were there. Of those 34, signature number 3, which is Nitin Deshmukh, today afternoon turned up in Mumbai and said, well, I was kidnapped and taken to Guwahati. Now I have come home. I am Uddhav Thackeray's Sainik. The ultimatum that was issued to the rebels basically said at 5 p.m. you have to turn up at Varsha. We are having a meeting of all of our MLAs. If you are not there, then we will take action against you and you will automatically be considered to be out of the Shiv Sena. You will cease to be Shiv Sainiks. They in turn wrote back and said, we consider this whip illegal. You do not even have the authority to call yourself the real Shiv Sena because we have the majority numbers. That being said, let's get an update now from our reporters who are on the ground. Things right now are extremely confusing. Let's be very honest. Nobody knows who's thinking what. So let's try and make sense of this. Arunil and Radhika are both with us from Mumbai. Nibir is joining us from Guwahati. Nibir, I'll start with you. After Uddhav Thackeray spoke, have the number of rebels in Guwahati gone up, gone down, or remained the same?
So we are getting to know as per sources that 2 escort cars are heading towards the Radisson Blu Hotel, and in those cars there are MLAs that are coming from Surat to Guwahati. So firstly, that is a major development. The cars are expected to reach the hotel within few minutes. And secondly, there is another ambiguity here right now, because Eknath Shinde, who was supposed to give a press briefing, is now it has not yet started, and they are now saying that there is going to be a bite. There are going to be a media interaction where they might come out of the hotel and they might be present at the hotel gate and give a bite to the media. So the press meet that was about to held has been postponed, has been cancelled.
I believe there's action happening behind her. Radhika, over to you. What's happening?
That's right. Girish Mahajan, one of the BJP MLAs, has also entered Devendra Fadnavis' residence. So since morning, as far as BJP is concerned, series of meetings taking place inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Several MLAs inside, several party leaders inside, including Ashish Shelar, Mangal Prabhat, Lodha, and now, of course, Girish Mahajan also going in. So many MLAs have been walking in and out. Several BJP leaders have been going inside since this morning. So as far as, BJP move is concerned, yes, there is a wait and watch happening. They don't want a repeat of what happened 2.5 years ago, where they didn't have the numbers, yet they went ahead, they jumped the gun and went ahead. They don't want to do that at this point. They're waiting for that, for the numbers. Of course, we are talking about, as Arunil also had been pointing out, 33 is the number we are talking about, but 37 is the number that Eknath Shinde needs at the moment, so that, there is no disqualification that happens. Once that 37 number is reached is when perhaps an alliance can be thought of, which is what BJP is looking at.
In fact, since you mentioned about that letter and the number on it, if we can just play it here, I'll just tell our viewers that in this letter also, there lies a story. A total of 34 signatures are there, but if you take a close look over here, it's not just about number 3, which is Nitin Deshmukh, who has since returned to Mumbai, but it is also number 31 and 34 who are actually independent MLAs. So from the letter you might think that there are 34 MLAs who are in the Eknath Shinde camp right now of the Shiv Sena, but that is not true. Actually, if we were to do the math, out of these 34, right now with Eknath Shinde, there are only 31. Nitin Deshmukh has gone back, and 2 of them are actually independent MLAs. So 31 does not in any way help them clear that mark to skip the anti-defection law. But that is a bridge which Eknath Shinde is still to come to, leave alone cross it, because first there will have to be a confidence vote. Will the BJP move a no confidence motion? Let's go across to Arunil and try and get answers to that. Arunil, is there a likelihood that there could be now a no confidence motion?
And Padmaja to reach the magical figure of 37 MLAs. Now in that letter as well, if you look at it closely, you were pointing out earlier as well that the Bhandara MLA, he is an independent MLA. The 34 number MLA, that is Rajendra Patil, he is also again an independent MLAs. These 2 are independent MLAs who have given their support to the Shiv Sena. However, their vote within the Shiv Sena party, as per the anti-defection law, that really doesn't count. And the MLA who has been slotted at the 3rd number, he has already returned to Maharashtra. He has spoken against Eknath Shinde and the entire camp, basically saying that he was threatened over there. He was forcefully hospitalized in the city of Surat as well, and he escaped from the clutches of Eknath Shinde. So yes, it may be looking very easy. It may be presented to us that it is very easy for Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde may be claiming that he has support of 40 MLAs, but where are those 40 MLAs on the document? Yes, he has maximum number of MLAs if we compare that with CM Uddhav Thackeray's number. Only 16 were present over here. Many of them may be non-committal. Many of them may have reached CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp later on. But Eknath Shinde needs to have that magical figure of 37. Only after that Devendra Fadnavis and BJP can go ahead with their plan. Only after that they can basically swing into action, one can say, and they are basically waiting for that magical figure of 37 MLAs to avoid that anti-defection law.
Okay, let me go across quickly to our guest Sanjeev Unyal, who's a political analyst, joining us along with Kailash Adhikari, MD Governance Now, Sundar Balakrishnan, political analyst, Mohit Bajaj, spokesperson of Shiv Sena, Yashwant Deshmukh, founder of C Voter, to who I want to ask the first question. Does it not seem strange to you, Yashwantji, that the maximum people right now who are meeting with Uddhav Thackeray in this moment of crisis are actually of the NCP?
Well, that's largely understood, because I have been saying this all along. Nothing in Maharashtra, moves without at least information or tacit understanding of a gentleman called Sharad Pawar. And forget about 31. Even if 3 Shiv Sena MLAs resign, the number of Shiv Sainik MLAs will come down below the number of MLAs of NCP, and the chief ministerial post will go to NCP. So are we looking at the big picture here? Forget about 31 and 37. 30 is a very big number. 37 is the magic number to look into the legalities. As far as the mandate is concerned, I genuinely believe that Uddhav Thackeray has kind of lost that particular part while unable to keep his flock together. And that was largely because he got the mandate along with the BJP to against the Congress and against the NCP. So it didn't go down well. It's understandable. But out of this entire fiasco, even if 5 people go down, even 5 people resign, the NCP is the default gainer out of it. So either ways, no matter how many come back, no matter if 37 go or not, if 37 go and they form the real Shiv Sena on the floor of the house legally as the Shiv Sena parliamentary the party on the assembly, on the floor of the assembly, then obviously things are very easy for the BJP to form the government. Devendra Fadnavis might become the chief minister. Eknath Shinde might become the deputy chief minister. But the similar thing the other way around, if they are unable to do that, even 5 people go down, is the game NCP. So
interesting.
The way it is looking
but actually the core issue right now still remains. The math will continue to change, perhaps evolve over the next few days. But Sundar Balakrishnan, the mandate, the moral authority that Uddhav Thackeray had, that's gone.
Yeah, Padmajati, I'll tell you, I don't know how much you are aware of. After the MLC election, there was a bus which took the MLAs to Surat. And as far as my understanding goes, these MLAs are bunch of them are from the North Maharashtra and the Marathwada district also. Now they were told saying that they are going to be taken for a dinner. Eknath Shinde is going to give a dinner. Okay. And they were taken and they were directly taken to Surat.
Okay.
And there is a video which is put by a responsible media house where it was seen that these MLAs have been literally transferred from Surat to the bus, to the charter, like an animal being just dumped in a truck.
What is your point, sir? My question to you was about the moral authority to stay in office. You have so far given me a sequence of events which I already know, given a certificate of responsible or not responsible media house. But what is your answer to my question? Does Uddhav Thackeray still have moral authority?
Answer, I'm coming to that, Padmaja. I want to let me just tell you. The answer is like this. Now, Uddhav Thackeray has literally failed to, visualize this. Okay, first and the foremost thing. Second, I am telling you that still there is time, and I am telling you this person, Eknath Shinde, is going to fall flat on his face, and he will come back.
Well, when that happens, we'll report it. But does Uddhav Thackeray have the moral authority to be in office?
No, that's what I'm saying. He is vacated now, Varsha. No, he is vacated Varsha, right?
But vacating Varsha is not the same as stepping down from CM's post.
No, CM's post, he will not do it now. He will do it at a later date. He will certainly do it, I'm telling you. He will certainly do it in a day or 2 or 3 days, 4 days, whatever it is. But to take that CM chair, Eknath Shinde, I am telling you, he will not have the guts to come and take that chair. I'm telling you right away in your channel, I'm telling you.
Well, this is not a duel that he has to fight. That he'll have to prove the numbers to take a chair or not take the chair. Sanjeev Bunyad.
Padmaja, I'll not unnecessarily put my nose on the figures and numbers, but I'll touch something about ideological differences. Eknath Shinde has a towering stature as far as the politics of Shiv Sena is concerned. You know what happened? He was the first person who joined with Shiv Sena's initiation when it started initially with Bal Thackeray and Dharamveer Anand, and he was one of the very active member in those days. So he won continuously 4 MLA elections. He was minister for twice. So now a number of MLAs we forget about figures, it will change continuously. There are a lot of ambiguity is there. But undoubtedly, nothing has been removed, has been out of, I think, in the control of Uddhav Thackeray. You're right. Moral as well as on practical grounds, whatsoever he has given in the press conference also, he is going to Matushri. Man ke hare hare, man ke jeete jeet. He was going towards Matushri, leaving the CM house. Speaks volume about now everything is not there. So nothing is in his hand now. The remote is definitely in the hand of the Shinde. So now it speaks. Now what's going on with the NCP? Sharad Pawar, what he is doing over there?
Okay, remote is in the hands of Eknath Shinde, Mohit Bajaj. If already Mr. Thackeray is willing to leave the house, why can't he leave the office?
Okay, basically, why he is not leaving the office? Because it's not only his decision. He is saying that it's a collective decision of all the MLAs. Okay, so before also they selected the particular CM. So if they are having any confusion, they can come in front and they can tell whatever the issue is. If the issue it can conclude with some sort of resolution, then it is okay.
But then if Eknath Shinde is the best man for the CM's office, why wasn't he made CM to begin with? Why was Uddhav Thackeray made the chief minister?
If he thinks so he can come in front of Uddhav Thackeray ji. He can take all the particular MLAs with him and he can come in front of him. No issue.
Come in front
the
of
phone lines are also open. He can call him directly.
No, but why should he come begging for something that you were saying he should have got in the first place?
No, it's not the concept of begging. Already the Shiv Sena chief is Uddhav Thackeray ji. Already, if they're having any confusion, right now it's 31 months crossed. If he is having any issue in the initial month or initial, so why he should sign? That is the biggest question. And I want to highlight two things. The first thing that Honorable the CM of Maharashtra right now, Uddhav Thackeray ji is COVID positive. He found COVID positive, even though he's giving the positive response, even though he's like in the so mesh. He is requesting the MLAs to come in front.
Sanjeev Unyal has a question for you.
Then why he is meeting, if he is positive, then why he is destroying the protocol of COVID also, meeting the most powerful person who takes everything in his hand.
Okay, we're breaking some news right now. The big news coming in is that Uddhav Thackeray is going to offer the chief minister's seat to Eknath Shinde. It was quite clear from his address also earlier. Apparently there's going to be a formal proposal now, and in fact more is being discussed in that meeting between him, Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. Yes, Arunil, fill us in.
Well, Padmaja, since 1 hour now, the crucial meeting between Sharad Pawar and CM Uddhav Thackeray is been taking place at Varsha, which is the official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, and how to exactly pacify the disgruntled leader, that is Eknath Shinde. That is the main point of discussion, whether more portfolios can be given to him, whether in fact the CM post can also be offered to him, so that the disgruntled MLAs, the rebel MLAs come back to the fold of CM Uddhav Thackeray. All these possibilities are being discussed till now, because if you look at it, the entire fight between Eknath Shinde and between the Shiv Sena Supremo Uddhav Thackeray was about the CM post. Yes. Earlier, the Eknath Shinde supporters have been saying, they were very vocal about it, that Eknath Shinde deserved to be the CM of Maharashtra because he had the support of the MLAs during when the MLAs were being kept in different hotels. Yes. Before the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance was formed, it was Eknath Shinde who had taken the leadership. He was in contact with the MLAs. He had collected the independent
Yashwanji, do you
MLAs.
think that Eknath Shinde will or should take a seat being offered to him like this?
No.
And will he have any authority?
It will not work. No, it will not work. Simply not work, because you see, the core problem is not who is the CM or who is getting what ministry. The core problem of the people coming out of Shiv Sena is they do not want to be seen in the same bracket as the Congress and the NCP. The core problem is that they feel their political ideology or the ideology of Hindutva or their core DNA is not fit with the alliance with NCP and the Congress. That's their main problem. And Eknath Shinde becoming chief minister along with the Congress and the NCP support, how exactly is going to solve the problem?
Exactly, and that is the elephant in the room that curiously, or rather very obviously, Uddhav Thackeray refused to address. It is not about who gets to be CM. It is about who gets to be the most powerful people who are dictating the terms, and Eknath Shinde is saying, I do not want Sharad Pawar or Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi telling me how to run my government or telling me how to function. Now again, ultimately it all boils down to this, the numbers and where they stand right now. 31 MLAs of the Shiv Sena out of 56. That is what Eknath Shinde realistically has with him in Guwahati right now. There are about 2 independents and 1 person who has already returned. 5 MLAs remain non-committal. MLAs in the Uddhav camp are anywhere in the region of 16 to 18, but definitely less than 20. So you have a situation where Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers, but then neither does Eknath Shinde to escape the anti-defection law. But remember that anti-defection law will kick in only later. For starters, there has to be a no confidence vote. Whichever party, whichever side has to actually prove that they enjoy the confidence of the House, and that will remain step number 1, won't it, Kailash Adhikari?
And to answer that question of the fact that the ideological, which was just spoken before me, now this has to be then thought 3 years ago. We are 3 years into the government, Padmaja, and for a person like me who hails from the state of Maharashtra, I feel sorry, to see all this. And as a citizen of Maharashtra, it pains me that if any governance mishap or failure happens because of such kind of political instability, everyone who has voted wants for some kind of political stability. Now, whether Mr. Eknath Shinde will go with the BJP or he's feeling some ideological problem here, then we are 3 years down the government. It's hardly now 2 more years left. Was this the opportunity time to do it, or was this is the time that he could get the 32 MLAs? Now this is what the Shiv Sena have to internally decide. Now whether the Honorable Chief Minister has lost the motion, the trust of the public or not, that's a separate question. No one has asked the public. It's not a referendum. Now whether he has lost the trust of the Shiv Senics within, that will only come to know when Mr. Eknath Shinde in Guwahati has 37 numbers, and that the vote of no confidence can be moved by the BJP when that magical number strikes.
All right, we have to take a very quick break at this point, but what we are also learning now of the meeting that is going on between the NCP top brass and Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha is that the meeting is over, and what Sharad Pawar has told Uddhav Thackeray is that you send a proposal to Eknath Shinde, tell him I am willing to make you Mukhyamantri, I am willing to make you Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar has now left the Chief Minister's residence, and there is a possibility of the rejig in portfolios as well. But this could very well be like putting a band-aid on a cancer. The real problem is not about the Chief Minister's office at all. The real problem is much bigger. And will Uddhav Thackeray be willing to address that problem that these rebels have now flagged? Taking a very quick break, but like we said, Eknath Shinde is now going to reveal his cards. What is he going to say? We'll tell you in a minute.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief, Mamata Banerjee, approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee, but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is
now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons